grow up with the NES, PlayStation, Star Wars, cartoons, and 80s TV? Do you like to think who would win in a fight between Batman and the Master Chief? Comics, games, movies, music, and TV, they're gonna tell you everything you need. Superheroes or not, they got your back. They're gonna save the world of geeks. Games, movies, music, and TV, they're gonna tell you everything you need. Superheroes or not, they got your back. They're gonna save the world of This Week in Geek. This Week in Geek.
Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who've embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to Terrible Warriors. I'm your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net, but I'm not alone as I trek through the forests of Faerun outside the village, hamlet, city, town, whatever, occupation, let's say living center of Cambridge. I am joined with
Mr. Christopher.
Yeah, Alex playing Dargo the Bearfucker.
That's right. So yes, when we last left our adventures, these two had just taken down a pair of harpies who were hoping to find themselves an easy meal. Unfortunately, they had taken out their heavy hitter Brew before she could recover in her, her giant bird form. But, fortunately, through Tristan's, Farron's basically giant kitty form, I just keep picturing Dr. Wily pouncing on these things, killed the harpies. Actually, I think you pretty much killed them single-handedly, didn't you?
I had some help.
Yeah, you had some help.
Softened them up.
The moonlight and the lightning did a lot of damage.
Yep.
I just keep biting stuff until it stops moving.
I spit acid like in somebody's face.
Kind of like that dinosaur from Jurassic Park.
Pretty much, only out of my hand.
The Dilophosaur.
It was like, gleek! Bam!
Although Alex's character Dargo unfortunately didn't read his spell description nearly close enough, as he read one of his spells was Area of Effect. And Brew was unfortunately caught in a thunder blast of some kind. And she is lying motionless on the ground.
I turn to my compatriot and go, could you please check on her? I really can't do it myself right now.
All right, so
I walk over to Brew to check off to see how she's doing.
You walk over to Brew. Her wounds look serious. However, you reach down and touch her chest. She is still breathing, but the breathing is shallow.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Healing Word on her.
All right, how many hit points does that restore?
That's a good question. Bear with me.
That's okay. As we're doing this, we're actually learning new things about spells and spell casting here on the show. So
two of us here are fairly new to D&D
and I'm new to running spellcasters. I'm usually just running straight up combat. So this is a learning experience for me too. So I really hope our listeners are kind of getting something out of this too, learning about the different spellcasting classes.
1d4 plus my spellcasting ability modifier.
So that should be 2, I think.
Spell attack bonus is 4.
So, is that your proficiency or your bonus?
I'm looking at the back here.
Should be your proficiency bonus, which is 2.
So yeah, proficiency is 2.
And then your wisdom bonus, which is 2.
My wisdom bonus is 2. So yeah, spell attack bonus is 4.
Okay, so she gets
so
4
1d4 plus 4.
Okay, 1d4 plus 4. Okay.
And a roll.
Big money.
For a total of 5.
Okay, so some of the smaller wounds begin to knit together. The big gaping wound across her chest starts to knit. You see a big rush of breath rush into her lungs, and she's like, she looks up at you kind of weakly, doesn't kind of say anything. Her eyes say, "Get me to someone else," sort of thing. She knows what you've done is just a Band-Aid, but it's good enough to get her going.
I
But she's beat up.
apologize as best I can. And
What are you going to say to her? She's looking at you. She's, the eyes narrow at you like, you stupid fool.
I am really, really sorry. This was a brand new spell to me. And I got caught up in the moment. I did not mean to almost murder you to death.
She looks at you. She just kind of, you can just barely hear her whisper "fool" as she takes Farron's shoulder. And you guys, I guess, presume you're going to wait out the night. Do you want to try and knit the wounds more?
I'm trying to see if I can do anything to actually help. And I'm looking. I can do.
I think she has a
I
self-heal
have
ability
cooking
too.
utensils, so I can cook. And I have an herbalism kit, but you said herbalism is not.
No.
No. Oh, I have medicine.
That would be enough to stabilize her, but she's already stable.
Okay. So I probably should have done that first, and then he could have used his healing and touch or whatever.
Is she blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned at all?
No.
Okay.
So I'm just going to give her food.
Severely wounded.
Let's see what
I'm gonna. Should we make camp and I can cook some food up?
Yeah.
I was gonna say because some sustenance or something would be good.
All right, she's actually going to cast a spell on herself. Christ, that's hard to read. Sometimes my dice are a little hard to read because they're made out of this Texas mahogany, and there's not a lot of light where I live or in this room. So
Keep
8.
stroking that over and over again. The same as Texas mahogany.
I love it.
Mahogany.
I love my artisan dice. So she heals herself 16 hit points worth of damage.
Way better.
So
I
she's
feel a
like,
little dwarfed.
she looks a lot better. The wound across her chest is healed up. You can see the wounds across her face are almost completely healed. But she goes, "I'm still incredibly weak. Let's get to the stomping grounds."
All right.
All right, so you guys pack up camp and begin heading through the brush. It takes you probably about 2 or 3 hours, and eventually you come upon ye old stomping grounds. You see the old wood cabin that Dargo referred to. You see these huge stone structures, not unlike, think of it as 2 Stonehenges put together, except one's in the middle and one is surrounding that one, so there's like 2 of them. And it's quiet.
Do we have a barbecue pit or anything around where we can
Yes, you see like a cooking pit off to the side. You
so
see where they tan the furs and everything.
So I figure we've been retired, so we should start up a fire and start cooking.
Okay, you do as such.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me perception.
Land on that side
All right.
somehow. 8. Sorry, 6.
You don't notice anything out of the ordinary.
16.
You do. It's quiet. Like normally, it's morning. It's dawn. There should be someone meditating. Normally, you'd see someone out collecting like the dew off the flowers to make their like tea or something. And here, it's quiet.
So there's nobody around here.
Call out for anyone.
Yeah, call out. You can call out. I'm going to go check inside of the cabin, see if there's anybody in there.
You call out inside, call out. You don't hear anything. Your voice just seems to echo throughout the forest as if nothing's there.
All right, then I go into the cabin, open the door.
You go into the cabin, open the door. You see you see actually the same old man that you saw in the inn from earlier. His throat ripped out.
Oh. That's not good.
No, that's my thing.
I have a thing for throats getting ripped out. If you remember the Friday the 13th game.
Yeah, but well, that's a thing that happened. That's we've just not been having a very good last month or so.
Where's everybody else?
Well, he can't say anything to us.
No, but
Well, if you
it's
had
a general utterance.
If you had a spell speak with dead, but you don't have a cleric or anybody else with you.
I searched for any signs of who would be behind this.
Is there any animals around?
You don't hear anything.
Nothing. You didn't have a pet. Or
You
anything?
actually smell more death.
In the building?
Yeah.
And
Do you want to keep searching?
yes, I'd say we keep searching. Like, I'm assuming there's is it multiple rooms or one room?
There are multiple rooms. There's 3 of them. 2 bedrooms and a place where would presumably be your chamber to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Do you want to check each room? Okay.
I'll head to one of the bedrooms.
All right, you head to one of the bedrooms. You see a man and woman in there, not dressed in their druidic robes, and their throats have also been cut.
I checked the bathroom.
They probably never saw it coming.
I checked the bathroom or the latrine.
You check the latrine. You see someone obviously caught in the middle of doing their business with a crossbow bolt right through their right through their heart.
Oh, like Game of Thrones style.
Yeah, you don't even recognize who it is.
But so it doesn't look like another druid.
No, he actually kind of looks at a place.
And I'm assuming the same as that his people he saw were.
Yeah, there's still one more room to check.
All right, you want to go together?
I'll head to the other bedroom.
All right, you go to the other room. You see one of the elder druids, Lori. He's an older elven gentleman, and you see he's dead, but you're not sure from how. Just this look of shock and horror on his face, and you see Dargo. You recognize this one. You see Absalom, the cleric,
Dead?
dead from your first adventure.
Oh, that's not good. I know that dude. That dude was good. No,
What happened
was-
here?
I give a bit of backstory. And this was the cleric that came to town. We fought thieves and pirates and crabs and he was being sent to sort of check for issues with I guess his church, or what do you want to call his temple?
His temple or his clergy, anyway.
Yeah, that there had been rumors that there had been things going wrong, and we had discovered an illegal drug, I guess, tonic drug. What do you
Yeah,
wanna call
tonic
it?
or a drug of some kind.
Called the Children. I say with quotes that nobody can see that is listening to us right now.
I've heard of the children.
And he had gone to last I heard.
He was sent to go deal with it.
Yeah, exactly.
To report back to
he was
his
sent to
clergy.
report his findings to his clergy. He shouldn't have been in this area.
What was he doing here? Should we check to see a little bit closer to see if we can see a sign of what
Yeah.
has killed them?
Yeah, I want to check. Can I check his body and
Yeah,
see
you
if there's
can
anything
check
on
his
him?
body. You don't
I'll
see any
check.
obvious signs of violence. Do either of you have Arcana?
I have a +1.
All right, roll it.
12.
Definitely some kind of magic. You're not sure what, though. It could be like a power word kill or something like that. You're not
I
sure.
also have a +1. I'll roll it too.
All right.
Here. 16.
Some kind of sorcery you've never seen before, but definitely some kind of a death magic.
Death magic. So not similar to the druids would be using.
No, definitely not.
So not something
druidic.
not something of nature and animals and
Something.
And the fact that these two look like it took them by surprise.
Oh wow! So like they turn around, they're like, "What the hell?" And they're just gone.
Yeah. Like something like, oh, hey. Like it was someone they knew.
Oh, so they weren't like. Oh, still raising the question of what they were doing here, because it's not like I had taken Absalom there before. Mm-hmm. Absalom shouldn't have technically even known about this area.
Is there any other signs anywhere in the room that someone had come in and intruded?
You're not entirely sure. This is one of the few times you've entered the main cabin, because this is more or less reserved for the elders and outsiders.
Is there anything on the elder druid that was there?
You see, like, typical pieces of the elder tree, like his, like, holy, like his, like, little wood carvings he wears that have been whittled from pieces of wood and whatnot. You don't see any weapons. Actually, you do find a potion of cure serious wounds.
All right, we're gonna.
I feel like we would need this more than he does.
Yeah,
now.
I kind of want to say pillage the bodies, but in a nicer way of, is there anything that we could find useful, like the totems or anything that, even just like to remember them by and keep, you know what I mean, as a memento of fallen brotherhood or whatever?
Everybody is wearing, like, a wooden carving of this particular druidic circle. So
Okay.
everyone who's here is wearing the same one. And since this is Yield Stomping Grounds, you're known as the meeting place.
Okay.
But everybody here is wearing the one that stands for swamp.
My people. I'm swamp people, by the way.
Okay.
Yes, I'm a rock gnome that is a swamp druid. I'm a very unique individual. Okay, so
Nature speaks in mysterious ways.
exactly. Well, there's no animals here, so I can't talk to any animals. There's.
Well, you could keep looking.
You said there was nothing.
Look again.
All right, let's look again. An attic, perhaps, or maybe a storage room in the basement, like a.
Yeah. Yeah, roll me search or perception or investigation or anything like that.
It's high numbers.
So I got a perception. 7.
I guess would it be perception then?
Yeah.
18.
18?
Yeah.
You find there actually is what looks like a hidden door, actually, just off the latrine room. There's like a piece of paneling that's loose, and it does lead to a separate room.
All right. You want to go check that out?
Let's crank it open.
You crank it open, and you just hear just a scream. Like this little girl just like, ah!
I try to calm her down.
All right, what are you going to do?
I say, don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you.
She doesn't say anything in any language you understand. Actually, what languages do you speak?
Common and Druidic.
She's babbling in Druidic. You're not quite sure what she's saying because it's coming out so fast. So roll me intelligence, both of you. See if you can understand her.
15.
Six.
All you hear, you just keep,
I'm so dumb today.
you keep hearing her say, he came, he came, he came.
Who came?
You hear her say, the man with no face.
When did he come?
She stops crying for a minute and kind of says, a couple hours ago, she's been hiding in here since just before dinner last night.
Well, you're safe now. Do you know of anyone else who was hiding?
She shakes her head. She's like, when they came, everybody ran. A few of us hid here. She starts to kind of slow and calm down because she realizes you're not threats. They met with the elder and the stranger who came the other day, and then there was shouting and screaming, and that's all I know.
Do you know where anyone would have run to?
Some of us took to the skies, some of us took to the ground, some of us took to the river. There were many of them.
This stranger that came a few days ago, what was he doing here?
He says he was a cleric looking for this strange flower that's been growing out here, and it's we use it. We use it for other things, but he was inquiring as to why such large quantities have been showing up in the town nearby, and Mother sends me to gather it for her tea. I don't know why the outsiders would want it at all. They don't like the taste of it.
Oh man, we've stumbled onto a cartel grow up.
They're flowers. A strange flower.
Strange flower. Well, he was investigating. I explained that he was investigating the children.
Yes.
Drug. Could this be?
That's such an innocuous flower.
I was going to say, what does the flower have any proper? What do you use the flowers for?
I use it for Mother's tea, and sometimes I like to press them in the books I read.
Okay, so is it a fairly harmless on its own sort of ingredient?
Absolutely. She goes, if you use certain forbidden magics not known to us, you can certainly do some things with it, but I don't know of such things, only what Mother said.
So I'm thinking it's sort of like, it's like a chamomile tea by itself until you change it. Okay. Do you know where your mother is now?
She took to the skies.
Took to the skies. How long ago did she take to the skies?
She's been gone about a week now. She should be home hopefully any day now.
Do you have a safe place you can go?
She shakes her head, just goes, just out in the forest. I tend to take the form of a cat. I sleep in a tree most days.
At this point, I ask, what's happening? What's the name of our third person?
Brew.
Okay, Brew. What's Brew doing right now? Because we just left Brew outside. Because I'm assuming Brew
Might have some kind of
might have
insight here.
Yeah, being an our elder at least. So
Well, let's ask.
do we
Brew.
ask the child maybe to come speak with, or come with us? Maybe we've got food or something. What do you want to do?
We should definitely bring her at least out of here. We should speak to Brew to see if Brew has any kind of idea as to what to do from here.
I kind of like to avoid latrines for now. You know, whole poop.
So
virus
you
and everything.
exit the cabin. As you exit outside into the morning sunlight, which has finally started to crest over the sacred circle, you see the kid. She looks at Brew and goes, "Mom!" and just bolts.
That was my other thought, and I was like, I didn't want to bring up. Maybe I almost killed your mom.
Kind of, sort of, maybe.
Part out of the story.
Yeah, let's do that for now.
So you see mother and child embrace, and
I go, Thunderbolt.
Brew and her start speaking in rapid Druidic. You can understand most of it, but you can tell they've developed their own mother and daughter kind of dialect, sort of thing. You catch a few words here and there saying, what happened? Are you okay? Where's father? Where are the elders? Stuff like that. And the kid, you pick up that her name is Ash. Doesn't seem to know much at all. Brew's been gone for about a week on a recon, basically to see where these orc tribes are they going to come through the sacred circles, basically. Now, there's an understanding between the druids and the orcs. You don't bother us, we won't bother you. You have a place in nature, everything has its place. So, it's an understanding. But Brew hasn't seen the orcs for a little while, and that's troubling as well. So after a few minutes, Brew thanks you for finding her daughter safe. She scowls at Dargo, says, "Your friends who found me have been helpful."
I turn and say, would anybody like some breakfast?
Nice crispy bacon, Mr. Frodo.
I'm going to go cook something.
Potatoes.
It's probably best if I just go cook something now.
All right, so you bugger off to go cook something, and as the morning sunlight begins to spread over the area, you do start to see more and more bodies.
Oh, we're probably going to have to burn them or bury them, give them final rites.
I'd like to search just to see if there's any signs of who was behind.
Oh, same, but we're probably going to have to do something with these bodies.
Yeah, you notice a lot of crossbow bolts. Anybody who is of considerable age or who would be perceived as having power seems to have been killed in the same manner as
Magic death word.
Yeah, magic death word, but either the way Absalom and the elder, which I forget what name I gave him. Lori, that's it, Lori.
Okay, so some have their throats ripped out, but the powerful ones don't.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like if they had the chance to fight back, they'd rather just use this death magic to be rid of them quickly.
You do find they're actually roll me perception again.
Oh, goody. 13.
12.
You do find one body that actually does kind of stand out. You find one guy who's dressed in leather armor who doesn't look like he belongs there. He's got like a heavy crossbow and a long sword, and he looks like he's from town. Or at least at the very least, he doesn't belong here.
Now, you said he's got a crossbow. Do his bolts match anything that we see in the bodies?
Yes.
Gosh, shit, what'd they do now? Now, so he's dressed in leather. Does he look like somebody from above ground, or does he look like somebody from the Thieves Guild?
Examining the body, roll me investigation.
Okay.
And this will be a fairly high difficulty, so I'm looking for a pretty high number here. Ayla, behave.
18.
You recognize the markings on the leather armor. He's not of the Thieves Guild. He's likely some kind of either an assassin or mercenary company.
Oh,
You're not sure, but you've seen the markings before, but you know he's not from the local Thieves Guild.
Okay, so he's not one of the people that we would have encountered.
No. In fact, what did you roll again? 18?
Yeah.
The markings look similar to what Lyric was wearing.
The vampire Lyric?
Yeah.
But this is not a vampire.
No. Very clearly human.
Okay, good, because there's two of
High
us.
skill.
There's two of us, and I would go,
No.
bye-bye.
See you later.
Well, Mike, it's been fun.
I already burnt one alive in a boat, and I'm not doing that again. Okay, but maybe maybe they, like, the same mercenary group they might have hired him from?
Yes.
Okay. So I explained that. Because you didn't know about Lyric. You knew about Lyric, but not...
I heard the tale of the vampire, but
Yeah.
I didn't know the details, and the markings are certainly
Yeah,
good to
so
know.
whatever group this is, this is a mercenary group that, had at least one vampire in their ranks. So this is a no joke, real deal, dangerous group of people. So it looks like it couldn't have been him. He couldn't have been the only one attacking, but he's the only one they killed. So I want to check the body for anything, maybe notes or orders or anything.
You do find a map
Okay, a map.
on his body leading to the same cave, and you see another marking off to the north, which you're not. It's just marked with a red X, where the cave is marked with a black X. You find 50 gold pieces on him as well. Potion of cure light wounds.
Okay,
10 crossbow bolts, and a set of leather armor.
cool. Do you need any armor?
I don't think you can wear it.
No, I already have 13 armor. I'm wearing leather armor now.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I was gonna say we can wear medium armor.
yeah,
But-
it's not better than what
Not
what
my
you guys
bare
have.
bone armor. Okay.
Yeah,
Or I was wearing. What was I wearing? Yeah, I was wearing hide.
judging by what you saw or what you would surmise, You're guessing they came in with overwhelming force, and this guy just got swarmed by the druids, and anybody else who got knocked down was just. They probably had a powerful mage with them.
Oh,
and
so this is like the first wave.
Yeah.
Came in, and then they saw how many powerful mages or how many powerful druids there were, and that's how long it took for them to cast the incantation of the death spell.
Yeah, that's what you're guessing happened.
Oh, okay. So I'm getting. So they sent this guy in, maybe, or other crossbow people in, to flush out the powerful mages so they could see who they were before casting a spell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
These are smart assassins.
So very military precision.
So based on that, I can surmise that Absalom was there. I'm only venturing a guess, but based on the I guess the class and type of person Absalom was, the good, that he's not here to slaughter druids. So I'm assuming that he went in to protect the elder and got hit with it at the last minute too, at the same time. Basically protecting the main elder of the group.
They saw he was a powerful mage,
a cleric, and
any sort of spellcaster, an evil threat as the elder druids, and decided to kill him too in the same manner.
while he was trying to protect the elder. Is that a... I don't think we have to roll for anything for that. You can surmise that based on looking at the surroundings.
Looking at the evidence you see before you, it seems to be a reasonable conclusion.
Well, we have a map that shows a red X, and we have a map that shows a black X, leading to the cave we were already going to. And the cave is closer.
Well, we know the cave was already our goal, and it looks like other people are interested in it too, so it seems at least a profitable course of action to follow.
And keep in the back, because we know the credible threat right now. We see this. We know for sure there's something driving these large monsters out from underground. So we should go check that out, but now we know that there's something else we should check out in the future.
Yeah. So we'll keep this map. So go after.
That's mother and daughter, I'm assuming, are healing, eating breakfast, and...
Yeah, they're
obviously the child's in no state to come with us. That would be poor choice.
Brew looks at the bodies that have been gathered. You guys have gathered for last rites. She looks at them, goes, "They can't even be raised."
Is that far? Wow! Like
this is magic I've never seen before.
Basically, the spirit, the essence is gone.
Whatever connected these to the material planes, it's gone. They're all
severed.
Gone.
So, I guess burn the bodies?
We should perform those last rites and give them the proper send-out.
So, after a few hours, you take the bodies, you form like a funeral pyre and burn them. You burn Absalom in accordance with what you understand his religion would have wanted, and leave his holy symbol in the funeral flames. So, after you guys perform the unfortunate task of dealing with the bodies, it's now mid-afternoon. Brew and Ash have decided they're going to stay behind and try and rebuild Ye Olde Stomping Grounds, but also to guard the Sacred Circle should the attackers come back. They realize they're few in number, but someone has to stay behind.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, we burned Absalom with his holy symbol. Is there any chance I could take that holy symbol while it's hot and just sort of give myself like a little tattoo reminder of my friend that's fallen?
You can take 1d4 hit points of damage, but yes.
I'll do that. Sort of like a reminder.
You were a good man.
For my dead homie. What did you say? How much damage?
1d4.
Okay, 2.
So it burns, it hurts, it will heal. But you now have a permanent reminder of the cleric who you once adventured with. All right. So, where are you gentlemen going to go?
Toward the cave.
All right, then. So you continue going through the forest, and as you continue through the forest starts getting thicker and darker. The canopy overhead starts to get noticeably thicker. The sounds of the forest start to get less and less frequent for you as things get noticeably quieter. The it has started to rain overhead, so some of the rain is starting to filter down. You can just hear the rain pelting off the leaves and whatnot. And as you continue trudging through the bush, give me a second here, and something's going to happen as I bring it up. Soon as I find it. Da, da. Okay. So, as you guys continue walking, roll me a perception.
Ready? Let's do this.
6.
9.
You hear something swoop overhead. Yes.
Could it be another harpy?
You hear this cruel laughter. Definitely a male's voice.
It does not sound like a harpy.
Does it sound like a vampire?
In the middle of the day?
I'm just questioning.
It doesn't sound like Lyric's voice, no.
Like I had like just a chill went up my back, and I just thought vampire for a split second.
You hear this laugh, and you feel something whip by your head. And as you're standing by a tree, you just see this huge tail spike just whip beside your head. And just for a flash of a second, you see this. Whoops. God damn it.
It keeps changing shape.
Oh god, is it a chimera?
Is it a manticore?
I can't tell the difference.
Well, if you want to roll nature, I'll tell you.
I can roll nature. It looks like
I
some
have a
weird
3.
beast.
3 to nature.
You have a 3 to nature? I have a +1 to nature.
All right, roll it.
Naturing it up.
18.
All right, Farron, what'd you get?
22.
It is most definitely a manticore. It
Okay.
is-
Not a chimera. Is there a big
I know my
difference, by the way?
beasts.
I think so.
I think
Offhand,
they're related.
I don't know.
They're similar beasts,
One's
but
a snake
Similar
thing,
beast,
yeah.
just one's really pissy.
Yeah, okay.
And you just hear it laugh as it whips its tail beside Dargo's head. It spreads its wings, it spreads out its claws, and goes, "Who dares trespass in my domain?"
I dare?
Roll initiative.
Me and my big mouth.
we could have talked this out.
Yeah, you could have. That's the thing. These things are lawful evil. They'll listen to you.
10.
All right, you and I tied. You and I have to roll off.
Okay.
11 for me.
All right, so I go first,
14.
then you, then you. Okay, so the Manticore is going to roll it's going to multi-attack.
Is it Manticore a magical beast? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand necessarily how everything works. Or is it just ghosts and stuff?
Just ghosts and stuff. Basically,
Okay.
if it has immunity to normal weapons.
So, like, something that could phase in and out of...
Yeah, or like you could hit a ghost. You could hit a golem that's immune to non-magical weapons.
Oh, okay, but this is just like a normal beast.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
gotcha.
it's going to roll. It has 3 attacks, a bite, a claw, and a tail spike.
I like none of those.
I kind of like 2 of them.
For you...
It misses its bite. It's going to go after Dargo. All 3 of its attacks.
Oh, fuck me. Okay.
Misses its second attack, which misses... it's missed a bite and a claw. Now it's going to try its tail spike again. Natural 1. It tries to flick out a spike, and it doesn't fire. And it just looks pissed off. So for 1 round, it has disadvantage.
Okay.
Well,
1 round. I'm next, I think.
well,
Yep.
yes.
All right. I'm going to go with... I think it's called Mel's Acid Arrow.
Okay.
So give me 1 second and look up the description. He's got the book. You got it.
Oh, wait.
Mel's Acid Arrow.
M, right?
Yeah. Like, I think it's Mals or Mels.
Looking at something else.
Because it's my level. And we haven't reset our spells yet, right? Because we haven't.
Nope, because you
slept.
didn't sleep.
All right, so
Melf.
Melfs, that's what it is.
MILF.
Milf's acid
That's
arrow.
what I would
No,
know.
thank you.
One action, 90 feet, instantaneous. A shimmering green arrow streaks toward a target within range and bursts in a spray of acid. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. On a hit, the target takes 4d4 acid damage immediately and 2d4 acid damage at the end of its next turn. On a miss, the arrow splashes the target with acid for half as much the initial damage and no damage at the end of next turn.
Oh, okay. So it says I have a spell attack bonus of +4.
Yep, so roll me 4D or D20 plus 4.
D20 +4.
Yep.
Come on, reload page.
Can't believe I rolled. This dice sucks tonight.
21.
You hit for sure. In fact, what was your... So you would have rolled, what, a 17?
17.
Oh, yep. It's a hit. It's not a critical hit, but it's a hit.
Okay. And then I get to roll 4d4.
Okay. It's a lot of fucking damage.
It is. It's. I picked
And
that.
it's more at the end of Manticore's next turn.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a fucking good spell, by the way. It's like rain, acid, fire, fucking die. Yeah. So we've got 4, 3, 2, and 2.
So grand total?
Not bad.
11.
All right.
It was like, yeah.
So this thing hits it right in the side of its face. It's like, ah! You will pay for that, gnome.
I just go, yee.
All right. Farron, it is now your go.
Okay.
You see this acid arrow splash it in its face, sort of its skin starts to boil and peel away. It doesn't look happy. It looks rather upset.
I am going to cast Entangle.
All right.
Entangle. Grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square, starting from a point within range. So this point is going to be the Manticore.
Yep.
For the duration, these plants turn the ground in the area into difficult terrain. A creature in the area when I cast the spell must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by the entangling plants until the spell ends. Lasts for 1 minute.
Okay.
A creature restrained by the plants can use its action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. On a success, it frees itself.
I failed. I rolled a 5. I needed a 17.
When the spell ends, the conjured plants wilt away.
All right. So
it's entangled now. That
So-
was my action now, so there's not much else I can
these
do.
vines and growths all spread up around the manticore, starts wrapping around its legs, its tail, its wings. It's struggling to get free. He's like, free me and I'll kill you quickly.
No.
It's go. It has disadvantage. It's going to try tail whip. So, 16. That's my first roll. 3. I miss. Big fucking surprise.
How many spell slots how many do we get for level 2? Or level
4.
2 spells? We get 4 of them?
I think so. Or
How many times do we I don't it wasn't clear.
basically you can cast for each spell slot, that's 1 per day. So you're burning through your spells quick. If I was you, you need to take a rest before you get to that cave.
I was gonna moonbeam that bitch, but then I went, no, it's not gonna happen. I haven't used any level 1 spells though. Except for I've used 1.
You could sacrifice a level 1 spell for a level 2.
I can do that?
As far as I understand, yes.
Alright.
Because I think AJ did it with you.
I have no
I think.
idea.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna shapeshift him into an orangutan.
All right.
Yeah.
That's your turn. All right. You turn into an orangutan.
So I'm like
Manticores go.
think like King Louis from Jungle Book, only really strong with iron arms.
As you know, I rolled. It's my go. I fucked
it's
up.
his- it's his go.
Yeah, it's your go now. Yeah, because I fucked up.
Okay, so my entangle spell is a concentration
Yep.
spell, so I can't
You have to
really
keep it
break
up.
it.
All right, so you continue to concentrate to keep the manticore entangled. Dargo?
Okay, I'm trying to think of it's manticore. What is it? Its appendages. What do they look like?
Looks like a lion's body with the face of a man and 2 giant wings and a wicked-looking tail.
I'm going to try to rip its tail off.
Okay. That's what you're looking at. I'm showing them the monster manual right now.
I'm going to try to rip its tail off
Okay.
with my monkey arms. Now, for stats go, I think we used...
You're going to try and pull its tail off?
Yes.
All right, so roll to hit
I
first.
really know it's probably not going to work, but I'm going to try this.
All right, roll me to hit.
All right.
I can't even guidance you.
Say it's an unarmed attack, so what I guess it'd be the best, whatever the best panther stat is.
Yeah. 'Cause we'll do it similar that way.
We'll make it easy.
Okay, so I rolled 19.
You hit. What's so we'll say you can do 2 unarmed attacks.
2 unarmed attacks.
So what does your claw do?
1d4 plus 2.
Yeah, so do 1d4 plus 2.
6. I'm gonna rip it on its tail.
You start pulling on its tail. The manticore just it's in pain, but is obviously confused.
You're entangled. I'm ripping as hard as I can.
All right, so it is now the manticore's go, I believe. Yep, top of the combat order. So it's going to try and tail spike you since you're pulling on it. Can't hit for shit tonight.
Hard to swipe with your tail when you're pulling on the damn thing.
Yeah, basically you pull.
Oh no, the big mighty manticore is coming to attack us.
So you you pulled his tail out of socket, so it's having trouble even aiming at you.
Dislocated its tail.
Basically, yeah. So its tail spike goes wild and fires into a tree. Concentration, I presume.
Yes, they're not moving.
All right, your go again.
Okay, so now I'm going to keep yanking on that tail.
All right, roll it.
All right, let's do this. Come on, come on, come on. 17.
It's a hit.
Okay. And then it was... So, 4 damage.
Ow! Stop that!
The time for talking is over.
Concentration, I'm going to presume. It's going to try and attack again. This time it's going to actually try and bite you.
We're going to rip that motherfucker in half.
Does a 15 hit you?
Just barely.
Okay. So bite is... Oh, fuck. I've been forgetting to add my plus to hit.
Keep forgetting.
Take 7 damage.
That's okay.
I'm just going to use their base instead of rolling it. Claw, it's going to hit again. $19 hits.
Yes.
Take 6 damage.
Okay.
And it's going to try slashing again. 18.
Hits.
5 damage. Or, sorry, 6 damage.
I'm dead.
You're unconscious?
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens is the manticore whips around and basically backhands you against a tree.
It's because I tattooed myself and took away 2 health.
So the manticore...
I'm like, I'm going to rip the tail off. Oh,
So you whack yourself against a tree in your baboon form, or orangutan, or whatever it is.
Orangutan.
Hit a
He gets
tree
health
and
points
pass
for being
out.
an orangutan.
Oh, do I?
I think so, yeah.
And then when your health points run out as an orangutan, you end up with your original health.
What's Panther's hit points? I want to say 26.
Oh, man.
Oh, if that's the case, that completely changes everything. It doesn't change my strength stats and other stuff, does it?
I think
Yeah, it does.
I think it does.
Yeah.
Oh, then
Because you take on the basically a new character sheet.
then this could have been dramatically different. But we'll roll with it, except for the health thing then.
Yeah.
And next time
I
I
gotta
do
pull
it,
up
I'll
my-
keep the stats.
Yeah.
Pull up my panther sheet here.
I didn't realize that.
Nor did I.
It helps. Basically, you got 2 health bars. So Panther has 13 HP.
Oh, so I would have already turned back.
Okay, so you.
So basically, after the first 2 hits, I changed back.
So he's back into normal health now.
And the third hit would have hit me when I was at normal health, which was 6.
Yeah.
So I have 13 health now.
Okay, so you are knocked. Basically, the
Yeah.
Manticore slashes you.
Knocked
It
the
knocks
monkey
you
out
in
of
the
you.
air.
Yeah,
Knocks the monkey out of you.
Knocked my monkey ass down.
Knocks you flat on your face, and you enlarge back into the shape of a man.
Although I'd probably shrink because I am a gnome.
So what are you gonna do? As this Manticore is
No.
starting to struggle free.
All right, I guess I can't turn back into it because that would be a waste.
I think that's once per combat. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it. All right, then I'm going to...
You have this big club that you never use.
I do. I'm casting Shillelagh.
All right, what does it do?
Shillelagh turns my quarterstaff into a magical weapon, and it adds something to it. I wrote it down originally. It adds a certain amount of damage to the hit.
Try to spell Shillelagh. There it is.
Yeah.
The wood of a club or quarterstaff you are holding is imbued with nature's power, or bone in this case.
Bone.
I guess. For the duration, you can use your spellcasting ability
Kinda
instead
wood.
of strength
Plus
for
4 to hit.
the attack and damage rolls of melee attacks using that weapon, and the weapon's damage die becomes a D8. The weapon also becomes magical if it isn't already. The spell ends if you cast it again, or you let go of the weapon.
All right. So you're hitting with a +4 now.
Hitting with a +4.
Yeah.
Magical
Okay.
weapon instead.
And I have an attack bonus of +2 on it anyway. So that makes it a +6 attack bonus.
As far as I understand it.
Okay. So let's roll this shit.
Actually, no. I think you get just
Oh.
the +4.
Okay, then...
Mostly about the damage roll.
Yeah, it's basically it increases to a D8 rather than a D6.
Yeah, so 18 to hit.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely hit him.
And you said it's a D8 that I'm rolling now?
Yeah.
8.
Max damage.
Yeah.
You crank
Smack.
this thing across the jaw. It spits out a couple of its teeth. And is like, when I get free, you die.
I'm trying to think of something really cool to say. Other than...
He goes,
other than
unless...
you just got boned in the face. Because I'm 12.
I know you are, but what am I?
It looks at you, goes, your friend can't hold out for much longer. Let me ask you, how much are your lives worth to you?
You can hold that a lot longer, can't you?
The spell does break after 1 minute.
Which is how many rounds?
He doesn't have a lot left.
How much? We need to know how much health this thing has. I gotta, let me see if I can roll something here.
You do not have a scrying spell that tells you hit points.
I don't have, what about Libra? It's Final Fantasy, man. Come on.
Yes.
I sense it's quite a few.
Not history. Okay, nature, not nature. Intimidation, maybe? Nah.
You can
Can't
try
wait.
and scare it if you wanted to.
Try to scare a manticore as a gnome.
Yeah.
Level 3.
I'll kick your fucking ass, I swear to God.
What level? What kind of level is that enemy usually?
You don't know.
Oh, you don't. Okay, so it's not something you're gonna tell us. Okay, fine. Shit. Is he? Does he look hurt?
Oh, yeah. Like, you've definitely dislocated his tail and he's bleeding from the mouth.
By hurt, as in like, do we look at him and go, "That's beatable"?
It depends. He's spitting out teeth and you dislocated his tail, but you took out his teeth and dislocated his tail. He mad. Plus, you beat him like a bitch.
I say we try to kill him
I think at this point it's him or us.
because like we can't really run fast. We don't turn into birds.
This thing whipped past us as we were
yeah,
going
and we don't
anyway.
turn into birds or anything that can just fucking fly away. And it can fly too.
The only thing that we could do is barter with him, and I'm not sure we have much to barter with.
No. And
I only have gold pieces, and I don't think that's of much value to a manticore.
no, not at this point. Yeah, we still have our potions we can heal ourselves with if we get hurt. Let's just kill him.
All right.
All right.
All right, we're gonna kill him.
All right.
My turn.
Yeah, your go.
All right. So I had the Frostbite.
All right. How much damage does it do?
It does 1d6, and it's 1d6.
And what do I have to roll?
You have to roll better than 12.
Okay. For fuck's sakes!
Said the Manticore.
I rolled a 4. Yeah, said the Manticore. For fuck's sakes!
And I roll 6, so 6 damage.
All right, you start to see the frost come over its face. It's definitely hurt. You definitely see frostbite coming across it.
As I spray frost in his face to make him stop talking.
He's getting mad. I'm presuming concentration still?
As long as I can.
All right, I'm actually going to have you roll concentration right now to see if you can... This will be your concentration check.
Roll.
I don't know what stat that goes up against.
Let's say with intelligence. I'm probably doing it wrong. You're yelling at me on the podcast, whatever.
We're making an agreement in-game here. We're both rolling and agreeing to it as it is, and that is a whopping 7.
The spell breaks.
I just give you a stare. Not the time for it to break.
Basically, you see the Manticore start ripping as the vines start to wither and disappear.
All right.
Manticore
I
looks
panicked lightly.
looks at you, says, growls, he says, I'll get back to you. Looks at, but the gnome dies. So, your go. Or actually, no, that was your roll. You just went my go. Natural 20. It is going to try and bite you because
lie.
it's pissed.
You lie.
Takes 7 damage.
Okay, I can do that.
It's going to roll to confirm that crit, see if that does double. Actually, it doesn't give me a crit range, so I'm just going to say it just does... Actually, no, I'm going to... No, I'll say 7 damage. It just rolled a natural 20. It was going to hit.
Okay.
So. I'm not going to be an asshole. I am going to, however, claw at you.
Okay.
Does a 14 hit?
No.
All right. So his claws rake across your armor. Natural 1.
Whoa, he stumbles? Or?
Yep. Basically, he claws at you. He falls on his face.
Okay. I think I have to
And he's
burn
at disadvantage
I think
for
I got
next
to burn
round.
through my spells, and we got to sleep after this, because come on, man.
Good night, asshole.
We're going to die if we don't do what we can now.
All right, I'm doing... what's it called? I think it's vine growth. Or... I wrote it down here.
You mean spike growth or whatever?
Spike growth, that's what it was.
All right.
All right, because it's on a... Yeah, and it's in front of him there. So that is...
Concentration.
Yeah, you want to read that out? Because I don't think we've used that spell yet.
Excuse me. Concentration up to 10 minutes. The ground in a 20-foot radius centered on a point within range twists and sprouts hard spikes and thorns. The area becomes difficult terrain for the duration. When a creature moves into or within the area, it takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels. The transformation of the ground is camouflaged to look natural. Any creature that can't see the area at the time the spell is cast must make a wisdom perception check against your spell save DC to recognize the terrain is hazardous before entering it.
All right.
I cast it in front of us, but not where we're on it.
Okay. So it takes a step forward, enters it, roll your damage. Actually, I'll see if he notices. He does.
Okay, so he takes 1d4 per... Yeah.
Yeah, so he takes 1d4. So hit him.
4.
Okay.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Heavy hitting today.
He growls at you, starts to back up, and goes, nice try. He keeps backing up and backing up. He's flicking his tail. He's like, there'll be another time. And he slips into the underbrush and disappears.
Oh, crap. But that's good, but bad.
We're alive, but threatened. Very threatened.
Also, I'm going to break my concentration so we don't accidentally walk into this. Because it's like in the path going towards the cave. I'm also wondering, Where are we going to sleep? We could backtrack. Or do we make it to the cave and sleep in the cave?
Sleeping just in the entrance of the cave.
Yeah. Or just above the cave. Like above the entrance on the high ground.
Well, what you guys are going to do next, we'll have to find out next hour. And that was hour 2 of the Cambridge Chronicles, A Tale of Two Druids. What's going to happen next, considering, well, one of them is almost dead. I guess we'll find out what happens next right here on Terrible Warriors. I've been your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, with
Alex the Bearfucker.
And Tristan, Mr. Christopher.
All right, guys, we'll catch you again on the debrief for hour 2, right here on TerribleWarriors.com.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our Terrible Warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
What's going on, my Terrible Warriors? It is I, your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net, and I'm not alone as we venture into the caves and the jungles and forests of Faerun as we join Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, A Tale of Two Druids, because that's basically what's going on today. I'm joined with
Alex.
Mr. Christopher.
And if you've been following our adventure thus far, they have left the safety of Yield stomping grounds and ventured into the forest towards the cave which was marked upon the dead mercenaries map. And they encountered a manticore which very nearly ended their young adventuring careers due to Alex deciding to cowboy up.
I didn't cowboy up, I answered his call.
That's true. That's very true.
And then when he offered to negotiate with us, I used Frostbite to seal his mouth shut and tried to pull his tail off.
He sounded weak.
I don't believe in this negotiation, bitch.
You want to negotiate for your lives? Shh.
How about you negotiate for yours? Oh, but it was a glorious fight. The Manticore left with but wounded pride, swearing revenge should it meet our adventurers again. So, as you trek through the forest, the Manticore is nowhere to be seen. The rain is starting to pick up considerably.
Can we name him Stumpy, just by the way?
You can name him Stumpy.
Because his tail's all messed up.
His tail is indeed all messed up.
Okay, Stumpy.
So the rain is starting to come through the forest canopy. It's starting to puddle in the forest ground below. And you're still a little ways away from the cave opening. Presume you're just going to keep on course?
I would say yes, because I am down to like 1, maybe 2 level 1 spells, and I am out of everything else.
Yeah, my spells aren't particularly good at helping us in a combat situation, so
maybe we should. I was suggesting perhaps we find the cave, go on top of the cave, put a tent up, and make camp, because I know I have that gear. So
okay, I agree.
So we can camp on the high ground. So if anything comes out the front, it's not necessarily going to look directly above us, and being on the high ground, it's just a little safer.
All right. So you guys decide to proceed with this plan. You proceed through the cold, wet forest. The next couple hours pass by, and once again, the forest is unusually quiet. But
come on.
You don't think you hear anything, although give me perception checks just to be sure.
Fucking forest.
17.
Yeah, you don't hear anything. Nothing seems to be jumping out at you as particularly unusual. It's just a quiet day in the forest, as far as you're concerned. Now, normally you'd hear birds and stuff like that, but you don't sense anything particularly out of the ordinary.
I rolled a 7.
Yep, you're like, it is raining, it is cold, and it sucks.
I'm like, I need to rest. It sucks. I would like to go now. It really sucks.
As I have a drink of Arnold Palmer iced tea.
Please sponsor
Why?
us.
Yeah, I'm saying, why can't these guys
Please
sponsor us?
Brought to you by...
Them or G Fuel? Oh my god, I'd be so sad. Anyway, moving on. So, as you proceed through the forest, you eventually reach the entrance of this cave, and it's in the side of this really, really, really big hill.
Okay.
You can see that it obviously leads down.
Okay.
It's like made out of like this red kind of rock, stuff like that. The cave mouth, it's fairly big. Like we're talking like easily 50, 60 feet across, probably 10 or 20 feet high.
So much for the damn small cave we wanted to look for.
The map brought us here.
All right, I'm climbing up to make a tent because I am sleeping.
All right, so you climb on top of the cave. There is like a little clearing of grass there.
You want to take shifts or you want to sleep together?
The innuendos are
shifts.
strong.
You know what I mean.
All night with us.
You know what I mean. It's for warmth. I whisper.
Broseph.
Tell no one.
No, but yeah, like
Take
because
shifts.
I would like to sleep.
The Manticore is out there. You sleep first.
Okay, so I go into the Odin sleep.
All right, so you go to sleep. He falls asleep. It's probably about 4 in the afternoon now.
Yeah.
So you decide to take first watch. I'm pointing at Farron. As you do, you see. Actually, roll me. Do you have hide?
As in, like...
A skill. I think it's a skill.
I know hide is a move you do in combat.
There's stealth.
I have a stealth
yeah.
stealth roll. Okay.
Yeah, give me a
Okay.
stealth roll.
10.
So you start hearing something coming out of the distance, and as you do, you see probably about 10 to 20 men dressed in the same leather armor you saw back at the stomping grounds, and they're carrying these huge rucksacks on their backs. They let's see if they spot you. They don't seem to see you, or if they do, they're not paying you any mind. You just see these guys just marching in formation.
And I'm way asleep, right?
Oh, you are dead to the world.
Good.
So you see these guys start to walk past you. They look past. You see them past the cave entrance. They stop for a second. One of the 20 men breaks off from the main group. He seems to be some kind of a sergeant, or at least somebody in a position of power. Takes a peek in the cave, looks in, walks in a few feet, walks back out, goes, "All right, men, keep moving." He's not up. So they eventually just keep moving, the soldiers, and after probably about 15, 20 minutes, they're out of sight into the forest.
He's not up. I should tell
Let me sleep. Let me sleep.
when he
I need
wakes,
that. I need that sweet, sweet, juicy HP back, please.
when he wakes up. I should tell him about this.
As you go to sleep.
Well, you don't regain all your hit points.
I need any sweet, sweet. I need my spells.
You've got potions.
Oh, but what about spells? How much do I get from sleeping?
You get everything back.
Okay, I need that sweet, sweet spell slots. Daddy needs to moonbeam some bitches.
So I let them pass by, and I keep an eye out, just continuing my watch and letting them sleep.
All right, so you do as such. The next couple of hours pass by remarkably slow. The rain starts to pick up. It's actually getting unpleasant to be sitting outside in all this. Eventually, enough time has passed where you two can can switch.
All right, so I wake up.
I explained to
Sup,
you what
dude?
I saw about the soldiers going by.
Okay. And you, what do you mean him?
You.
Him, he's not up.
Oh, him.
Him.
All I heard them say was, he's not up, keep moving. I don't know who they were referring to.
I go, okie dokie. And
Good night.
Good night. Now,
All right.
the rain's a little heavy, right?
Yeah, the rain's heavy. It's
All right.
definitely...
So I'm just going to sit in the tent leering out as my watch because I don't want to get wet.
So the wind starts to whip around. The tent's starting to shake and rattle a little bit. It's loud. Roll me perception.
Alrighty. $15.
You see a pair of eyes in the darkness in the forest.
Do I recognize these eyes?
They seem familiar.
God damn it. I was going to say humanoid, but that doesn't work. As in,
You can't quite place them, but they seem familiar.
like something that, when I say human, do you know what I mean by human? Like
Do they look not like cat's eyes or something?
like a person versus...
They look like a person, but they shine in the darkness. You can definitely see them. Whether they see you is an entirely different question.
Okay. How many hours have gone by?
You two have been staring at each other for the better part of 2 hours.
Just staring straight ahead?
Yep, you don't see this person blinking or moving.
Okay. I'm just going to let that happen.
I do.
I have learned my lesson, and I'm just going to let that happen.
Roll me perception again.
$17.
In a moment of momentary distraction, you look off to your side as you hear something snap behind you. As you whip around your head and look back to where the eyes were, they're gone.
All right. So
As you continue, you see you start hearing marching coming from the forest.
from the forest. Okay.
From the forest. You sit there and you see 20 men dressed in the same mercenary uniforms that you saw before,
Okay.
heading back up the path.
So they've gone through the forest, and now they're coming back.
Yes, they are not carrying the rucksacks.
They're not carrying the rucksacks. That's odd. I don't want to wake you, but I kind of have to wake you. Are we saying like half the time's gone by, maybe? Half of a normal sleep cycle?
Give or take, yeah.
Or I'm waking
Probably
up.
about 3 o'clock in the morning.
All right.
What does it mean for my spell?
You get half them back, maybe? Or how much HP do you get back from sleeping?
I think 1d6 or 1d4.
All right, so I'm going to roll my... how much I didn't roll how much I got back.
Also, don't forget, when you guys go back to town, buy healing potions.
That's true. Well, we have two. We have a greater healing and we have a lesser healing. So I gained...
Who had the scroll of cure light wounds?
I didn't keep
I
it.
think Dave did,
it
I
was-
think.
Yeah, Dave.
Okay, so I gain that. So that puts me at that. Back up a bit. And I get all my spell slots back. Right?
Yeah.
Because I slept the full night.
Yeah, as far as they're concerned, yeah.
And you slept half, so but does he get half his spell slots back?
I mean,
Well, he only used a couple.
I've
so he
only
should-
used
so
a
he
couple
should be full
spells.
then.
Yeah, you should be full. You know what? I'll say so.
And you didn't really lose that much HP, did you?
None.
None, yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Without a
Everything
scratch.
keeps missing me, or I
So
pin it
basically,
down.
you just had to take a power nap. Where I was
More or
like,
less.
dude, this sucks. I am sleeping.
So I'm good. I'm good.
All right, so I mentioned out to you. You told me about the soldiers walking up. I'm like, they're walking back, and they got nothing on them now. Our choices: do we go into the cave? Do we see what they were doing? Because it's backtracking through the cave where the manticore is, or through the forest where the manticore is. So we might have to encounter a manticore that's really pissed at me to find out what they're doing. We have 3 ways we can go. That way, we can go on the map to where the red X was, way up in the north, which is out of bounds kind of right now. Or we go into the cave.
We'll wait on the red X.
Yeah.
Do we need the cave, or should we follow them?
The weather's kind of shit. So it's going to be...
be morning in just a few hours. And they haven't seen you. Or at least, well, let's see if they've noticed you. Not that you think. Or if they have, they're not paying you any real attention.
Okay.
What could they have meant by he is not awake?
Do you want to check out the cave at least?
Let's find out who he is.
Because if he's really scary, we can run.
Let's take our chances in the cave.
There's no shame in running.
Yes, we don't have to fight it. We just have to find out what it is and get out.
All right. So they've passed by, you said, right? Because we watched them pass by, or they were passing by. We wait till they pass and make our way into the cave.
Okay, so you wait about 15, 20 minutes. The soldiers have marched on out of sight in the middle of the night towards the Red X.
Oh, they're going towards the Red X now.
Yeah. Yeah, the soldiers didn't stop this time to inspect the cave. So,
Okay.
after they're out of sight, you climb your way down as carefully as you can, slipping down the slick, grassy hillside, and you enter the cave.
If it's a red dragon, I'm going to be very pissed.
So you start looking around the cave. Like I said, it's huge.
And a lot of the critters have been scared out already. That
Yeah,
were in there,
you
right?
can hear things moving around down here, but you can't see them.
Okay. Now, we can see in the dark, so that's fine.
But only 60 feet.
That's fine. I would assume we're not clutching the walls because that's where the bugs would be.
Yeah.
We're not dead center. Are we taking a path that's less open? Maybe? Left to center, right to center, sort of thing? Not dead center. Not that makes any... You know what I'm saying, right? We're sneaking, but we're not sneaking.
We're trying to stay close to the outside, not pressed up against the outside.
Yeah. Because there might be slimy, gross things there.
And giant centipedes, if there's still any left.
Yeah. So on we go into the cave at what are we sneaking in? Are we going like half speed?
I'm going to go ahead and cast Pass Without Trace, just to give us a better chance of getting in and out
that
without
works
being detected.
That works on both of us?
Yes.
Wicked. Okay, so now I just sort of stroll in.
So for those who might not know or not remember from last episode, Pass Without Trace is a 1-hour concentration spell. A veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature I choose within 30 feet of me, including myself, has a plus 10 bonus to dexterity, stealth checks, and can't be tracked except by magical means. A creature that receives this bonus leaves behind no tracks and other traces.
So a
of
plus
its
10 to dexterity.
Yes.
So even though I've got a nothing on that makes my dexterity 20.
A plus 10 to dexterity checks. So boom.
Oh, plus 10 to the checks.
Yes. It's
Nice.
very, very good at
Very
sneaking.
good spell.
So, as you guys enter the cave, you start to head downwards, and you start to see this very similar to the bioluminescence fungi that you saw in the tomb of Forest. This is some same kind of fungus you've seen before. The walls glow faintly orange.
Faintly orange, so not the green stuff that was in the meat.
No.
No, this is different.
So you keep proceeding down. Roll me perception checks, actually.
Eight.
20.
You see, Dargo, you see a couple of stone statues. Seems what looks like a couple of different, various different men, actually, as you look down the cave. You see one dressed like a druid, two dressed like mercenaries. It looks like they were... It looks like they're some kind of a statue. Looks like they were in some kind of a struggle.
Let me see here. I am going to roll... What do I have here? What do I have that could possibly be used for this? Would insight work for this?
No, that's to discern if someone's lying to you.
History?
This would be more nature or dungeoneering.
Okay, so nature. I'll roll a nature then.
Okay.
15. Do I know what... Basically what I'm asking is, do I know what this is in front of me, or what this is the result of?
It looks like something with a petrifying gaze or breath. It's unlikely something so lifelike would just be left down here. But then again, dwarven ruins are not unheard of in this region.
Yeah. So we're thinking like not Medusa because it's a woman. You said it was a he, so it'll be like a Gorgon or something.
Some sort of...
Gorgons are
stone
male,
gaze.
right?
Yeah, Gorgons, they're like a big iron bull-like thing.
And they turn you to stone.
If they breathe on you, yeah.
I don't think we have much of a chance against this.
We still can't be detected, right? So you want to sneak in and see exactly what's going on?
Let's sneak in a little further and take a peek.
All right, roll me perceptions. Wiley, what are you doing, buddy?
13.
13?
20.
You see a big creature, looks like this, sleeping around a nest of eggs.
Oh, fuck me. I think I know what that is. I didn't even
It
see-
hasn't seen you. It's just lying there, just sleeping.
Is it like right out of Final Fantasy?
It's a basilisk.
Okay.
I know of these.
Yeah. So
It looked
you
like-
see this
picture,
bass.
Honestly, the picture in the book looks like a behemoth from Final Fantasy.
Yeah, so you see this blue scaled behemoth just quietly sleeping around a klutz of about 3 eggs. Dr. Wiley's crying for you.
Sound effects.
Yeah. Aww.
Basilisk. Meow.
So the basilisk is sleeping. Let's see if he wakes up.
Please, God.
As you actually, both of you make your stealth checks.
Stealth?
Yeah.
Stealth.
For you, it would be dexterity, I'm guessing, there, Dargo.
What is survival to?
To survive in the woods
15.
or deserts.
Remember,
15?
it's a plus 10.
Oh, it's plus 10? It's plus 10 to whatever that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
27.
Still sleeping.
So at that point, I'm almost cocky and whisper, "You want to go kill it?" Jokingly.
This time.
Well, if you want to roll nature, I'll give you something. If you roll high.
Roll high in nature.
I've got a plus 3 to nature. I'll give it a go. 10.
Not high enough.
21.
Well, as it turns out, basilisks can be domesticated. And basilisk eggs are highly prized among nobility and those who would seek to protect things, as basilisks can be trained to have their petrifying gaze avoid whoever their master chooses.
I wonder if that's what was in the bags they were taking away, because they didn't think it was up. At the same time, I think I finally get to talk to an animal. I've been waiting for this. Do, we have to, do I want to talk to him? I whisper to my cohort.
Do you feel confident in talking to a basilisk?
I have plus 4 in animal handling, and I also have. I'm also proficient in animal handling. Does that add something to it too? Proficiency bonus? Is that what I add to it? Mike?
What was that, sorry?
With if I'm proficient in animal handling on top of a plus 4, what does that mean? Do I get a proficiency bonus on that or something?
You should always get your proficiency bonus, so you're always getting a plus 2
Oh,
to whatever
so,
you do. Then
So I get plus 6.
I think so.
So I got a plus 6 to that, and I've also got the spell of speak with animals.
Okay, let me. I need to see what page is that on.
Speak with animals. I didn't have it on the page, but I don't believe I have to roll anything to do it.
Well, I just want to see what it does. I need to read what the spell does. So, give me a second.
277 is the page.
Okay. What level spell is it?
First level divination.
First level. Speak with animals.
Does it give me any bonus if it's at a higher level that I use it?
Not that I can see.
So it's pretty generic.
You gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration, 10 minutes. The knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by their intelligence, but at a minimum, beasts can give you information about nearby locations and monsters, including whatever they can perceive or have perceived within the past day. You might be able to persuade a beast to perform a small favor for you, at the DM's discretion.
So do you want to wake up
Yes.
Mama Basilisk?
Yes, I do.
Protecting her eggs?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Yes, I do.
How are you going to wake her up?
I cast the spell, so it's an instantaneous cast, so I'm just casting it, so I'm just now able to do
range
it.
self, and it lasts 10 minutes.
Okay. I am going to bring over some of my food from my kit. And what's a basilisk? Is it like a bird?
Nope, it's like a big lizard.
Yeah, it's lizards.
I'm going to bring over some meat.
Okay.
And I'm just going to go... It's a guy, right?
Mama.
They said he.
Well, he doesn't guard eggs. I probably misspoke.
Okay. Or basically, instead of he, you meant it.
Yeah, it.
Okay. Because I don't want to get hit by the second basilisk.
I'm getting a little frightened.
I'm going to go, here, girl. Here, girl.
I'm gonna quickly give you a little boost and say, hey,
Guidance.
here's some guidance.
Don't fuck this up.
I cast guidance. You got this, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you give Dargo moral support as you close your eyes, knowing you don't want to meet the petrifying gaze.
Okay, so I'm speaking with my eyes closed?
Yep.
Okay. I've got my eyes
That's
closed.
some guidance. Close your eyes.
I've got my eyes closed, hand out with food, and I'm just being very gentle. The way you would talk to a dog that's on the road scared.
Okay.
And I'm gently waking it up. And I'm speaking in its tongue, and I'm saying, don't be alarmed. I've come here to help. There are some bad men that have been taking your eggs.
The creature grunts in acknowledgement.
All right.
Kind of snarls a little bit. You can feel hostility.
You know what? I know what the bad men wear, what they look like. And I draw out that mercenary symbol on the ground. They wear clothes. I sort of showing what I'm wearing, what clothing are, and I show the symbol.
You hear kind of a grunt in acknowledgement.
And I'm saying, and I know they're stealing your babies, and they're going to keep coming back till they have all of your babies while you sleep. And they're doing horrible. I'm basically riling it up, telling all the horrible things they're doing to the eggs. Probably making shit up. I don't know. Just they're cracking.
How are you different?
How am I different? I love all the animals, and I give, with my eyes closed, give the basilisk a hug, and I just sort of gently stroke it, and I give it food in my hand.
The basilisk's demeanor changes. It softens a little bit.
I just want to help. I don't want your babies hurt. We want to help you get the bad men, the bad people, the bad creatures.
They only come in last few days. When the sun come. When it came from underneath.
When it came from underneath.
When it stirred. When it left the cave.
When it left the cave. And I'm trying to think, how do I get it to articulate what it looks like? I ask size, basically. How big?
Big. Very big.
Bigger than you?
Very much bigger than me. Did not want to hurt me, though.
Did not want to hurt you.
Only wanted its space to be left alone.
Space. Is this a very old thing or a very young thing? Has it always been here, sort of thing?
Always been here.
Never hurt you or your children?
Only asks me to guard door.
Ask you to guard door. And doors behind you?
Door deep down in cave.
Door deep down in cave. Okay.
Had to come close to sun to get warmth for eggs.
Okay. I describe... Again, I've given the description of what these people are, and I give a basic basic direction showing as best they can understand where they've come from, where they go, and when they march, like where they're going.
So you're drawing this on the ground.
Yeah, I'm drawing it on the ground in as simple terms as I can so that the basilisk will understand. And then I ask it, if you want to go get the bad men that took your babies, I can look after. I'm not mentioning he's even here. Just I'm saying I can look after the door and make sure everything's okay. I'll make sure I'll watch the door for you, so that you can get your babies back. Is that okay? I'll make sure your babies here are fine too.
Want to take babies away deeper in cave. You watch.
Yes.
The basilisk nods its head, gathers its eggs in like its nest, and begins to drag it further down into the cave.
Okay.
After about 10 or 15 minutes, you descend deeper into the cave. Your dark vision only allows you to see up to 60 feet.
Yeah.
You're not seeing you can see a lot of eyes looking at you. But you continue to go deeper and deeper into the cave, and you start to notice the light that was coming off the walls has now changed to that sickly green.
Okie dokie, I think we're on the right track.
In a manner of speaking.
And I also became friends with a basilisk, by the way.
That could be useful.
And I also told them where those mercenaries were.
Even more useful.
You see the basilisk take its eggs underneath a rock shelf, and it kind of wiggles its way underneath and goes to, basically goes back to sleep.
Okie dokie. But it still knows where the bad guys are.
Yeah.
It knows that I'm not a bad guy.
All right.
And I also was really tempted to take an egg, but I'm not.
Let's not do that.
Now maybe I'll earn an egg.
Here, take one of my children.
because imagine at the bed and breakfast, I'd have this big ass basilisk egg to give to everybody. We can have like a scrambled egg.
Jesus Christ. That'll be 2,000 GP for your fucking omelet.
Yeah, well, I could probably use it as bartering to get a special meal at the Elven. Who was it? The special.
You could barter
restaurant.
with Lord Kilsh at this point. He doesn't have a guard basilisk that you're aware of.
That is true, but neither. Oh, maybe I could get it to lay eggs all the time, like a chicken, and
Like a chicken.
have to build a relationship.
The basilisk that laid the golden egg.
Flash forward 2 years from now in our campaigns, and I've got a pet basilisk that lays eggs for me. But anyway, we didn't have to fight that guy, at least. So now we know this seems to be at least the origin, or we're getting close to the origin of the green crap.
Our luck seems to be turning for the better.
I think.
If you could look at it in a good light.
And I finally got to talk to an animal. I'm very happy.
Shall we keep going to find this?
I say sure.
All right, so you guys proceed deeper and deeper into the cave. The green glow starts to get more and more intense.
It makes it easier to see.
Eventually, it's enough light to actually see by, and you start to see. You're a dwarf, right? You're starting to see dwarf stonework. The further and further down you go, you're recognizing pillars, stone, art on the walls. It's like you've entered almost like the back end of a city of some kind. Eventually you reach the bottom. You see a lake that's glowing basically the radiation green. And you see like a giant stone door.
Are there any markings on the door?
There are in Dwarvish. Do you read Dwarf?
No.
Which is interesting.
As a dwarf, I don't. I'm very unlearned. In
I
my
can
own
read
tongue.
Gnomish, that's about it.
You can make out a couple words.
Because I guess they're a similar dialect, or they have like no. I'm just
You recognize a couple
grasping
words
it.
in Gnomish. You recognize the word repaying debt, old friend. And that's
Okay,
all
so-
you can read.
So it's like we're talking like an ancient derivation of the language.
Yeah.
Well, and is the door open?
No, it's The door is like 60 feet high, 40 feet across, and is sealed. The door is huge.
Sealed.
Yeah.
Like no.
And when you look up, you can easily see up a couple hundred feet. Because you've been walking down a long
and there's
time.
no openings around it anywhere, cracks in the walls, or...
Not that you can see. Roll me perception.
Okay.
21.
You start
20.
you start looking around, and you do feel rivets in the door.
Okay.
It feels like it's some kind of a pressure puzzle. Like you have to hit the switches in the right order.
Okay.
Looking around, you don't see any obvious solution. So if you want to roll me each wisdoms or intelligence, you can maybe try and figure it out.
I'll do a wisdom.
Me too.
All right.
11.
12.
You guys start pushing and poking. Eventually, you hear things moving. You hear like giant gears move. But sometimes sometimes Farron, you'll hit something. You'll hear something click. Dargo will hit something else will click, but then you can hear it, whatever it is, reset.
Okay.
So try it again.
All right, let's do this again. 15.
15.
Again, you keep poking and prodding. Eventually, you guys are noticing a pattern. When you both hit something within a few seconds of each other, you do hear a louder clunk. So roll it again. The difficulties are getting up there, but are you guys starting to see a pattern?
21.
15.
Dargo seems to realize when you both press it, something locks. So it's like those two-layer authentication keys. As random motorcycles appear in the cave, this is now Shadowrun.
Jeez. Like people are... Yeah.
And you notice it's like the two keys in the nuclear silo sort of thing.
Oh, okay, so two people need to open it.
Yep, so eventually you start pressing it, and after probably about a half hour of playing around with it, the doors start to... You hear that huge thunk, and the doors open.
I whisper over, well, there was some gnomish here, and you're a dwarf, aren't you?
Yes. I'm rusty.
There's some... I was going to say, and there's dwarven, and there's some gnomish... Maybe it required a gnome and a dwarf to use it. If we had been able to actually read what everything said. I say as I go,
a little freaky.
well, because I'm thinking I'm only 3 feet tall or 3.5 feet tall, and it's all at my level to press things. And this is a giant door. Mm-hmm. So it's not like this isn't something humans made or elves made, because they would have made the door buttons way higher.
Mm-hmm. So, as the door swings open, it opens up into this huge... It almost seems like a castle throne room. It's remarkably well kept. Like, you see chandeliers have candles lit. There's candelabras. There's several magical, like, fire... I guess they'd be like fire pits on either side of the door with this greenish blue flame. And it's incredibly well lit. It's almost like Lord Kilsh's style. Very over the top.
Okay.
As the door opens, the sound echoes all the way to the back.
Do I hear anything movement in there?
Nope, just the sound of your own footsteps and the door still echoing throughout the entire cave.
So the basilisk saying something left is something left and didn't come back. At least it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
And so you said it's like a throne room?
Yeah.
Is there a throne?
Yep.
How large is the throne?
Human-sized.
Human-sized.
But the room itself is gigantic.
Can we see the top?
Oh yeah, you can see the ceiling is remarkably high. In fact, when you keep looking up, you can actually see the sky. Like, it reaches hundreds of feet in the air. And you can just see a little peek at the top.
You can see the sky?
Yeah. And you're way underground.
So like it's open?
Yeah.
Are we like in a volcano?
That would be a good way to describe it.
Like
But not a
a
volcano.
non-magma,
Yeah.
like a hollowed out volcano.
Like a hollow mountain, yes.
Okay. I look around to see if there's any marking. I guess should I roll something? See if there's any markings of like any writings or markings of any, let's say, like a family banner or anything that would show.
Roll me perception.
You know what I mean? Like
Research.
something like that.
Yep, no problem.
So all right, I'll roll. What am I going to roll here? Perception or is it? Yeah, it's perception, I guess. And 16.
You see a lot of elaborate tapestries, actually.
Okay.
You see, like, they spread across the entire wall. They seem to tell a story of a family of 5, all golden colored. And it seems like over the years something would happen and each of the children would basically pass away or some great thing would befall them. And eventually it shows an event where this room was built between dwarves and gnomes. And you see the last golden person sealing themselves inside the throne room.
Sealed themselves inside?
Sealed themselves inside. And I can't even begin to describe what that was, so I'm just going to keep going.
Good Lord.
Fuck. I love married life, guys. That's all I'm saying.
That came out of a woman.
Jesus.
Sorry, people.
And you see on one of the tapestries, it shows the above world, shows the forest growing from saplings, getting larger and larger and larger, and then shrinking, and then growing, and then shrinking. And then you see one particular year, I'm doing this with air quotations, you see a lone man in a cloak, and the forest is just gone.
So basically, the forest grows, and then so it ebbs and flows with energy, and then it just disappeared.
With the appearance of the man in the brown cloak, then you see the golden man appear, and the forest is restored again.
Okay.
But you do see when the forest is restored, the man in the cloak grows taller, grows bigger. And then the story stops when the golden man enters the throne room again.
And the cloak guy is bigger too in the throne room, or
no? The cloaked man is standing on the surface in the forest, standing above the forest now.
So are we seeing like a cycle that's happening, or that's happened before?
It feels like a cycle that keeps growing stronger for this hooded figure.
Yeah.
And this hooded figure keeps showing up in so many other places in people's visions and prophecies that it just seems like it's everywhere.
So I'm plagued with wondering what giant thing left this. If the man in the cloak wasn't inside, what else was in here, and why is the golden man gone too? So Gold Man's gone, some big huge thing is gone, and there's a cloak guy we haven't seen yet. That's also huge. Unless that's just a representation of his power growing. Because things can be
Possibly.
metaphorical.
Yes, tapestries are often artistic on purpose. I'd like to investigate the fire to see what kind of magic might be involved in keeping them burning.
Very old magic, very, very powerful. It's probably a cantrip, but it's on a level that you've never seen before. Basically, ancient magic. Older than the Druidic Order itself.
Level 50. Something
Basically, yeah. Like, insane level.
Like level 20 prestige class. Like it's already gone through three cycles of prestige. Okay, and there's any... So it's just the tapestries around. Do we see any useful items that we could perhaps use that maybe are projecting a magical feel, or even like, I don't know.
Does anybody have the spell Detect Magic?
Detect Magic? No. Because I'm in need of a new cape.
You look around, you do see several fine cloaks.
Nice.
One of them is made of dire bear.
One of them is made of... Okay. Do I have to roll to get that, or can I just grab that thing?
You can just grab it.
I'm grabbing that thing.
All right, so you grab this thing. As your hand touches it and you put the cloak around yourself, the big heavy stone door slams shut.
Aw, man. It's like Aladdin.
The lights go out. Everything in the room extinguishes except for the sunlight coming down from the ceiling.
God.
A moment or two passes, you see something in the sky.
I'm sorry.
Stop getting us almost killed.
After a moment or two, you just see this gargantuan, there's no other word for it, gold dragon land in the middle.
At least it wasn't a red dragon, but even then... It's the gold dragon. Wait, the gold dragon.
And you just... Actually, everybody roll me...
I kind of want to do something, but it's probably going to kill me.
Hold on a second before you do anything. Because this is the first time either of you seen a dragon up close. You are fear affected. I think you have to roll a DC 25, a will save.
DC 25.
So yeah, you'd have to roll like
now,
20.
Is our sneaky thing still on? That
it was 10 minutes.
Mm.
It's fairly safe to assume 10 minutes would have passed between the basilisk and where we are.
DC 25. And how do
roll will? I think it's a will save.
I don't know what I'm looking at for stats here.
Just roll your will.
We have will
or wisdom. Sorry,
wisdom. Okay.
Yeah, let me double check that. I'm just checking now. Yeah, DC 24 wisdom.
I don't think it's possible to get.
Yeah, my wisdom is only a +2.
Well, roll a 20 and you'll fail it by 2. But still
19.
better than nothing. 19?
Jesus.
Well, that's an 11.
So you are utterly stricken with panic and fear as this gigantic golden dragon appears in the cave. Swoops down and just lands. And it's just... Who enters my domain?
Don't say I do. Don't say I do.
I'm ready to just go, I do, but I don't. So it's talking to me in English?
Yeah, in complete common.
Complete common. So I guess talking to animals isn't going to be necessary. Wait, is it? Wait, is it golden?
Do you come to plunder?
No, great dragon. I come as a friend of Torin of the Golden Dragonflight.
What?
Torin.
He kind of cocks his head and goes, "The dragonborn who serves the fool Kilsh. I am aware of such. Why have you trespassed so far into my domain? I have no interest in the surface world anymore."
We come to seek an answer to the question of what is causing the creatures of the forest to flee from the deep forest. What is causing the creatures of nightmares to come forth into the lands of the common people?
You hear the dragon loudly exhale. He goes... He kind of takes a step. The ground shudders. He looks at Dargo. Remove the cape.
I'm sorry, I was cold when I take it off. I didn't mean to steal from you. I thought this was abandoned and I was cold. And I like bears.
Are you lying or being truthful?
I'm being completely truthful. Okay. I like bear fur because it's really warm. And we've been outside in the rain. I'm not being deceitful.
He kind
of not the golden dragon. And I also I'm sorry. I'm metagaming here. I'm tempted to moonbeam his ass because if he's a human, it'll turn him back into a human. But if he's not a human, I'm dead in one hit.
Yeah,
if you think of
challenge rating 24, just FYI.
Yeah, so I won't moonbeam him. So yeah, we'll go back with that. I'm not going to moonbeam him. I'm apologizing, and I legitimately was cold, and I saw a thing to replace my wrecked fur.
Yeah, as you say that, you see him. He shrinks down from this gigantic, like 60-foot tall dragon into this 6-foot tall man wrapped in golden cloth and cloak.
I could have moonbeamed him, but it wouldn't hit him.
He's like,
It's
I'll
likely
assume
more
a
like
form
the
that's
other way
less
around.
frightening to you.
This is his transformation.
He assumes his human form and goes, so what knowledge do you seek, precisely?
We seek.
Which bear is best? That's a legit question for me. Sorry. I had to put that
The
in
gold
there.
dragon looks cockeyed at you.
We seek the source of the change in the forests. We seek to know why these creatures are moving. What has caused everything to shift in the balance?
There's a sickness upon this land. A sickness I myself have battled for 1,000 years. And will probably likely continue to battle for 1,000 more. And frankly, I'm tired.
Where does the sickness come from?
A dark, forgotten god known as Forth. Thought destroyed over 1,000 years ago. I myself banished her and her followers to, well, a plane of existence for which she should not have been able to return from. She was a god of health and wellness. Something corrupted her and turned into a god of sickness and madness. But even a dragon cannot defeat a god forever.
So we seek to cleanse this world of the corruption of a literal god.
The best...
What's this god's name?
Forth. Yeah, you gotta drag out the TH.
It's not quite pronounceable by the human tongues.
Yeah.
I've heard this name before.
She goes, I can offer magics to restore the forest and restore the land, but it's only a temporary solution.
And I'm imagining, I ask, in the tapestries, the rest was your family that had been fighting as well?
For thousands of years, the cycle repeats itself. I've seen cities and civilizations rise and fall. Forest has even been able to cross plains. This is not the first world she has destroyed, nor will it be the last. My magics have only delayed her.
What can we hope to do in the face of such a power?
Seek powerful allies.
Like yourself?
She was bound. I don't... He throws his head back and goes, I don't know what this old worm...
As DM laughs because he doesn't know what to do for a second. It's like, oh shit, yeah, I guess I could help you.
The dragon goes, this old worm has tried. And I don't know whether I have the magics in me anymore.
Have you allies of your own that could be lent to this cause?
Perhaps. You do have the advantage of time. The god is still in a relatively weak form right now. As I said, this god rises and falls, but always finds a way back. So, your victory today may secure victory for 1,000 years. May only secure it for a month. I don't know. I'm nearing the end of my life. Even I don't live forever. So, I guess... Dragon starts thinking, sits down on its throne, and says, well, I can help you. If you promise, when everything is said and done, you'll help me get back what I lost. I simply wish to return home, to see the family that I lost again. They're in a plane that I can't access.
Because they're not dead, or were they literally transported?
Transported to a place I can't go. I've been specifically banished from.
Where is that?
How would I describe it in your tongue without your mind literally being destroyed? But it's a place known as Sigil, the City of Doors.
Okay.
Not even the gods can go there. I believe my family is there. They've never come back to me. I never figured out how to open a door to sigil. I can go anywhere but.
Okay.
You help me get the sigil, I'll help you here.
Okay. In my head, I'm debating that there's a lot of things we could be doing right now, or what we need to do. I kind of want to get something cool from this dragon that I almost moonbeamed and killed myself with. But at the same time, it's like we got the red X thing. This is like a large. This is like I'm like huddle up. So I'm huddled up with my fellow druid, and I'm like, okay, dude. We've got the red X to look at on the map, which obviously leads to where the mercenaries are from, which might take care of itself because we told the basilisk where they are.
Kind of sick the basilisk on them whenever she feels inclined to do so.
Yeah,
but also that's only one basilisk, and they have magics that can kill powerful druids in one shot.
At the same time, we've now protected some of the eggs, which could hatch easily, and we could have some cool little basilisk buddies that might help out. We still got another thread to look at what's going on with our fallen comrade investigating the drug, which I don't believe is tied into this green stuff because this is a separate entity. This is a separate thing altogether. This is some sort of crazy magic, right? Versus
you're not sure
drug. Oh, okay, it could be. Crap.
I feel like the drug is a thread we need to follow at a later time.
Yes, this is immediate world-ending danger stuff. Right?
It's difficult to turn down the favor of a dragon, even if it's perilous.
Exactly. Maybe I can get a dragon bone out of this.
Say the item which will help me is tied to a prophecy related to my own life. There is a tapestry, as you've no doubt seen from around my throne room, that tells of my life and my family.
Okay.
There's a final tapestry.
Does it show a druid moonbeaming it?
What does this final tapestry contain?
The end of my life.
Oh.
Presumably it gives me the path to which I will find to get to sigil. Or what happens to me, whether I rejoin my family or not.
So was this tapestry already made, or did you hear that it was was it?
It's already made. It was taken from here.
And you've never seen it.
He shakes his head, goes, occasionally we enter periods of great rest and we sleep for many, many, many years. Someone or something took it. But I do offer you a more immediate form of help.
Okay.
I am a very powerful spellcaster. For being honest with me. And I've been able to read your surface thoughts, and for not, as you say in your tongue, moonbeaming the shit out of me.
Yeah.
I grant you one wish. Just one.
A wish. One is in each, or one is in total?
One as in total.
Goodness.
And what that wish is, we'll find out next week. As we begin the conclusion of A Tale of Two Druids here on the Cambridge Chronicles for Terrible Warriors. I've been your Dungeon Master, and likely frustrating Dungeon Master at this point, Mike the Birdman Dodd. I've been joined with...
Alex.
Mr. Christopher.
We're not moonbeaming the shit out of stuff, but we'll find out what happens next on the debrief for Hour 3. We'll be back, guys, right here on TerribleWarriors.com and Patreon.com.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Faulkner. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
And we are back with the conclusion of Cambridge Chronicles, A Tale of Two Druids. Like I said, I'm your dungeon master, but I'm not alone as I trek through the Gold Dragon's throne room, who he hasn't really introduced himself yet. But I'm joined with
Mr. Christopher.
Alex.
who's going to moonbeam the shit out of him.
Pretty much. I try.
And when we last left our adventurous druidic pair, the Gold Dragon had promised them, because they were honest and their intentions true, he would grant them one wish that will help them. Where do they take this wish? For the wish is a powerful, powerful spell.
Do I do my wish?
Now, hold on a second. I want to look this up. I want to see what the wish spell can do precisely.
Because I have a really cool wish.
It's a rather useful wish, and it benefits us more than anyone else in the campaign.
But it clears up something. Well, it benefits us and
anyone we're with, really. Like it's
Yeah.
not totally selfish. It's something that we can.
and it's not for
then
bigger
wield.
dongs because there's pumps for that stuff.
Much more mundane things. Transform yourself into wood.
Okay, I'm almost
Horse
done there,
form.
guys. I'm looking it up.
Because if it
Wild
does,
shape of a horse.
if it does what I hope it does, great. If it doesn't, we could wish for like an airship or something. I don't know if they have that.
I haven't decided whether airships exist in this world yet, actually. I was thinking about that today, actually. I think it'd be kind of neat, actually. But why wish for something when you can simply steal it?
We're also druids, so as we progress through our
Yeah,
mighty
we can
adventure,
turn
we can
into-
just become birds.
Yeah.
So it feels like a short-sighted idea.
Alright. I'm just reading it now. You can create one object up to 25,000 GP in value that isn't a magic item.
Okay.
The object can be no bigger than 300 feet in dimension. You can allow up to 20 creatures that you can see to regain all hit points and end all effects on them. You can grant up to 10 creatures resistance to a damage type you choose. Grant up to 10 creatures you see immunity to a single spell or magical effect for 8 hours. Undo a single recent event by forcing a reroll of any roll made within the last round, including your last turn.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Reality reshapes, blah, 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 blah. Or you may be able to achieve something beyond the scope of the above examples. State your wish to the DM as precisely as possible.
Okay, I have that then. Is my wish okay?
See if it's within the power of this dragon.
The dragon says, before you make your wish, mortal,
Yeah.
I want you to think of all those around you. Who and what you serve.
But
that is all I will tell you.
I mean, we could revive all the druids, or we could do what I want to do, which kills a lot of things.
Those druids were beyond raising. Is it within your power to return those?
Yeah, you said the souls were all gone.
It is within my power, yes.
I still want to do the killing things.
I know. No, the basilisks
And if he's
would be a useful tool.
if he's leading us towards this, then he's probably not going to let us do it.
However, I will not stand in the way of what you wish.
Let's do this. You want to do this? I mean, they were weak druids anyway. If they died that easily,
They're our friends.
my friends live in the city.
I'm a city druid now.
City druid.
Fuck your
I'm a
couch.
city druid. I'm a city swamp druid. That's why I was okay in
You hang out by the scummy water.
I do. Please let me do this.
Revive our friends or have powerful allies that can avenge our friends. That is the choice laid before us. I leave this in your hands.
We also did burn all the bodies, so there's nothing left. I remember that now.
He is a dragon, so...
He's a dragon.
He says, there is little beyond my power, but I will do what I can.
I still want to do this. I'm sorry, Mike. I want to do this so bad.
It's your choice.
Okay.
It's your game.
Okay. I would like to I wish to have all of the basilisk eggs that were stolen from the mama basilisk that I made friends with hatch and grow to full-size basilisks that know that we help them. Basically, like imbued with the friendship that we have with the current basilisks, so they'll come and aid us, and they also know then, obviously, knowing everything that the mother knows.
That is your wish. Done.
Okay.
You are not the mortals I thought you were. You appear back in Cambridge.
Good?
Now, give me a moment while I write this down.
Because
I worry this golden dragon is very displeased with us, but hopefully...
Yeah, but not the
repaying
mortals
the
I thought
favor.
you were could be good. Because the mortals they thought I were was a thief.
I feel pretty judged. I haven't really done much in the way of moonbeaming the shit out of anyone.
But at the same time, like, it's about nature and power of the forest, and we sort of revived part of the forest, and I don't know.
We've righted wrongs for beings that we don't know.
But I'm an animal lover.
My point is that we've righted wrongs for creatures of nature that we don't know well, but we know they're part of nature. So
True.
We're being selfless for them.
Yeah,
It would be the more selfish thing to do to
right.
wish our friends back that have completed their time here.
And they weren't powerful enough to... Well, half of them died from crossbow bolts. And we...
Justification won't help us anymore.
I'm not...
We need to move forward.
I just have this vision in my head of going over the ridge, going to where the red X is, and just watching basilisks like stone and eat all these mercenary people. Like, thinking Final Fantasy VIII when the two gardens are attacking each other and you see in the background all this crazy shit happening as you run across. That's what I'm thinking. Only it's basilisk and mercenary.
Our basilisks.
Our friends.
So, it's the middle of the day. The sun is shining. You're back in Cambridge.
What do we do?
What do you do?
Look around and see what's happening in the town.
Yeah.
City of the Festival of the Sun is still going on. Beer is still flowing in the streets. Street vendors are still having a good time. The pirate militia seems to be getting along with the city guard. Things seem in good spirits, all things considered. You've only been gone a day and change.
That's true. And I mean, a lot of the monsters that were in the cave have been scattered out, right? So is more food coming in still that looks tainted and weird?
You don't know. You're literally in the middle of the city.
That's true. You want to go back to my place and see?
Let's go back there.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go check with Marty.
Okay, so you start making your way across Cambridge. Eventually, you're making it back to the Bears Den. Marty goes, "Well, welcome back, lads. Did you have a good hunting trip?"
We found some answers.
Yeah. I sit in silence thinking about what to say.
It was an adventure, to be sure.
Please don't eat the meat.
We know there is a dark force behind many of the things that we've seen changing.
Dark force, what do you mean? Marty looks concerned and puzzled.
Just say
Do you know?
green mossy meat, not so good.
Do you know of the name Forth?
Not familiar to me. Who's that?
It's the name of an old god, a dark god, and one that we need to be wary of.
He goes, I don't mess much with religion myself. I mean, there's the orc god Grummish, and between you, me, and the wall, I occasionally, got to keep the old faith, so to speak, but I'm not evil, just saying, but don't mess around with dark gods.
Just, if you hear the name, be sure to steer clear of it.
I will, young sir.
Okay, so I think it's time that we go speak. Can we? We're actually on okay terms with the Thieves Guild, right? I'm thinking back to the last campaign.
They're just quiet.
Yeah, we didn't have words with them. We didn't have trouble with them directly.
But also, don't forget, Fiona said you show her your face around, and Corn expected Fiona dead.
Oh, that's true.
But she's out at sea right now, so what she doesn't know doesn't hurt her.
That's true, because I might want to have a talk about this mercenary group.
It's up to you if you want to go down there.
Or do we go back on the map to see where the X is and see what happened?
We should probably travel to see. What'll take us less time to do? We need to be.
It's still about a day. It's about a
day to go back.
About a day to go back. Yeah.
Do what we can while we're here in Cambridge.
That's true. So do you want? Try to think what we can do here.
The entire city's open to you. Businesses are open. Lord Kilsh is open. Whatever you need to do.
Is there like a local mages guild?
Yeah. You could talk to the court sorcerer. I think I just called her Kim.
Yeah, let's go talk to Kim. We've got some questions about weird black magic that we might have seen.
Okay, so you make your way towards Lord Kilsh's manor. Lord Kilsh greets you very, very briefly as he's having afternoon tea with his daughters. Mira strangely absent, because normally it's a family affair. You go down into Kim's alchemical lab. You see her once again sitting. Well, you've never seen her do this. You have. You see her kind of sitting in the middle of the room, floating, just kind of reading the book.
Cool.
It's just kind of something she does.
Cool.
She goes, Dargo, Farron, what can I do for you two?
You ever seen a black magic death spell that leaves people horrified and rips their essence from their body?
Sounds awfully specific. Care to give me an example?
We explained to her what occurred in the ye olde dumping ground.
She goes, Power Word Kill could do something like that. It could be a custom spell. It could be any number of things.
I also suggest that we don't mention the gold dragon with mystical powers up there necessarily.
We'll omit that part.
We're
more
that
focused on the dark magics that we saw and what kind of source could be there.
She goes, It's no magic I can think of. Like I said, Power Word Kill, maybe. You'd have to be a pretty powerful sorcerer to pull that off, or a wizard, but maybe an assassin? I don't know. Definitely some kind of magic user.
Righto. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to look up that thing. Just to make sure I'm using the spell right.
So there's a lot of people dead all at once, it seems.
I'm wondering how that many people were targeted randomly. Or not randomly, like not in the same exact spot.
It's kind of a large area of effect spell.
But it didn't seem to hit some of the weaker people unless they were already dead. So I've got things that I'm wondering that I don't want to say so that the Dungeon Master can't fuck with us with it.
I am completely impartial.
Okay.
Whatever you do here.
Like I'm wondering, Well, okay. Actually, my first thought was that it just targeted a specific class, so like something in our DNA or something that showed that we were druids. But then it didn't just do it to the
Killed
druids.
Absalom too.
Exactly. So it's not. It wasn't that base. So is it like a?
Is it anti-magic sort of?
I'm
thing?
thinking. Yeah, is it that? Is it something like?
It didn't kill Ash.
Is it something like a Death Note thing where they have to know who you are, and it just like I wrote down on this page, these are all the people I'm going to kill, and once I see their faces, I can kill them, sort of thing. But even then, that's speculating too deep into this.
I feel it. To me, it feels like it targeted powerful magic, because the lesser druids were killed by more mundane means, perhaps out of necessity.
Yeah.
And Ash wasn't touched at all. And because she was young, her powers would not have developed enough to be strong enough to be targeted by such a spell, if it works that way.
Okay. So in that sense, I think we're done here with this person. There wasn't much we could learn more, I don't think.
All right, so Kim says, all right, well, if there's anything else I can do for you guys, just let me or Lord Kilsh know, and we'll do what we can.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so you guys leave Kim's lab, kind of uncertain what you have learned.
Where else to go in Cambridge?
All I can think of is Thieves Guild, because they might be the only people that know these mercenaries and where they may have been, what they may have been doing and why. Because, well, actually, no, it makes sense. Well, no, it doesn't. I'm confused. Mercenaries killing all the druids that were around the place where they get their plant that's probably used for the drug wouldn't be good for the mercenaries when that word gets out in the first place. So I'm just.
But you're some of the few druids that come into the city, so a bunch of missing druids isn't necessarily
true. But I'm also thinking out loud, going, is it possible? Like, weird, crazy black magic sounds like something that evil god would be doing. Is it possible that maybe the druids were hitting a crossfire? Like everybody was trying to attack this god. But even then, only one dead to them. No, it doesn't make sense.
There were so many sudden and clean assassinations. And,
yeah,
they looked like
planned.
they were greeted by a friend when they were killed.
All right, Thieves Guild it is.
Okay, so you're gonna
Yeah,
go down the usual path.
yeah.
So eventually you go down through the sewers, down through poo water.
I wear.
You dress for the occasion, I presume.
I wear waders and galoshes and like.
You learned your lesson. There are no carrion crawlers.
Yeah.
You come up to the two guards you recognized from last time at the front door. They're
Yeah.
like, what do you want, you cunt?
I go up and give him a kiss. No. On the forehead.
I do.
Let me in, buddy. No. I just say, got business with your boss. And
Corn expecting you.
always expecting me.
$50.
Give him $50.
Mark it on your sheet.
That's okay. He gave us a bunch of money anyway.
Yeah, I got it. I'm good. I'm comfortable right now.
You're comfortable, so you're going to get him $50 too?
Yeah.
All right, you do as such. He lets you in there. They're like, oh, please, masters, let me wipe your feet after you. And he lets you in the front door.
Cool.
So you walk down the long hallway again, go down the big staircase. There's the big fountain again. There's no pirate fight club.
No.
No Tim the Pirate or Dan the Pirate, I think it was.
Yeah.
You see a lot less pirates down here, actually, than you typically do.
Pirates is all gone?
A lot of them seem to be missing, yeah. You just see Corin's normal crew, basically normal Thieves Guild type shit.
Actually, before I go see... Can I talk to the necromancer?
What was the name I gave him again?
I can't even remember, but he's one of my regular customers.
I'll call him Dan the Necromancer.
All right, Dan. I'm also gonna ask Dan the Necromancer if he can take their money back and give it to me when they're sleeping.
Dan goes, Dargo, I don't know,
I tell him he's got a week worth of food for free.
He's like, I got to work here, right?
You take half of it. You keep half.
Persuade him.
All right.
Let's see if you can do it. He's going to roll to resist.
I know. You can't blame me for trying, sort of thing.
I'm rolling an 8. I'm guessing you beat me.
Yeah, I have 16.
Yeah. You convinced Dan. He's like, all right, I'll bring you the money later.
Yeah.
You're such a douchebag. What's your alignment?
Neutral good. I got half the money back. We'll donate them. He gets food. He gets money out of it.
Okay.
We're being swindled anyway.
So you are dealing with scumbags.
Well, here's the thing. I know that if I talk to them enough, they'll let me in anyway, because eventually somebody will come down and say, why aren't you letting him in? So this was just to shut him up, because I know I'm going to get the money back later.
All right. So
it's for expediency's sake.
Dan says he'll deal with you later. You start walking around the Thieves Guild. You start... like I say, you just notice typical thieves down here, wearing the typical kind of thieves outfit sort of thing, the loose-fitting clothing, stuff like that, kind of like the brown cloak. Not the brown cloak of the visions you see, but just an ordinary hooded brown cloak. Most of the Thieves Guild, they're recognizable by a red band on their hoods. Okay. So that's how you recognize them above the forehead.
Sure.
And that's only known to thieves, really. So that's how they recognize each other in the streets.
But we obviously know them now.
Yeah, you know who they are now.
Yeah.
The outfit does change about every 6 months to keep the city guard off balance or to keep Lord Kilsh off guard. So, what are you going to do down here?
We're not going to... sneaking around's a bad idea.
I don't recommend it. They know their way around sneaking.
That and you're already here. You kind of paid guards to say, hey, there's a couple of cunts here.
Let's go talk to the thief queen or whatever you want to call her.
Corn.
All
right, so...
Queen Corn, yeah.
So you walk up to Corn's office.
Cream Corn, how's it going? No.
She,
Don't do that.
You see her put on a robe. She's just... she was very obviously naked just a moment ago.
Cool.
She ties her robe up so you can't see her her breasts anymore. And she goes, well...
I have dark vision.
Yes, you do. She kind of ties it up. She looks at the lover she just left in the bed and goes, You can fuck off now. You recognize him as a rather upstanding member of the city council.
Nice.
And he's like, and she kind of shoots him a withering look and like, I'll expect your donation to the charity later this week. So he kind of sheepishly walks out. She ties up her robe, sits down at her desk, and goes, Dargo and whatever this is.
Sorry,
the dwarf.
Sorry to intrude. Didn't mean that.
What can I do for you?
Just wondering. I basically explained that I recognized a mercenary outfit, or basically a design that I saw out in the field, and there's some strange happenings. I was just wondering if you knew who they were, because I recognized a similar outfit to what Lyric had.
Yeah, speaking of Lyric, I haven't seen him since he left with you. He was supposed to report back to me about a week ago.
That's odd. We dropped him. We dropped him off, and then came back because. Yeah. Anyway, we dropped him off, and we have no idea.
Roll me a will save.
Okay.
I'll just quickly touch him and give a resistance buff.
All right. What are you giving them a resistance buff with?
It's any sort of saving throw.
Okay.
It's plus 1d4.
Okay. So roll. See how much you give them.
4.
All right.
Yay! It's plus 4 to whatever I roll.
Yep.
19.
Well, she's pretty sure you're telling the truth. She casts Detect Lie and you beat it. Just barely.
Oh, because
She's suspicious
by the
of
way,
you.
I didn't add in my deception, so that was 21.
Yeah. Well, she knows something happened, but she
Okay.
can't prove it. She's like,
She can tell things were a little rocky, but not necessarily the things that didn't work.
yeah, she's like, okay. Well, way of the world, I just suppose. You can never count on carrier ravens or spells these days. It doesn't matter. Mercenary company, you say? Lyric's outfit. Well, Lyric's outfit is a pretty big mercenary company. I know he was just one of their many field commanders. They're operating in my city. They're operating against me, I can tell you that much. The cleric you decided to bring down here last week, his church has them hired right now.
The church has them hired.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it right now. I'd rather not blood spill on my streets, though. It's bad for business, bad for the children, dare I say.
Understood.
Cutting into my profits.
Okay.
Yeah, bunch of these mercenary, assholes.
Do
Decided
they have a name? The group?
The Sons of Far.
The Sons of Far.
And all I know is they're raiding my medicinal supplies so I can start making, the children.
I see.
They found my, the field where I grow my fucks, you might say. And my field is growing barren as with my patience. Now, I'd like to know, Dargo, how you came across these mercenaries, the Sons of Far, raiding my fields.
Okay, I think at this point, just to be honest, we may as well explain. We explained that we had gone up to go to one of our normal... Basically explaining that we realized that your field was close to where we go to train and meet with other druids, saw that there was a massacre, saw one of those guys, and that we just happened to try to see where they had gone and found that there was a whole troop of them walking back and forth.
Interesting, she says.
And it just struck my mind that I recognized the symbol.
How many of them did you happen to see?
A company. So, like,
So
not
20 or so
not quite a
guys.
full
At least
battalion.
20.
Not like a full battalion, but at least like a troop.
I'd love to know where they're hiding in my city, the fact that they're so brazen as to wear their uniforms. But they work for coin.
Yeah.
I'd like to know who's hiring them. Like I said, the church
I can say
is
we
who
don't-
I suspect.
I can say we don't know where they are in the city, but we think we know where they're going.
Where do you think they're going? They're not coming here.
Show them the map.
Show them the map.
Show them the map. The big red X.
Yes, that is my field. That's where they're coming from.
Okay, that's what. Oh, that's what the field is.
That's
The
where
in the north.
that's where we grow the flower.
Okay.
It's hidden, it's isolated, and for some reason, no monsters or orcs ever want to seem to go up there. Don't know why. Not my reason to ask why.
Okay.
Better not be another dragon.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of growing right on the dragon's doorstep.
So it's sort of like, yeah. Well, I guess it's north, so we don't know how far north it is. It could even be near where the opening of the top of the hill is. So so we don't know why. Well, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Odd.
Strange.
But yeah, we saw them coming back and forth, going through the path towards the city and back and forth.
Did you notice anything else? Were they carrying anything else?
Bags.
So that's probably the flowers.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
Flowers, sure.
Well, we have to refine them here.
Yes.
I'd like to know where they're taking all the flowers now to refine them. There's only a few places in the city where you could hide something like that.
Very true. And they would be...
Places like what?
She goes, well, you need a certain alchemical laboratory or alchemical laboratories to do it.
And it's not
Any of
yours,
the local-
obviously.
It's not our... Well, I'm one of them.
Exactly.
But The clergies would have access to similar laboratories. They'd have to smuggle in some of the equipment from Waterdeep.
And there's also one in the castle.
Really? Kilsh? Yeah, he could be fucking me. That's true. I hadn't thought about that. Don't see why he'd have a reason to fuck me, though. I mean, he gets his payment. He gets his land, his title, and I keep the knife out, and I keep the knives out of his back.
Okay. There's, before you jump to conclusions, not everything that a sovereign, not everything that happens under a sovereign's nose does the sovereign know about. Necessarily.
She goes, yeah, that's true. He is an old idiot. He is definitely an old fool. I've been able to pull off many things without him knowing.
Basically,
so.
I'm not trying to I'm not trying to sick her on him because he may not even know. But
He goes, like I said, he is an old fool. He barely can. The old man can barely count. They don't even know how sick he really is, so.
Okie dokie. I was going to say, I don't really want to split up. So we might want to go check out the temple. Because we can walk freely in, or at least I can. And if you're not on the best of terms with the clergyman as is, or as with the clerics, it wouldn't hurt for me to make a friendly visit to see if we happen to see any mercenaries or something of suspicious behavior. And then, if you want, you can check on what's going on at the castle if you've got your own people there.
I'm just trying to see if I can find the church AJ was a part of.
I am also here.
The church have got him killed.
Yeah. Because, well, that you follow the clues. And there was roll me an intelligence check there, Dargo, and I'm going to give you a clue. Just because I realized I was going to say it out loud anyway, so I might as well follow through with what I was going to do.
Intelligence, 17.
All right, 17. You remember the person he spoke to at the church was named Victor.
Victor, okay. So that was the priest?
Yeah.
All right, let's go talk to Victor.
All right, so you head over to... I wish I could remember the name of his god. I'm really sorry, guys. I should have wrote it down.
The god of insignificance.
The god of insignificance. So you go over to the church where Absalom was from. Huge stone structure, this huge towering cathedral. And you step inside, you see parishioners and monks coming and going. You see Victor standing at the head at the pulpit giving a rather impassioned sermon to a group of probably about 30.
Moonbeam! No, don't do that. Yet.
As you enter the room,
Yep.
his eyes definitely meet yours. And it gives you a knowing nod.
I give him a friendly smile. As best a gnome can do.
After about 15 minutes passes, he finishes his fire and brimstone sermon.
Oh, I gotta do when I moonbeam them all.
And allows the parishioners to leave. The room starts to disperse, and you see him kind of carrying, you know that thing that casts the holy smoke or whatever it is? I forget
Censer.
what it is. Yeah, censer. He's kind of waving it around as he walks towards you. He's like, "Good friend Dargo, what brings you to my holy sanctuary?"
Come bearing bad news. Even though...
There's no bad news in the house of the Lord?
I explain what happened to our friend, and I basically say we went for a druid retreat, I guess you want to call it, and happened to find our friend, why am I blanking on his name?
Absalom.
Absalom has perished, and I thought you should know, because
Roll me insight.
you're all your people's insight.
Or Perception.
22.
22? He doesn't seem surprised at this at all. In fact, you see just the tiniest smile cross his face. He's like, Brother Absalom has left the mortal coil, you say. Did you perhaps recover his body so that we may raise him?
No, because whatever happened to him severed any... What was it? Any...
his essence was
destroyed.
or
Yes.
removed from this plane.
So we gave him burial rights with our people and basically...
He goes, that's very, very tragic to hear. I'm sorry to hear that. But if he was buried amongst your people at ye stomping grounds, I know he rests within thy hallowed earth at peace. He was lucky to have a friend such as you to bury him.
Okie dokie. And I just asked what if he happened. Just wondering if he happened to know what he would have been doing there, because we didn't know that he knew of that place.
He goes, no, brother.
Because we knew that he had been sent by your temple, your order, to basically just investigate the lands for whatever purposes we don't know.
We were sending him back to Waterdeep for repentance because he had committed terrible, terrible crimes and sins, so he was to go home immediately. The fact that he still wanders our lands, that is news to me. Kind of looking at him, you know he's full of shit.
Okay.
It's basically coming off his breath, he's so full of shit.
Okay. I'm going to intimidate him.
All right.
My demeanor changes. I narrow my eyebrows at him, I furrow everything. And by the way, I have pretty good intimidation.
For a gnome.
I'm a gnome and I got a +4.
Come on, Vern Troyer. Try and scare me.
Basically. I grab him by the shoulder, still sort of being in the facade of being friendly, but tighten my grip and say, is that really what's going on?
Goes, all right, I'll roll his resist. So you rolled a what?
I rolled 24.
Oh, boy. His demeanor changes from confident to frightened. And he's like, whatever do you mean?
Mercenaries talk now. 3 words.
He's going to try and resist your, or he's going to try and intimidate you back. Don't even bother rolling. I rolled a 2. He's like...
And I just shake my head. Not happening. Now.
The one I serve will cleanse this land. It's already in the streets. You've seen the sickness. You yourself already seen it. You already know what happened. You know the power we all wield. It's only a matter of time. It starts here and ends soon.
Shapeshift into orangutan.
All right, you shapeshift into an orangutan in front of him, and he's like, what?
Because I've got my grip on him, because I'm on his shoulder, and I shapeshift into a larger orangutan.
All right, you do as such.
Yeah.
As you stand and watch this monkey.
I am watching in awe as this unfolds.
I'm upset with what happened with my friend. I'm very upset. Because he's obviously revealed himself to not be good. You want to play Good Cop, Monkey Cop?
Good cop, monkey cop.
I ask him kindly, what is starting?
The beginning of the end, of course. Do you not see the sickness, the plague spreading through the forest? Your friend here already has the taint upon him. Or did.
Why do you serve this?
Do you not see? Do you not see it in the stars? This world will end. And I'd rather go out serving a true God than the false God I've been led to believe here. He pulls out his holy vestments and he's like, this is a lie. This has always been a lie. I took one sip of the wonder elixir and I saw the universe for what a horrible and true place it really is. We exist in a vast space of ignorance. And it is not meant that we should venture very far. There are terrible things that lurk in the darkness, and my mistress showed me exactly what's out there, and I'd rather protect all of us than from what lurks just beyond our field of sight. He starts getting agitated, he starts getting manic, even starts pushing back against the orangutan's grip just a little bit.
Okay.
He's starting to get agitated.
Okay. So I've got my left hand on his shoulder that I've got the grip on. I'm going to take my right hand, stick 3 of the fingers in his mouth, and start trying to pull his jaw out of his face.
Okay. It's a hit automatically.
Good lord.
Would you consider this a good action?
Vanquishing evil.
In a brutal fashion?
So
I will tell you this.
So he can't talk because he could be casting a spell.
To do this, I will say will trouble you.
Will trouble me? Okay. I'm saying my
It's
character...
unnecessarily brutal.
It's unnecessarily brutal. My guy is... He's basically in a monkey rage because he knows that they for sure sent his friend to die.
All right, so you're going to pull his jaw off?
I'm going to pull his jaw off.
All right, you pull his jaw straight from his
sweet.
face. Gore just erupts. He starts spitting up blood. And after about a minute of him spasming on the floor, he stops moving.
I turn back to myself, and I'm sort of almost shocked at what I did.
Just as you turn back into yourself, every door and window in the church shuts. The place is now pitch black.
Sorry.
I am troubled by this.
You can, you hear something moving in the darkness.
We can still see in the dark.
You see Victor's body begin to rise.
I knew he was bad.
He stands up, but it's almost like every bone in his body is made of liquid. So he slumps upwards, looks at the eyes kind of glaze over towards you. And with no jaw, you see his tongue start to move. And you can hear words in your mind. It's a woman's voice, a very sultry, seductive voice. Why do you resist?
How do we get out of here?
Why do you resist? I'm only trying to bring you the truth.
Come help me.
Go catch it, Basilisk.
I can't save this one by giving them meat. It's just asking me, why do I resist? Just keeps asking that. Because I can.
Don't you see it's pointless? Your world could end tomorrow, a week from now, or may never end. But
Every
you
day we
ventured too
live.
far. You dared to meddle with powers you did not understand. And I will come back to this world. Your last guardian stands upon his deathbed. You foolishly betrayed him for basilisk eggs? You betrayed your druidic order, which would have pushed me back. If you would have restored your forest, you would have pushed me back, and I would have been delayed at least a little longer. My plague walks the streets now. I'm already here.
Oops.
You just don't know where I am yet. But when I do, and I promise you, the halfling, the gnome, and you, the dwarf, and anyone you've ever cared about will be the first to exist in the world I'm going to destroy. One by one, you will feel each life snuffed out, from the tiniest insect to the mightiest dragon heart. Your arrogance will cause the downfall of this world. As soon as she says that, the light opens up, the body drops to the floor into a disgusting puddle of flesh, melted bone, and melted insides. It's literally a puddle.
Crap. So, got a little carried away with the jaw rippy. Also,
We better use these basilisks to the fullest extent.
very true. But this also, at the same time, this evil bitch could be saying stuff to us just to freak us out. I stand there just scratching my head going, oh, man. Some savior of the people I Are the doors open again?
Oh yeah, everything. It's like it's as if the last minute didn't happen.
All right, you know what we should do? We should go into the clergy, whoever the leader would be, or like the bishop or whatever. We got to go into the office and see if we can see anything that would relate to the mercenaries.
Okay, so roll me a search roll.
Investigation or
Yeah, that'll work.
all right. 12.
7.
You don't find anything.
Damn.
You do find, however, a lockbox.
Okay.
You're presuming there's gold inside, but that's about it. And that could be tithings from today's ceremony or anything.
No papers or anything else, just the lockbox.
Yeah.
So,
If you want to roll again at a much higher difficulty, you can search again.
you know what? Let me see if I can do that. Can I use? Let me see. What else can I use? That wouldn't be a perception thing, would it?
You can roll perception for this, yes.
Okay, I'll roll perception.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Look harder. I say as I cast guidance on you.
You gonna cast guidance on me?
Extra 1d4 on top.
Extra 1d4. So what would you roll?
2.
All right. That would be 19.
All right, so feeling around the room, you feel one of the legs upon the bishop's desk is false. It slides open and there's a parchment.
Yes, parchments are usually good.
On the parchment is the mercenary contract.
Oh, sweet.
The mercenary contracts, in order for 10,000 GP, a company of men will be sent for 1 week to retrieve as much of the flour as possibly can be retrieved.
Oh, so they weren't taking the eggs. Oh, shit. Well, wait, who was taking the eggs then? Because some were missing, and it agreed. Somebody else was taking eggs.
We've
I've got an
layer.
idea. I got an idea. I don't want to say it. Maybe. Well, we did tell the basilisks that it was the mercenaries that took it. But if a bunch of basilisks wake up on a pirate ship, they might just kill all the pirates of the pirate ship. Regardless. So, because what else steals things from monsters and takes them away and it's suspiciously missing from town?
We'll very soon find out.
Very true. I was thinking I might have inadvertently helped another thing.
Oops.
Those basilisks are awake
happy
and
mistake.
angry.
Yeah.
The mercenary contract also outlines that as much of the flour is to be brought here to the church, and once services are rendered, gold will be paid out, and any crimes against the church will be exonerated.
Okay. So at the same time, I'm like, are you good as well?
Yes, I'm neutral good.
We're both, yes, that's pretty standard.
It's a druid thing.
Because we're not lawful good, so we don't technically have to turn in. If we search around in the basement or someplace and we find the flowers, we don't turn in. But since we are good,
We need to do what's right for the greater good.
could we torch the church?
Oh boy.
It's an evil church
If
full
it's a
of
source of pure corruption, but
an evil, like
how would it be viewed in the public eye for the greater good?
I could spray acid on all the stuff if we find them. No, damn it. Because we're not. I was gonna say if we were lawful good, we just turn it all in. But we're good, and we're not. But that also means making good on your promises, right? So,
Generally, yeah.
So I say in this case, let's not search for it because it's plausible deniability. We could just go talk to Corn and just say, "Here's what we found. Here's your contract." Because then she's sort of it's one up in that if she finds out we killed, if she does eventually find out we killed Lyric, there's a trump card in that we helped her with another bigger issue.
It's a bargaining chip for
It
you.
might balance out a little bit. So go down. We go back to see her and show the contract.
She, once again, you make your way down to the Thieves Guild.
Yeah.
She looks it over. She's fully dressed this time in her typical kind of slinky armor.
Yeah.
She twirls a knife on the desk, slams a knife through the contract, and goes, I fucking knew it. So, where's the merchandise?
Didn't know. We left that to you. We didn't see anything because we did search. We didn't see anything else in there, did we?
No.
If they're hiding it, they hid it too well from us.
Yeah.
Well,
You're the experts on moving things in and out.
she goes, well, I guess I got a bunch of... Well, I guess the mercs are only doing their job. And I guess if they got everything, now I just have to find the source of this and start getting the children back out on the street. Mama's got to make some money.
And I just say, technically, in this instance, they saved you a lot of work. If they do end up having everything all together.
She goes, well, you do have a point. Now if I can just find my goddamn pencil. I say that, not my character. I got this one.
I can just find my goddamn pencil.
Just find my goddamn pencil.
Or in the pencil.
She goes, well, you boys did save me a lot of work. And I am appreciative of it. So, I'll have my agents scour the city. I'm sure it'll turn up sooner or later. So, I guess I owe you one.
Okay. I'm trying to think back to what other events we were supposed to be doing.
You, walk out of the Thieves Guild, back out onto the streets. And, you just hear that same woman's voice that you heard in the church. Just chuckling in your ear. Thank you. You've allowed my corruption to spread even further.
Oh, they've been tainted
You
with
do
goddamn
my will.
drugs.
She told you that!
I know, but we didn't know where it was. I said to torch the church, didn't I?
Trying to make good on everything.
And unfortunately, that brings us to an end of Hour 4 of the Tale of Two Druids. As you've now set in motion...
You see what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
You've now set in motion the events that may perhaps end this world. You don't know, or at least bring back a dark god. So what'll happen as we continue the Cambridge Chronicles? Who's to say? This was supposed to be a side quest and turned into something else. I guess we'll find out what's going to happen in the debrief right now on Patreon. So we'll catch you guys again real soon. I've been your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dog, joined with...
Mr. Christopher.
Alex the World Killer?
We'll talk about that in the debrief, folks. We'll catch you again real soon.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome, my terrible warriors, as I, your dungeon master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, from ThisWeekInGeek.net and, of course, TerribleWarriors.com. And tonight we are playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition, The Cambridge Chronicles, yet again. But I'm not alone as I trek through the wilds of the forgotten realms of Faerun. I'm joined with...
Mr. Christopher.
Alex.
Still gotta get you a nickname, man.
I know.
Which, in fact, I would love people to submit nickname ideas to our Twitter, which is at Dice Warriors, our Instagram, at Terrible Warriors, or feedback at TerribleWarriors.com. Let's give Alex some kind of a cool, epic nickname, because he doesn't have one on Twig either, other than his Twitter handle, which is at Gravy Moose.
And that was just a random thing I put together.
All right. My wife is whispering in my ear inappropriate things.
I heard what it was.
Good times. I'm pretty sure the mic picked it up too.
I didn't hear it.
The liveness of podcasting, I guess.
Say what it is.
No.
Okay.
Thank you. But anyway, we are continuing the Cambridge Chronicles, which is in its 4th adventure. Though these guys have only been here for the last 3. Although massive developments have happened since then. If you hear a little bit of a squeaking sound, that was my wife kicking a stuffed mouse down the hallway for Dr. Wiley. But anyway, so continuing right along. So yeah, a lot has happened since our last adventure. And Tristan, in our pre-brief, which you can listen to exclusively on Patreon.com, why don't you sum up what happened for the listeners very succinctly?
We set out to cleanse the forest of some kind of scary presence that was frightening the creatures of the deep forest.
Motorcycles.
It wasn't a motorcycle, but it sure sounded like one. Instead of cleaning the forest up and saving all those precious critters, we potentially doomed the world.
That's correct.
Not much more I can say.
He's being nice by saying we, and by we he means me, and by me I mean me.
I had the power to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that, but my character is all about the party and not the greater things outside the party. It's like, hey, my friends are more important to me than the world or anything in it.
My friends were so important to me that I ripped a guy's jaw off.
Good cop, monkey cop.
Good cop, monkey cop.
Now we know what doesn't work for interrogating purposes.
If you had one catchphrase for that entire campaign, it's good cop. Or is it time to play good cop, monkey cop? Yeah. I can't even say it right.
Or I'll moonbeam the shit out of you.
Yeah, moonbeam everything.
So, since our last adventure, about a day and a half has passed, give or take, over the settlement of Cambridge. And, well, you guys once again find yourselves at the Bear's Den, where Farron, you've been staying because you've been wanting to stay in the city, close to what's happening, as things out in the forest are not as what they seem. When you last left, Brew and her daughter Ash were taking care of the Druidic Circle, which is known among the druid folk as ye old stomping grounds, which has basically like this giant Stonehenge-like structure out in the woods, but was recently the scene of a massacre by a mercenary company known as the Sons of Far, who seem to be working for a name that I forgot last time. Now I have it, the Church of Mystara, who seemed to be corrupted somehow and were producing the magical narcotic known as the Children among the city's underworld. So it's about lunchtime at the Bear's Den, which is Dargo's bed and breakfast in the, I guess the southern end of town, close towards the docks. And what are you guys doing? Marty's behind the counter, this gruff-looking half-orc. He's almost always in really good kind of humor, though. The place is suspiciously empty today, though. The lunch rush doesn't seem to be in, because people are noticing there's, the food that keeps getting brought in the town is tasting strange and sickly.
He's not boiling the meat like I told him to, but okay. Well, first of all, I say we eat something, and because we haven't eaten anything in... Oh, wait, no, it's a day and a half later.
Yeah, about a day and a half. So you've had like a full cycle of meals.
Okay, good. Which I'm assuming we purified, because I have that ability. So it's a good ability.
So let's talk to Marty and ask how things been.
So you walk up to Marty. He's behind the counter. He looks a little down. He's like, well, boss, since you guys got back into town, just things are not the same, I guess, if anything. I mean, some of the kills that have been brought in over the last day, that giant centipede that brought in, yeah, it sold really well. I mean, we made a really nice kind of soup out of it and some really nice things to put on sticks for the street cart we got out down the town square. But he said...
That's right, we have a food truck.
That's right.
I'm expanding.
Business is booming.
He looks at you guys, and he says, you may want to come take a look in the back, though, boss.
Okay, let's go take a look in the back.
So you go and take a look in the back, and as of a couple days ago, he did have parts of a giant scorpion that is now gone. The giant elk that was also slaughtered seems to have gone. Normally, when you cure meats and whatnot, it keeps a while. The elk is already spoiled, or the giant deer or elk, whatever I said, has spoiled. And your stores are getting dangerously low. As in, if you don't get some food in the next couple of days, you're going to have to close up shop until you go on a massive hunt.
We got a lot going on, but I think we kind of need to go on a hunt.
All right, so you guys are going to go back out to the woods?
Yeah, we may as well. Maybe, yeah, because it's the only wooded area around.
Let's go hunt some stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so Marty goes, boss.
Let's go hunt some basilisk. No, it's not basilisk.
We're friends, but we need your meat.
We can use them to hunt for us.
Marty looks at you and goes, boss, if you're going to go out there, you can't bring back any of this stuff that's got the green stuff on it.
That's very true.
Like, it's spoiling so fast.
What have we done to try to purify it?
Well, I've done every cooking trick I can think of. I even brought in... Well, my wife, she's a bit of a sorceress. I mean, she dabbles anyway, and even her magics aren't working. I mean, I'm a little afraid to send our normal monthly plate up to Lord Kilsh, because I don't want him to get sick off this stuff.
And that makes sense. I can't be here to cast, purify food and water on every single thing we serve.
Yeah, I mean, boss, I know it's a logistical problem, but...
well...
I mean, the festival's closing is coming up in like a couple of days. And we gotta have a presence there. And like I said, I know that's not our biggest concern right now, but you've got a reputation to uphold.
That is true.
And of course, there's your little part to play in the town's closing.
Remind me what I'm supposed to be doing again in the town's closing.
He goes, let me get the letter. And so he goes out behind the counter, or he exits the back room, goes up to the front counter, breaks Lord Kilsh's seal on the wax kind of letter. It says, Dargo, we wish for you to speak again at the town's closing of the Festival of the Sun, kind of retelling your epic tale against your battle against the dire bear. And
I can do that. Yeah, that's not a problem.
And of course, your recent adventures of daring do, serving me and the countrymen.
We can talk about an edited version of that. That makes me sound better than dooming the world.
I'm sure he'll be there.
Yeah, we'll talk about the bear more, though.
So, as you read that, I presume you guys are just going to start heading out towards the forest?
Yeah, we should try to find a spot that hasn't...
Let's find something...
Well, we didn't really go north to where the X was on the map, which is where the field of... And nothing there seemed to be...
Maybe something further north, even from there, would be untainted.
Something that's not being driven out of the cave.
Yes.
We know we can't really stop what's happening in the cave right now.
We tried.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys begin packing up your travel supplies and whatnot, put on your armor, etc., and begin making your way out of Cambridge. As you start walking along the road, you encounter a unusual amount of travelers out on the road. Seem to be leaving Cambridge, which is a little bit unusual. They're heading up the road south towards, north towards Waterdeep. And that strikes you as a bit odd, because the Festival of the Sun normally brings in a lot of people into the area. But you see a lot of people, actually, give me perception checks, please.
Sure.
That's a 10.
18.
You notice, Dargo, as you look at the people, you see a lot of people riding in wagons and whatnot. A lot of them just don't look good.
Crap.
You also notice on the outside of town where the cemetery is, there seems to be an unusual amount of people headed towards the cemetery. I mean, people die in the town every day.
But it's just an inordinate amount?
Like there's more than one funeral procession going through.
Well, you think we should go check out what's going on over there? Because hunting's hunting. We can hunt tomorrow if we need to.
Let's talk to some people and see what's happening, what's going on.
All right. So you make your way off of the main road and start heading towards the north end of Cambridge, towards the cemetery. And you notice a gathering. There's probably, you see carts, like, filled with easily dozens of bodies. You see the very old, the very young, but also an unusual amount of able-bodied people as well. And they're covered in the same sickly green welts and sores and boils that you saw in the forest.
I muttered to myself, they better not have been eating at my place, because we've been purifying whatever we can.
So you kind of mutter that to yourself. You see the local priests. You're not sure what sect he's from, but you know he's not a Mystara priest, which that strikes you as a little bit odd.
Yeah.
Because there's a fair amount of worship of Mystara in Cambridge, and you don't see any clerics, any priests, or any sages around. But you see them dumping bodies into their individual graves. Unfortunately, because the city has a rather large half-orc population in the poorer section, not everybody's getting their own grave. There is a mass grave, unfortunately, for the poorer citizens. So they start putting bodies in and burying it. The grave diggers and the undertakers are performing last rites as they understand them. Just saying, I'm sorry, mates, I didn't know you, but good rest to you in the afterlife. Where are you guys going to go? You see a couple of people that are definitely holy men, just you can tell by their kind of vestments and whatnot.
I'm going to go to whoever looks to be the one organizing this.
Okay, so you go up to this, a priest you recognize as Nate Salt. He seems to be one of the people who is...
So I recognize him.
Yeah, you definitely recognize him.
So he is
Nate
somebody that
sure.
is either from town or... Well, no, the main religion is Mystara in town.
Yeah, but he's probably
somebody
from
that we've seen back and forth.
Yeah, basically you know him as the kindly old priest, always giving the charity. It doesn't matter what charity it is. He even works really well with the other religions.
So semi-retired sort of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Sup, Salty?
He looks at you, kind of gives you kind of a half smile, goes, well, good afternoon, Dargo. How are you this fine, unfortunate day?
Just give a brief explanation, introduce my comrade, and say we're basically checking out the hunting grounds to see if we can find a new source of clean meat before, and then we happen to come across the funeral procession, whatever.
These burials.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's like, it's unfortunate business, this with all the sickness that's been happening with the water supply and now the meats. We're hoping Lord Kilsh tonight, his sorceress is going to perform a ritual tonight at the closing of the Festival of the Sun, which should, in theory, cleanse the land, and it'll be obviously great and grand for all of us here.
Ooh.
But it was too late for these souls, unfortunately.
Do you happen to know what kind of ritual it is?
Offhand, I do not know. It is magics that my particular god does not deal with, but from what I understand, and if the lady sorceress believes it is correct, it should cure what ails this city.
If I may ask a question, most of our clergy is of the Mystara worship. What brings you and your ilk here?
He kind of sighs and goes, well, I went by to get their high leader Victor this morning so he could help me perform the last rites for these folk. The church was abandoned. I mean, went there, the candles were all burned down. There was nothing left.
I turn to my comrade and go, oh yeah.
I see.
About that. Monkey cop.
In their absence, do you plan to stay here?
Yes, we intend to perform as many last rites as we can. We don't know whether these were parishioners of my particular faith, but we do hope that they do find peace in the afterlife, no matter what, whether they were followers of Mystara or whoever. No one deserves to die like this.
Is there anything that you think you and your people can do to aid in preventing more deaths from this?
Well, we're performing as much healing with our lay on hands as we can. We have clerics and paladins out in the city performing as much of their duties as they can. If anything, to give bolster and faith to the people, as Lord Kilsh's is providing a military might in the streets, but the people need faith now, not strength, if that makes any sense. They need to see the sword is not the only path to healing. And we're hoping that just our presence alone will help. May our God shine upon us these days, but the fact that they didn't answer the prayers for even the smallest ones troubles me, but as is the way of the gods, if it is their will, it is their way. It's not mine to question why.
I'm sure many will appreciate your presence and what healing you can afford.
I hope so, Farron. As I said, there's far too many wee ones that passed away with this. It's rather unfortunate. Some of the younger parishioners here were even hoping to become clerics and paladins in my service someday, and it gave me hope that some of the very young wish to follow in the path of righteousness. In fact, looks over at Dargo and says, even some of the children that passed away wished to be like you, my fair friend. Wanted to go out and slay dire bears. Protect the very city they'd only known.
I give a very stoic, not emotionless, but a very stoic, in deep thought look and response. Just a little overwhelmed, a little angry, a little sad. Just give a nod.
He goes, I know you two will provide, and hopefully we won't have to import too much help from Waterdeep should we require the king's help. I don't know what kind of changes it'll bring to the city, as Cambridge has always minded its own business. But We shall see, as like I said, it's been a rough couple of days. And many strange travelers coming through here.
Strange travelers, you say?
Yes, a couple of days ago we saw what looked like soldiers, not Lord Kilsh's men, and definitely not those associated with the Thieves Guild. They think I don't know, but I know. They were some kind of a mercenary company of some kind. Came through here.
Did they have any sort of insignia or emblem on their armor?
He points to his shoulder, these red bands.
Mm-hmm.
And
you happen to see which way they went?
They went into the town and they split up among several different inns. I just assumed they were passing through. It's not unusual to see mercenaries in this type of the world. Adventurers, or perhaps the king sending out people to quest for magical items for him. Stuff like that. It's not too unusual to see. We're used to seeing soldiers in this part of the world, but this many at once, that did strike me as a bit odd. He goes, I would love to chat further, gentlemen, but the rights await me.
I understand.
Of course.
So he goes back, he gathers his giant prayer beads, heads over to the pits and starts performing rites over a family of 5 that seem to have perished. So you're standing in this huge graveyard as they start piling bodies in the different graves, whatnot. You see lots of stone statues and whatnot. And roll me perception.
17.
8.
All right, so Farron, you notice from out of the corner of your eye, you see a small halfling dressed in, the best way would be to describe him is dressed in the Assassin's Creed kind of cloak, kind of hiding around a stone statue, and just seems to be watching your conversation with Nate.
I don't like that cloak.
You can't make out too many details other than he's definitely a halfling, judging by the size. You can't tell whether it's a man or a woman, but you can definitely tell they've taken a keen interest in you.
Just start slowly heading towards him, I think.
You gonna let me know?
Hey, look over there. I think there's someone behind that statue watching us.
Cool, let's go.
Okay, give me a stealth check. See if you can do so without being noticed.
20.
19.
Natural 20?
Yeah.
Okay, so Dargo, you decide to... You kind of grab Farron by the cloak and just kind of like follow my lead, sort of gesturing. Start walking your way out of the cemetery. The halfling starts to keep pace with you. But as you do, you keep narrowing the distance closer and closer. So they're probably only about 10 feet behind you.
Okay.
You could rush them if you wanted to.
Them?
Or sorry, well, them being...
The royal them.
Royal them.
What do you want to do? I was the one that was... I made all the decisions last time, and I doomed the world.
Let's turn and grab them.
Okay. I'm taking your lead this time. I'm letting you know in character. I'm like, you take the lead because
we know what happened last time.
I have to make decisions slowly from now on.
Okay, so we turn and attempt to grab them.
Okay, roll me a dexterity check to just spin and grab them.
5.
19.
All right, so Farron, you spin around on your heel and take like a rapid sprint towards them. You catch the halfling off guard, who manages to trip over their own feet. As they try and spin around, they twist and fall flat. And you're able to grab them right by the back of the cloak.
What are you
like,
doing
let
here?
me go.
What are you doing here?
She goes, what business of it is yours?
You are watching me and my companion. It's plenty of my business.
You say this, and a woman's voice says, yeah, I'm watching you, but I'm not telling you who for.
All right.
What's it worth to you?
I want to intimidate.
All right.
All right, let me roll this up. Just give me a second here.
I've got a -1 to intimidation. This is all you.
$16.
Okay. She's going to roll to resist. And rolls a 3. So she's like, all right, so how do you intimidate her?
Am I going to have to moonbeam your ass? Basically.
So you see her.
Are we going to have to moonbeam a bitch?
So she kind of does that visible gulp sort of thing, goes, all right, all right, all right, all right. Thieves Guild.
Why?
I don't know. I was just told to watch you. See where you went, who you started talking to. Boss don't trust you. That's all I know. I get my stipend, I look after you, I report what I see, I go back tonight, tell her what I saw. That's all I know.
All right.
You kind of get the feeling maybe she's not telling you everything she knows.
How far were you supposed to follow us?
Far as the bush. Maybe a little far enough if I wanted to make myself some extra coin.
Was there anything in particular that you were told to look for?
Just see who you were talking to and see where you went. Maybe you know something you're not supposed to.
Like what? How would you know what we're not supposed to know?
I don't know. She's going to try and persuade you to give her some money. She's like, well, I might know something. She kind of gestures with her hand. Roll an opposed persuade or charisma.
Natural 20.
Okay, so what are you going to say to her?
You're going to tell me what you know, and it's going to cost me nothing.
She goes, all right, no need to get your dwarven beard in a twist. All right.
Or this one over here is going to moonbeam your ass.
Boss wants to know if maybe all the flowers that are used to refine the children maybe ended up in your pockets. She thinks you seem to know where they are. She wants to see if you'll lead me back to them. Boss don't trust you. It's a little convenient how, thousands of gold worth of material just up and vanishes. And you come back fine.
All right. I'm going to be a little rash here, but I am going to tell her we know where they're grown. We don't know where the stash was. We know where they're grown.
So does she.
You can. I know, and you can tell her that we know that, and that we know that you were following us. And if she wants to, she can come talk to us herself if she has concerns.
She looks at you. She kind of half chuckles and go, "You want me to deliver that word for word to Corin?"
And add a. Let me think here. End it with sugar lips.
She looks at you. She goes, well, it's not my funeral. Are you going to know?
What do we have to lose?
I basically doomed the world. Do your worst.
All right, so
off you go then.
All right, so she gets out of your grip and she basically runs off super, super quick, jumps over a fence and disappears into the brush outside of the cemetery.
Probably should have moonbeamed her.
In the middle of the day. I know the spell will work, but it'll look a lot less cool.
We could have done Monkey Cop.
We got our information.
Yeah.
And the message will be delivered.
The message will be delivered that we're not to be toyed with, but we're serious and we're not fucking around.
We're also telling the thieves.
We don't have your shit.
Leader of the Thieves Guild, if she has a problem with us, to come talk to us herself.
Yeah, that's fine.
So maybe by then the world will end and
Come
we'll
talk
survive.
to us yourself, Sugar Lips.
Well, we should probably get on with this hunt.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. So you guys head out into the bush. Takes you the rest of the afternoon to make it out towards Yield Stomping Grounds. You guys going to stop, or what are you guys going to do? Or just keep on going?
What time of the day is it, you said? Sorry?
It's probably about 5 or 6 at night, so the sun is starting to set, which means different types of animals do come out at night.
I would say, just to be safe, let's make camp in the old stomping grounds, because we've done enough during the night last time that it'd be nice to sleep inside of a building.
Yes.
All right, I'm just pulling up some stuff here, so just give me a second.
Let us do that. We shall do that. And so we start preparing to do that.
As we do that, I'm getting out my gear to cook dinner, and I'm going, probably shouldn't have said Sugar Lips.
Probably shouldn't have used our wish on the basilisk.
They may still... I am standing by that they will be useful somehow. We have basilisks, like, who knows how many? Could be hundreds of them that are just loyal to the druids.
Loyal to us two, anyway.
At least
what
us
druids
two.
are left?
At least us two, and whatever other druids are still here.
All right, just give me a second here. I'm just pulling up something. All right, so you guys make camp at Yield Stomping Grounds, and things are relatively quiet, all things considered.
As we rest, I am preparing a different spell for level 1. I'm changing out Healing Word for Cure Wounds.
All right, you do as such. So eventually the sun sets. You see Brew and Ash are the only 2 druids who seem to be tending to Yield Stomping Grounds. Still, but you're not surprised any others have not come back yet.
It's only been 2 days.
Yeah, it's only been 2 days, so... if you guys want to roll me perception again, you guys hear a loud snapping in the bush.
14.
12.
All right, so Dargo, you hear something big moving around in the bush, heading towards
Big
Yield
and familiar or
Stomping
big and
Ground.
unfamiliar?
You don't know. It's just a big snapping of twigs and leaves.
Do I hear
moving
a
around.
flopping tail?
No, you do not hear a flopping tail.
Very
Okay.
awkwardly flopping by now.
Okay. Do you want to go check that noise outside that I might have heard that you didn't hear? At this point, I'm just a little loopy, a little nervous when it comes to being out in the forest out here.
Which is funny for a druid.
It's funny for a druid because I'm just a little jumpy. I'm Stumpy might be out there.
All right, we should probably go check.
All right, gear up.
All right, so you go out, and what are you going to do to the check? Just going to stand at the edge of Yield Stomping Grounds
I'm going to look out of the window.
I'm going
in
to
the building.
in the cabin. All right.
Yeah.
So you look outside the windows in the cabin, and what are you going to do, Farron? Do the same?
Just give me a second here.
All right.
I'm going to wild shape into my panther form, and I'm going to sniff around for any idea of what's going on, because I have keen smell.
Okay, so you shift into your panther form, once again turning into the sleek black panther. And you definitely smell something really, really, really earthy. Something definitely alive. Definitely smells like there's been a fresh kill made recently. You can smell blood of some kind. And it's a familiar smell, but not a smell familiar to you. Sort of like, you know how dogs smell? So like, but it's not your dog?
Okay.
Yeah.
Something
familiar,
similar,
but
something that reminds me of something.
yeah, exactly. It's something definitely wildlifey.
How you can always tell that it's a fart, but you can always tell when it's your fart. Sort of
Exactly.
thing? Okay.
If you want to roll nature, we'll see if you recognize it.
Something smells like a fart, but it's not my fart.
12.
8.
You think it's a bear.
Oh, I should have been able to figure that out real quick.
Well, you don't have enhanced senses.
I know. I know I don't.
Smells kind of like a bear.
A bear, you say?
Time to kill it.
Time to kill it. That's what I do.
Moon bear and beam.
I love all things, all animals, all those things that fly.
Deers.
Deers. But fuck seagulls and bears.
Got no time for those cocksuckers.
Exactly. Fuck them.
Oh, Trailer Park Boys, I love you.
Got no time for those cocksuckers. And even rakins. Anyway, so bear, you say? You want to go on a bear hunt?
Let's go investigate.
Wait a minute. You smells like a fresh kill. I'm here. You're here.
It could have been another animal.
Could have been another animal. Let's check on.
Brew and Ash.
Yeah.
You see Brew and Ash, they're just kind of sitting by the fire, just...
Okay, cool. So
Hanging out.
we glance
That was
over.
fast,
We
okay.
glance over, Shaun of the Dead style, where it does that flash sideways. They're there. We go back. Okay, cool. Let's go outside.
Let's go find a bear.
All right.
And I got this big shit-eating grin.
All right, so you look around in the darkness, and probably about 100 feet out through the bush, you definitely hear the sound. You wait about another minute, and you see this big, lumbering brown bear just casually walking through the bush.
Wait. Casually walking through the bush?
Yep, like it's got no particular business, nowhere to be. Just walking towards the old stomping grounds.
Can you commune with animals?
I can commune with animals, and I was thinking that probably shouldn't moonbeam it in case it's another druid.
I would try communing with it if you could.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna cast. What's the exact spell called again? It is Speak with Animals.
That's close.
Hey there, bear. How
Bear-
you doing, buddy?
Bear kind of cocks its head, responds to you in common. What the hell do you want?
See, I'm glad I didn't moonbeam that.
Better safe than sorry is what
Yeah.
we need to be doing
The bear
from now
stands
on.
up on its two back legs, has a huge battle axe in its other hand.
Oh, it's Barry.
Bury the bear.
And it looks at you and goes, what the hell do you want? In perfect common.
Do you realize what's happened in the last couple days?
She's like, the bear responds, yes. The bear's responding telepathically. It's still roaring.
Yeah.
But you're hearing the speech telepathically.
Oh, okay. And so I telepathically, I guess I can speak. I'll just speak common.
Yeah.
And I basically explain, okay, so most everybody that was here is dead. We've got this going on. We're looking for tainted food, blah, 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 blah. Basically, yada, yada, yada. Hey, what are you doing here right now?
I'm heading north. I'm getting out of here.
You're getting out of here?
Just thought I'd stop off, pay my respects to the Druid elders, and keep on trucking through.
All right. Now, do you want to stay the night and then rest up? And we might want to go together because we're looking for a new hunting ground anyway.
The bear responds, yeah, sure. Mind if I change into something a little bit more comfortable?
Sure.
You see the werebear stand up, or sorry, kind of stretch its like shoulders back,
Yeah.
and changes into the form of a beautiful petite redhead woman.
Cool.
You may call me Liz.
I shift out of my panther form because I'm no longer feeling threatened. So I can
Yep.
actually speak as well.
Yeah, she responds in common. Let's say you can call me Liz, or my tribal name is Moran. So either or is fine.
Well, let us retire and rest up so we can travel again tomorrow.
Roll me perception again, there,
Okay.
Farron.
3.
Or
Yeah, you can roll it too. You're gonna roll
Nat-
nature though.
with nature?
Yeah.
24.
The way she shifted wasn't a druidic shift.
Damn it. Should have moonbeamed it. Wasn't
Judging from the way she shifted, she's likely some kind of a lycanthrope. Probably a werebear.
werebear. Haven't got one of those.
It doesn't have a dick bone.
Yeah, she has the anti-dick.
It could if I smashed into it with mine. And I didn't even mean that to be sexual.
Oh, God.
I didn't. I just wanted.
You don't even try anymore. It just
It
happens.
just happens. I'm sorry.
So you notice that it's...
So I notice it. I sort of I give it a bit of a stare. I turn to you and go, give it the old eye. Like, did you see that?
Did I see what?
When you change different than when she changed.
I didn't notice. What was it like?
Not druid change.
What do you think that means?
Well, then again, yeah. Actually, I should have realized druids don't carry battle axes. I know that. Enough of that. I'm just like, okay. So when was the last time? I basically say, when was the last time you saw a druid carrying a battle axe? And I turned her and say, oh, I didn't realize druids carried battle axes. That's how I bring it up.
She looks at you, goes, I'm no druid friend, but I am a friend of the druids.
Friend of the druids.
Where do you come from?
I come from the south, mostly the forest down there. I used to live in Cambridge once upon a time before this curse afflicted me, but since I just took more to this form than I ever did my human form. Now it's not even, I don't even consider it a curse anymore. It's just
Bear curse.
adapting a way of life, I guess, if you want to describe it.
So it's basically, I go, bear curse, eh? Okay, I get it.
She kind of trails off when she says it's not really a curse anymore.
Okay.
Sort of like getting that, maybe she's a little bit sad about it too.
Yeah.
Just trying to play strong.
Well,
Which, I'm standing there kind of surprised, like she's looking at me, and I'm wearing armor and weapons made of bear bones. So I'm just like, okay. Don't be alarmed with what I'm wearing.
if you're a friend of the druids, then a friend you are.
She walks towards you, walks towards the fire, goes, I presume you folks have some kind of food or some kind of shelter we could perhaps chat a little bit further in?
Sure.
Yeah, we have lodgings.
Yes,
All right.
You're welcome.
So she walks towards the old stomping grounds. She goes, I don't suppose Laurie's around, is he? I was supposed to bring him some kills this week, but everything I've hunted has this disgusting rotten meat flavor to it. Wasn't worth bringing up, so I wanted to send him my personal apologies.
Do you know what happened here?
No, I've been traveling for the last couple of days, but since I got into the forest about 2 days ago, like I said, it's just been a lot of weird bugs and a lot of weird animals I've seen. That much I can definitely tell you. And even the orcs that I passed on the way up here, even they're starting to steer clear.
Okay, so, oh yeah, the orcs. So I say we may as well sit down. We've got food that we've obviously purified. We spend some time eating and
Explain
bringing her
what
up
has
to
happened
speed.
here and what's been happening in this all of Cambridge.
But we leave out the god that I pissed off.
So she kind of sits and listens to your tale. She listens intently. She goes... She kind of pauses when you tell her about all the funerals that you saw and all the bodies. And she goes, there were a lot of young ones. And she seems very, very sad as she says that.
Okay.
She goes, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I kind of wouldn't mind going back to Cambridge with you two to pay my respects to the dead, as it were.
Okay.
We need food for our festivities, but after that, we are headed back to Cambridge. So if you would accompany us, we would be grateful.
She's like, all right, well,
Yeah, we're just looking to go on a hunt tomorrow, and we'll return to Cambridge then.
all right. So you guys, what are you guys going to do? You guys going to go to sleep for the night?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys go to sleep for the night, brew and Ash presumably sleep outside in their respective forms. At about 5 or 6 in the morning, you hear this wicked scream from Brew. Go, just her screaming, going, "Let her go!"
Let's roll.
Roll what?
Let's saddle up.
All right. And I go,
Rush outside.
I think my go-to phrase now is just, crap.
I do.
So you hear Bruce scream, "Let her go!" And you see, as you rush out of the Yield Stomping Grounds cabin with Liz. I'm presuming you guys just ran outside.
Yes, I did.
I sleep in my armor.
Do you have that feat? Otherwise, you
Do you?
are. Yeah, I think there's a feat where you take 1 level of exhaustion if you sleep in it, but it's hide.
I didn't. Okay.
But I'm not sure that's Pathfinder,
Do I
so
have feats?
It doesn't say it anywhere.
I'm going to presume you both did, because it's both hide.
Yeah,
so you're used to sleeping in it, so
clothes, right?
it's not plate or anything, so whatever. Okay, so you guys run outside with Liz, and you see the Manticore with the broken tail
It's Stumpy.
holding Ash in her mouth in her cat form, and just shaking her back.
Put her
and
down,
forth.
Stumpy.
The Manticore throws her down hard. She's gushing blood. Manticore looks you dead in the eye and goes, "You."
Miss me, bitch.
Roll initiative.
16.
7.
6, so I go last. So Liz goes, "Take care of the creature, I'll look after the girl." The Manticore goes, "Oh, don't worry, I don't want you, honey, I want these two." So, Dargo, I guess you're going first.
I'm fucking casting Moonbeam. Let's just do this.
All right,
Let's start
go
it
for
up strong. Moonbeam.
All right. So, describe to me what the spell does.
When you cast Moonbeam, you shoot out of my hand, shoots a energy that brings forth a pillar of light. Within that pillar of light, anything that walks into it or is inside of it gets hit with, or basically ghastly spirits surround it. Think Ark of the Covenant from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Okay.
And
Also, can you plug me in? I need power.
I shall power you. Indeed.
All right.
Would you like a description, or are we good with this?
Yes, go with the description while we plug them in.
Yep.
A silvery beam of pale light shines down in a 5-foot radius. 40-foot-high cylinder centered on a point within range. Until the spell ends, dim light fills the cylinder. When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there, it is engulfed in ghostly flames that cause searing pain, and it must make a Constitution saving throw. It takes 2d10 radiant damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one.
Okay.
A shape changer makes its saving throw with disadvantage. If it fails, it also instantly reverts to its original form and cannot assume a different form until it leaves the spell's light.
Okay,
On
I
each of your
failed my
turns,
Constitution save.
After you cast a
Failed to
spell,
go-
you can use your
here's
action
the
to
thing,
move the
You're
beam.
not technically going to be taking damage till it's your turn. So you failed it already.
Yeah, I failed it
So
already.
Tristan gets to go,
All right, so your go, Tristan?
and then I roll my damage for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
So
Moonbeam
he's
that
gonna
bitch.
get moonbeamed. Really, this is my opportunity to entangle him and have him locked in the moonbeam. So I'm going to cast Entangle on him.
All right.
And I'm going to read out what Entangle does as soon
All right.
as I find it in here, which isn't bad because I'm actually opening up this book pretty well. Grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground in a 20-foot square starting from a point within range. For the duration, these plants turn the ground in the area into difficult terrain. A creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed on a strength saving throw or be restrained by the entangling plants until the spell ends. A creature restrained by the plants can use its action to make a strength check against your spell save DC. On a success, it frees itself.
Okay. So I have to roll a strength check?
Yes.
All right.
Actually, it's a check against my spell save, so 12.
So 12. Natural 1.
You are thoroughly entangled.
Yeah, I am thoroughly just
All
these
right.
vines that sprout from the ground.
Are you ready for
thorns.
these 2d10s of damage?
The
it's
manticore
beautiful.
is covered. You can barely see its face. He's like, again!
First roll a 9.
All right.
Second roll a 10. 19 damage.
Nice. Minus 19. Okay, so you cast Moonbeam. This white pillar of ghostly white flame envelops the manticore, burning it, starts screaming. It's like, ah! Now its turn. So its tail is still free. So I'm going to say it has disadvantage on attack, just because it's still entangled. So my first roll was a 15. Second roll was a 10. I have to take the lower roll because I had disadvantage, so I miss. You see this tail spike go whipping beside you, but it didn't miss by much.
So I'm assuming it's not dislocated anymore.
Nope.
I kind of want to turn into a monkey and rip the tail off, but
How well did that work last time?
yeah. Well, I did pretty good. I'm gonna wait till I'm a gorilla though. All right, we're gonna throw something new at it.
It's still in Moonbeam, too.
Yes, flaming sphere. For the description,
Okay, now I may have to rules check you on that one.
you think so? On flaming sphere.
It's because Moonbeam is a concentration spell.
Okay.
So it's still going, so you can continue moonbeaming him, but if you cast another spell with
the
concentration...
moonbeam thinks that it only damages it the first time they walk into it.
Or if it starts its turn in the Moonbeam. So at the start of his next turn again, since he hasn't moved from it, it'll burn him again.
Moonbeam.
So you can do something that doesn't take concentration still and have the Moonbeam continue.
So he can attack, but he can't cast another spell.
Correct, unless the spell is non-concentration, which is fairly rare.
Like a cantrip? Or would that be...
Depends on the cantrip. So yeah, Flaming Sphere is a concentration spell.
Okay, check Frostbite or Poison Spray.
I think Poison Spray is good, but let me double check here.
Yeah.
I'm still super new here, so bear with me, folks.
Because it's thing. I got to get a copy.
Oh my
We'll
god.
have to get some digital copies.
Yeah.
Frost. Gaseous. I don't see Frost.
Frostbite.
Yeah, it's not in here.
Oh, it's not in that. Okay.
It might be under something else.
Because it was. Oh wait. It was. It is con. Yeah, I actually wrote it down here.
Oh, that's helpful.
Try Poison Spray.
Okay. So while we're waiting for this to roll out, the Manticore's starting to struggle and starting to struggle. He's still screaming from the flames.
Poison Spray is instantaneous. There's no concentration.
All right.
You extend your hand towards a creature you can see within range and project a puff of noxious gas from your palm. The creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 1d12 poison damage.
You get and isn't it half damage?
Doesn't mention half.
Okay, it's not half. Okay.
Okay. So
It's a hit or miss.
all right. So I have to beat your spell DC.
Succeed a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. So I make it.
You make it.
Yeah.
Damn, nothing. But you're still in the moonbeam.
Yeah, so you spray this noxious green slime, covers its face. It's like, ah. So, my go. I take damage again.
2d10s.
Roll it.
It's your turn. Isn't it?
Oh, right.
Oh,
yeah,
I
it's
have
your
to
go.
have a turn, too. What the hell am I going to do? Holy crap.
Because you're still concentrating, right?
Yeah. I'm going to cast Shillelagh, I think, if I can. Pretty sure I can. It's a bonus.
Think about it. Next year, this time, we're going to be pros.
Oh, yeah. It's just going to be like, I do this and do this and do this, and I won't have to look anything up. Until I get super creative and be like, can I even do that? Oh, yeah, that's a bonus action. So I'm going to cast Shillelagh and then walk up to the Manticore.
All right, you do as such.
And take a good thwack.
All right, so you're going to whack it with your quarterstaff?
I am.
All right, roll it. Your attack has advantage.
Well, that's a 2.
That's not hitting.
And that is a...
Don't forget your
8.
proficiency bonus.
Oh, so that's 10.
Still misses. Unfortunately, you whack your quarterstaff against the vines are too thick for it to penetrate.
Glad I didn't miss the stationary
But it
target.
didn't miss.
Now it's your turn.
Yep, now it's my turn, so I take damage, so roll it.
As I laugh. 4 and 10. 14 damage as I laugh.
It continues to wither and scream in the flames. Its eyes burning with this white-hot hatred for you. 18 hits, I know that for sure.
Yeah.
Alright, so he's flinging you with a tail spike.
Okay.
That hits you for 1d8 plus 3, so give me a sec here. I hit you for 8 damage.
8 damage?
Yep. So it whips its tail free, and this spike sticks right into your stomach. It pierces your armor, but doesn't go any further in.
Ooh. Owie.
Yeah, that looked pretty painful.
My turn?
Yep.
Shillelagh.
All right.
So I shillelagh right the fuck up, and I'm going to bash him with my dick bone.
All right. You grab your giant dire bear bone quarterstaff and crank him with it. Roll to hit. Your attack has advantage still.
12. Advantage. So how does it work with advantage?
Roll twice.
You roll twice?
Take the higher number.
Also, you're adding your proficiency bonus in, right?
Oh.
Yeah, I missed out in the first one, but it wouldn't have changed anything. It would have become a 5.
His proficiency bonus for...
Everything.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the one in the circle.
Yeah, we built our sheets using D&D Beyond, not Hero Lab.
Oh, then the second one was 18 with that.
Then it hits.
Okay.
Knock.
And so, because it's shillelagh, it's 1d8, I believe.
Yep.
8.
Phenomenal.
Bam.
You see this thing, it's starting to cough out blood. It's like, oh!
It's almost monkey time.
It's trying to struggle through the vines. The vines keep him pinned to the ground. Liz has finally reached over to Ash and is trying to stop the blood gushing out of her 2 puncture wounds. It doesn't look good. All right, so whose go is it?
That would be mine.
All right, what are you going to do?
I am going to... See, do I want to thwack him with my club, or do I want to help close the wounds that he gave you with that tail spike?
Because we still got Moonbeam.
Yeah, Moonbeam's still going. That is still going. And I give a good whack myself.
All right, roll it. Attack has advantage.
That's a 10. And that's a 16.
16's a hit.
Okay, so that is a 1d8. Minus 1, though, because I'm
Kind of a weakling.
2.
All right, so you give this thing a boop, boop on the nose. Boop.
You're just mocking him at that point.
Boop. All right, so it is my go, I think, right? Yep. So Manticore's tail is still free. It's trying to whip around.
Take 2d10 damage.
It takes, so, oh, right, yeah, roll damage.
Yeah.
I ain't forgetting Moonbeam.
As I still laugh maniacally.
Maniacal laugh.
I rolled a d20, that's wrong.
Yeah, I know.
He's skipping a step, but kind of cheating.
9 total.
It's starting to look a lot worse, whereas you can start to see one of its eyeballs has popped from the sickly heat around it. Its face is starting to melt off. It's still screaming for blood.
More like in blood.
I rolled an 18, and then I rolled a 4. I miss. As another tail spike goes flying by you, Farron. Shot goes wild and into the air above your head.
So did you get
So
that?
it's my turn.
It is your turn.
I want to turn into a monkey, but I also want to keep the moonbeam on. So I'm going to thwack him again with...
Yeah, Moonbeam's got a lot of damage. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's because I cast it right on him.
I'm always stuck.
All right, so I'm going
To
to
get unstuck, he has to do nothing.
Are we still at advantage here?
Yep, still advantage. He's still entangled.
So that was 9 and 13.
13 is, that's with,
Yeah.
you do not hit.
Okay.
All right, so you whack against, once again, the vines. The vines take the brunt of the attack. All right, your go, Farron.
Just keep smacking him with these sticks.
All right.
Because I
whack
gotta
him in
hold
the
my
face.
concentration too. 19.
19 is enough to hit, for sure.
1d8 minus 1 is 3, so it's a bit stronger of a boop this time.
Yeah, you give him a good crack in the face as you definitely bust open his nose.
Like, why won't you die yet?
It's struggling and screaming. Actually, I get to make a strength check to break free, don't
You
I?
have to use your action to break free, but yes, you can.
All right, it's going to try and break free.
No, you're going to take damage right now.
All right, roll it.
It's beautiful.
5, 9 again. The moonbeam is weakening, I think.
Moonbeam's ghostly flames continue to inflame it as most of its body is now enwrapped in this ghostly white flame.
Lunar
It's
eclipse.
struggling. You see he's trying to flex his wings, so he's going to use that as a strength check, which he has disadvantage on. So I rolled a 12 and a 5. So nope, it's going nowhere.
Your turn.
I'm going to bash him on the head again and be, why won't you die? All right, let's roll this. Okay, so it's 4 now. 7. So I'm swinging. Why won't you die? Why won't you die? And it's not hitting anything.
So that was your total with advantage.
Yeah,
Oh my god, yeah, you missed.
yeah. I rolled like a 3 and then a 5
No,
plus my proficiency.
Jesus.
All right, time to try to poke his other eye out with my stick.
All right, roll it.
5.
Miss.
Natural 20, so 22.
You crank this thing right in the face like a baseball bat. Roll damage. Or actually, roll that again. Your natural 20 or your 20-sided die. You're gonna roll to confirm critical.
16 natural.
16 natural. What does it?
Proficiency's 2. So
It's not enough to confirm critical, but it does double damage. I'll say
Okay, so we'll
because
double.
he's cranked into he's trapped. So times your damage by 2.
A total of 6.
You crank this thing in the face and collapse its skull. Its brain just oozes out of this empty skull casing as you crank it and its brains ooze out. It just erupts in this gout of white hot flame, takes up the vines with it, and Moonbeam dissipates as this thing burns to a cinder.
And I proudly say, I do.
And I'm standing there thinking, what cool thing could I say? Nothing. I got nothing except I'm glad you're dead.
I thought of the Joker, I'm glad you're dead.
Actually, no. I pull up my inner RoboCop. Does it hurt? Does it hurt?
All right, so that is what happens. What happens next? Did Ash Brew's daughter survive? Well, find out next hour here on the Cambridge Chronicles. I've been your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net and TerribleWarriors.com, joined with my 2 druids.
Mr. Christopher.
Alex, who needs a better nickname, think of it, please.
All right, we're working on it, guys, and we'll be back in the Hour 1 debrief, only on Patreon.com. We'll catch you guys there real soon.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time. brave adventurer for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to Terrible Warriors. I'm your Dungeon Master for this evening, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net, and of course TerribleWarriors.com. Big thanks to all of our Patreons who are out there supporting us. Every dollar counts, every dollar matters. Thank you so much. But I'm not alone as I trek through the settlement of Cambridge in the Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition adventure we are calling the Cambridge Chronicles. I am here with
Mr. Christopher.
Alex.
And yes, tonight we are actually, as we did last hour, we are still broadcasting on Discord. You want to know how to join us? Well, you got to go to patreon.com/terriblewarriors to find out how. Right now we are joining the chat with Andy and Volsar. These people are big supporters of the show. They've been with us since I think the very beginning. So we definitely appreciate to have them as listeners as we trek through the forests outside Cambridge, where we join our adventurers who have just slain a manticore who had given them trouble in their last adventure.
Old Stumpy,
as Tristan is showing off the gun show. He's flexing here.
I thought this was a video show.
No, it's just for me, man.
Oh.
Yeah, you're just flexing like, yeah, we kicked his ass.
All for
So yes,
Alex.
these people had killed the manticore who had ambushed Brew and her young daughter Ash, who were sleeping in their druidic forms. Brew, that of a giant eagle, Ash as a little black kitty cat. Unfortunately, the manticore had viciously attacked Ash and the werebear.
Little black kitty cat?
Little black kitty cat.
Oh.
Looks like Dr. Wily. Oh.
Gee, I wonder why.
Brutal.
Exactly. I love all kitties.
Not that much. Manticores.
But their new friend, the werebear, Liz, or Moran, if you want to call her by her tribal name, has taken to tending to Ash, whose wounds appear grievous indeed. So, what are you guys doing? You see the body of the manticore engulfed in fire. It is now virtually almost ash as the spell entanglement ends and the vines and other thorny substances dissipate into the earth.
Oh, yeah, I am totally going to get some sort of token out of this. I'm not a serial killer, but I do like a trophy out of the monsters I kill.
Roll me a d20. I'll see if you find something.
All right.
We'll see if anything's left.
Because, I mean, yeah, we burned them, but it was holy for whatever fire. And I rolled 17.
You don't find anything of significant size. You find a few small rib bones, but nothing of significant size.
What's significant to me, I'm 3 feet tall.
No bigger than my finger.
No bigger than your finger?
Yeah, it's mostly ash. You
could it be
torch this
Could it be a
thing.
tooth?
You find a tooth.
Awesome.
Well, at least you're not collecting ears like Universal Soldier. It could
No.
Could have made some chopsticks
I
out
could
of
put that
this.
on a necklace, or I could put that, I could attach it to my dick bone, so I have a spiky dick bone.
All right, so you do as such.
Spiky dick bone, it is.
All right, then. So are you going to go help Liz attend to Ash?
I am.
All right.
I have no healing abilities.
All right, so
I'm gonna
I'm
go
on
and
this.
see what I can do. Yeah.
All right, so you run over to Ash. You see her bleeding from puncture wounds where the manticore's fangs had pierced her side. Eventually, she reverts back to human form. You see 2 vicious holes in her gut.
Ew.
I'm going to go ahead and cast Cure Wounds
All right,
on
roll it.
Ash.
All right, I guess it doesn't matter. Just roll how many hit points you heal.
Trying to remember exactly how many that is. I know it's
I think it's 1d8,
but I think it's by spell modifier as well.
1d8 plus 4 then.
Okay, 1d8 plus 4. Here we go. I'm healing you for 10 points.
Okay, so you cast the magic cascades over her. The wounds immediately seal up. There's only just some bites and scratches on her, but nothing significant. She takes in a big gasp air, and she looks up. She looks up at the face of Liz, the red-haired werebear woman, and she's like, "Where's my mom?" And you look over, you see against a tree, you see Brew, who's been knocked unconscious. Presumably, the manticore jumped her and hit her head against the tree and knocked her out. So Ash gets up very weakly, but she is mobile.
We gotta get to Brew and see if she's alive.
Yeah. So since I don't have any healing abilities, I'm just gonna pick up Ash
All right.
and carry her over.
Okay, so you pick up Ash, you put her in your arms, you carry her over towards Brew. Brew's like, Eventually she starts to stir, and after about a minute or two, she eventually wakes up, her eyes slowly focus, looks at Farron, looks at Dargo, and she's like, what happened?
I'm looking at you here.
A manticore that we totally didn't know. Manticore came and attacked.
It looks like it got the jump on you. It attacked Ash, but we rescued her, and she's all right.
That bitch.
Brew rubs the back of her head. She's like, I didn't even see it coming.
Well, don't worry. Everybody's safe now.
He was fast, but he is defeated.
Good. She's like, I don't think the stomping grounds are safe anymore, but I don't want to leave them. To leave the place undefended would be... She searches for the right word. She's not quite sure. He's like, it's never been done. This place has never been abandoned in thousands of years, but manticores no longer fear us.
Is there a ritual we can do to...
Restore the land?
Not restore the land. Shh, quiet you. I mean, something that's like a warding spell, so that it can be... that beasts might not want to come near it, or even something that would hide,
conceal our home.
sight.
She's like, if the elders come back, they would know of such magics. I am not that high up in the order, unfortunately.
Dag nabbit.
She's like, perhaps I should take my daughter and we should flee from here for now.
Our roots are deep in this place, but as they grow deep, they will grow back.
You can take shelter back at my place.
She goes, you would offer me your home to me and my daughter?
I would.
She goes, I know where it is. We shall make our way there.
And just watch the meat.
It's like, we shall bring our own.
Good.
She goes into Yield Stomping Grounds, emerges with a rather large sack, transforms into a large giant eagle. Ash resumes her cat form, picks her up in her claws as gently as she can with the bag, and immediately starts flying towards Cambridge.
Cool. Well,
that ended well.
They're presumably safe. I have somebody else to watch over my place.
Liz is like, as friend of the druid, I can stay here for the night if you two wish to go ahead and with whatever business you two had. Unless you want to go back to Cambridge now and leave this place undefended. I do not know what would stalk here. This place has a reputation. The other elders might come back. I don't know.
What time of day is it now? It's morning, right?
Yeah, it's about 7 or 8 in the morning now.
I was going to say...
It's high time for hunting.
I was going to say, how about you want to go hunt and then be back before nightfall?
Here or go back to Cambridge?
Here.
She's like...
Let's take a short rest first.
That makes sense. So you guys rest up for the morning.
Yeah.
Basically, looking around camp, seeing if anything, or see what, if anything, Brew and Ash did. They cleaned up the place as best they possibly could. There are some fresh kills stored in the cabin. You see a giant badger is in the middle of being butchered. Stuff like that in one of the back rooms in the bedroom, or in where you found Lori. They turn it into a makeshift abattoir because obviously, well, they're not using it anymore. So you find that. Other than that, you don't find anything else out of the ordinary. So about noontime comes around. It's starting to rain now. Nothing too heavy, just a light, gentle rain. You guys gonna head off into the bush?
Yep.
All right. So Liz follows in her werebear form, and you guys start making your. Are you guys going towards the red X?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So about 4 or 5 hours goes by. Once again, the forest is still unusually quiet as you start proceeding through it.
At least we
And-
know why.
Yeah, at least you know why. You pass by the cave, and as you pass by the cave, it was dark before. Now it is glowing bright green.
Huh.
That doesn't feel safe.
I'm not going in there. That is for a time when us druids have a couple other people with us.
We need reinforcements to tackle that one.
I
We need to
basically-
press on.
I basically walk by, putting my right hand beside my face and ignoring, if I don't see you, you don't exist right now, but make a mental note of it.
Liz kind of makes a roaring sound and motions towards the cave. She turns into her human form and goes, "Is there any particular reason why you're not going in there?" And you can smell the sickness coming off of it. Obviously, that being one reason.
We
but
can smell the sickness coming off of it. You can go in there if you want.
he's like, "All right, just give me a minute." She's gonna.
Crap.
She
Better
she
hurt me.
walks into the cave.
Yeah.
About 10 minutes later, she comes out, not scathed or anything.
Okay.
She's holding 2 large sacks.
Okay.
And she's like, "Well, I was able to find these. A couple of bodies in there. But that's about it."
Thought
Okay.
they were eggs for a minute. I was like, uh-oh.
What? But
All the eggs hatched, so... Huh.
yeah. What's in the bag? What's in the bag? What's in the
What kind of
open-
bodies did you find?
Soldiers of some type.
Did you recognize them from anywhere?
No insignia I've ever seen before anyway. But I haven't been from Cambridge in quite some time, couple of years anyway.
Were they carrying anything, or they seemed there on purpose?
Well, whatever was in there ran into the basilisk. That's for sure. And these sacks were lying beside a couple of, bodies.
I tried to hide a sly grin.
Let's go in the cave quickly.
All right, so you go into the cave.
Yeah.
Roll me. You gonna stealth pass the basilisk? You know it's in here, or are you gonna try and talk to it?
I'm going to try to talk to it.
Okay, well, you still have to avoid its gaze, so
Yeah, I'm going to...
close your
We're
eyes.
friends,
I'm
are we not?
I'm closing my eyes.
You still have to talk to it every time.
Yeah, so give me a second.
I feel like it should give like a
I'm going to
bonus.
cast my
Easy.
Speak with Animals.
Okay, you do as such.
Hey, girl.
She was like, "You are the one I call friend.
That's right. How's it going?
My children suddenly grew. They are gone now.
They're gone.
They left."
They all left?
She motions with her snout. There are only 3 eggs left. These ones have not hatched. I worry that they won't.
Worry that they won't. Okay,
Because it's so bright in here, it's almost like daylight bright. You can't see because your eyes are closed, but unless you're not looking at her.
true, and they need darkness, right?
Yeah.
If you...
What could we do to help?
Yeah, that's what
Ask her what we could do to
That's
help.
what I was thinking. Okay, I'll ask... What could we do to help?
We're safe. No longer safe here. The Great One has left.
Great one is left.
That's our
Okay,
fault.
you know what?
too.
You know where it's safe? Back at the old stomping grounds.
Safer than here, anyway.
Friend of the Druids. we've got and
We should.
I'm whispering basically that we need something to help protect the area.
Yes.
A couple guard basilisks wouldn't be bad.
We should have probably left some messages at the old stomping grounds to mention to any elders that may have come back that basilisks are not enemies.
They would
I would hope that they would commune with the basilisks.
generally
as well.
you'd think so, but yeah, I was going to say. First thought was, hey, go back to... No, probably not a good idea to go back to my place in the city. But...
Yeah, they're not going to walk through town.
But Yale Stomping Grounds.
Halt.
Stomping Grounds is probably fine.
It's safer than here,
Yeah.
and it's mutually beneficial. So, I say suggest it to her.
Yeah. So I suggested and described the area, because it's not that far from here.
I know of where you speak. Safe.
Safe. Wait till darkness, I guess, and then... Because it's midday, right?
Yeah,
So wait-
it's about 1, 2 in the
So
afternoon.
I tell her in the evening we'll be back in the evening, and
Tell her if any druids come by just to
Yeah.
to speak with them as well.
I basically mentioned those like us and point, and because they can obviously sense it,
Yeah.
that don't attack and give a chance to talk to them because they're friends too.
All right, so you tell the basilisk. She gathers up her eggs in her nest and begins to drag it slowly up
Okay.
towards the surface.
Yeah.
And what are you guys going to do?
Why is
You're
it
about
blowing
halfway
green in
down
here
to
now?
where you found the dragon's throne room.
So the dragon's gone.
Do we go back to that throne room and
It had a really
See
cool
what's
cape in
happened?
it. Like if the moss is growing and everything's getting worse, obviously he's not here at all. So maybe the cape is still there.
if he comes back, we're dead. Full on dead.
But it was a bear cape.
There'll be no talking out of with acquaintances this time, but
That's true. I mean, we could go down, but if it gets, I'm. This is up to you this time. I've made all the bad decisions so far.
I wonder if there's anything different, if he left us anything. A sign, a clue. We should at least check out the throne room.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so you guys start making your way down the throne room, right towards the throne room. Once again, you see the green moss is everywhere. The water at the bottom now glows that radioactive green. You come towards the doors. The doors are smashed open.
Smashed open.
Smashed. Like there's splintered rock
Those
everywhere.
big, gigantic, immensely heavy doors.
Yep, splintered. Into rubble and dust and basically pebbled.
I guess we don't need to do the magic button pressing anymore.
So as you walk into the throne room, you see everything has been torched. And the green moss is everywhere.
Even the cape.
Everything is
God.
torched.
Yeah. God.
There is something scrawled on the wall, which is basically burned into it.
Okay.
It's basically, if you could leave graffiti in magma,
Oh.
and it's written in common.
It's written in common?
What does it say?
I have failed.
Oh, shit. Let's get out of here. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, we'll promptly leave.
All right, so you guys start promptly leaving. You start hustling, and eventually you come up to the surface. Liz looks at you guys and goes, "So, what'd you find down there?"
Nothing but death.
Emptiness and glowing corruption.
Well, we've seen some of the same down south. Not a lot of it, but some of it.
I'm trying to think. Do we have anything we could seal the cave with? Because the basilisk is gone. Do I have anything in my kit? Do I have any spells?
What is there to... Well, is this cave really a source, or is it already...
But still glowing crazy in there. Things could wander in, get covered in moss and crap. Or could we torch it?
Not much of an earth mover. I don't have that set of,
Yeah, I don't
of
think I
abilities.
I don't think
Yet.
I don't think my flaming sphere can actually burn things down. Are you able to use like an attack spell to affect the terrain around you?
Not that I know.
Okay.
Liz goes, I know of no such magics.
Okay. Well, and I don't have anything. I don't have like an earthquake thing or anything that can. Yeah, we're not powerful enough. I don't think we can seal a cave without a bomb.
No, we need to return here, remember this place, and seal it away when we can.
I wish I could turn into a Snorlax and just fall asleep in front of it.
I have a flute, too.
Yeah.
And so,
We need to continue north. We need to find this food for the festival, which is coming close.
Yeah,
All right.
let's do this.
all right, so you guys continue moving north. You start passing.
Sorry, but it feels like Breaking Bad, where every little thing now is getting more and more complex and dangerous around us.
You continue deeper and deeper into the forest. Once again, it keeps getting quiet. Eventually, you come to this vast, kind of like an area by a lake, and you just see this pristine, clear blue water. Like, think of like British Columbia's inner lakes. That looks like a mirror, mirroring the sky. You can see water raining. It's still raining. It's still gently falling upon the lake, ever so gently breaking the mirror-like image. And beyond that, you see a small island, and you see a boat there. You see like a small dock. Looks like it's well maintained.
Okay.
Looks like there's spots for maybe 2 or 3 boats. There is one there.
You want to hop on a boat and see what's over on the other side?
Seems almost too perfect. But what do we have to lose? There might be something there that can help us.
Correct. Because I mean, we looked left and right. Is there anything else here?
You don't see anything else.
And it's clear. Like it's not like we're being obstructed by terrain or anything.
Nope.
I don't have detect magic. Survival. I don't have.
Well, I'll go back to Panther form and sniff out the area.
Yeah.
Okay, roll me nature.
Nature, eh?
Yep.
'Cause that's what I was thinking. I was trying to think of something where we could. Like,
22.
You smell something.
21.
You both smell something. Basically, a very heavy stink. Smells like rotting meat and body odor and just wet, stinky feet.
Oh, like the bus I was on this morning. I know that smell well. Gross.
Can we follow the smell carefully?
It goes right to the water and stops in one of the boats.
Stops in the boat.
Yes.
Okay, we look into the boat. Is there anything in the boat?
You see remains of flowers. You see, like, mud and stuff in the shape of, like, a humanoid footprint.
Is there like a rock or anything around me?
Yes.
All right, I want to skip it across the water.
You skip it across the water, it skips about 7 or 8 times and just sinks normally.
Okay.
I'll dip a paw into the water.
It's warm. It's pleasant. You could go for a swim easily.
I'm a cat, so maybe not.
You're a panther, though.
Oh, that's true.
Panthers and tigers, right?
That's true. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Something's up.
Turn
Be
to
on our
Liz.
guard.
Hey, Liz, you want to go in the water first?
Liz looks at the water. She's in her humanoid form now. She dips one of her toes into it. Goes, it's pleasant. I don't sense anything wrong.
Nothing seems out of place to you?
She's like, no, I've never been here before. It's pretty. It's nice. Is this a place familiar to your settlement? Is this
I don't know this place.
I've never been up here, but
I smell something. Of course, I'm out of
smells
beast
a
form
little
now. I
off.
smelled something, so I have to
maybe
change out.
ask her to turn in. No, she can they. If she's a werebear, can she turn?
Yeah,
in
she can
as
just shift.
well? Can you sense anything or smell anything, and just have her turn into it?
She shifts back into her bear form, becoming this mighty, big brown bear. She starts sniffing the air aggressively. She's like, I smell bugbears.
Okay.
A lot of them.
A lot of them.
But I do smell
bugbears.
What direction do you smell them in?
Oh, they stop at the boat, but the stench carries across the water.
Would you still risk this, going across and seeing what's on the other side in that island?
If I have kin there, I would most certainly look. But I'm not from these parts, so the decision is yours.
It's just the one boat, right?
Yeah, there's one boat left.
All right. How's about Farron and I get in the boat, and we have our bear friends swim just a little farther away from us, but sort of parallel, but a little farther away, so there's a little separation between us so we can maybe see from different angles, so we won't necessarily get ambushed all at once. Is that
Liz says, all right,
all right, let's do that.
I'll do as you wish. So she gently glides into the water as gracefully as a big brown bear can,
They can swim pretty good.
and she starts, well, basically doggy paddling
Yeah.
beside the boat, and eventually she grows to a great distance, or a close enough distance that you can see her, but not so much that she can be spotted.
All right, so we get in the water and start, or we get in the boat and start going over.
All right, so after about 15 minutes or so, you start rowing. You eventually make it over to the island, and roll me perception checks.
17.
14.
You could smell blood.
Oh.
You smell that same rotten meat stench, stinky feet smell.
All around?
Yeah. But you also smell some pleasantness too, like nature here. To your senses, it feels like things haven't been corrupted here.
Like it's the feeling that we usually had when we went hunting?
Yeah, exactly. It's like this place hasn't been touched. Do any of you have Arcana? Or no, neither of you have Detect Magic.
No.
No, I have Arcana.
Just Arcana a little bit.
You can try it. It'll be a high difficulty, but you can try
15.
it. All right. Not enough.
14.
Not enough. You wonder if there's magic here, but you're not certain.
Okie dokies. So we turn to...
Liz eventually makes it to the shore,
Yeah.
shakes off her fur, resumes her humanoid form, grasps her battle axe, and says, I can still smell the buggers.
You too, huh?
She nods her head.
I need to
Alright.
move carefully.
You still have that spell?
I cast Pass Without Trace on the three of us.
All right. You cast the spell. The spell cloaks you so you can pass through the forest relatively undetected. And that gives you a plus 10 to stealth checks, I think.
I believe so.
All right, cool.
And plus 10 to dex. Dex
All right, so everybody roll me a stealth check to proceed further into the island.
30. No, wait. Stealth?
Yeah.
30.
All right.
Because I rolled a natural 20.
Ooh, okay.
And 23.
All right, so the three of you proceed without trace and without making a sound, proceed to creep along a path that leads up a hill. And as you proceed up a hill, the trees start to thin out. You can see what appears to be a waterfall and a pond. And you see probably 5 bugbears and what looks to be probably their leader. He's taller, he's bigger, he looks meaner. He's carrying this really big war club. You would presume him to be like probably a sergeant or somebody in charge.
They're not animals, right? So
No, they're goblinoids.
Okay, so and we don't speak that.
No, we don't.
Yeah, they speak common and goblin.
Okay.
And you see the bodies of several beautiful looking women and several beautiful looking men. They look like they've just had the crap kicked out of them.
What are they dressed like?
Naked, actually. And you see 2 women and 2 men that are chained to poles, also naked, but they're very much alive.
And the bugbears are where are they in relation to them?
They are surrounding them,
Okay.
like across the pond. You can see they're on, like, I guess what would be like a makeshift shoreline.
Okay.
There are 4 poles made out of, I guess, trees, and they are chained. The 2 men and the 2 women are chained to the trees.
They're chained to the trees, like off the ground.
Yes, probably about 3 feet. And the bugbear chief is shouting something at them in Goblin. The women are defiantly spitting in the goblins' faces. The men are also shouting angrily back. If you look beyond them, you can see what looks like a small settlement of some kind, made out of like the forest itself, almost like druidic-like, but not entirely.
And it doesn't look like a bugbear village, right?
No.
All right, I'm going to cast the vine growth.
Okay, on how many of them?
I got to check the area of effect.
So it's a vine
I
growth?
think it's vine growth. My writing is so terrible, by the way, so I got to see if that's what it called it. I think
it's spike growth.
spike growth. That's how bad my writing is. Spike growth. That's what it was.
Spike, vine, they're easy to...
Yeah.
Concentration spell, 10 minutes. The ground in a 20-foot radius centered on a point within range twists and sprouts hard spikes and thorns. The area becomes difficult terrain for the duration. When a creature moves into or within the area, it takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels. The transformation of the ground is camouflaged to look natural. Any creature that can't see the area at the time the spell is cast must make a wisdom perception check against your spell save DC to recognize the terrain as hazardous before entering it.
I cast it on the ground where the bugbears are because the other people are up on poles. They're not touching the ground. They're not moving.
Yep. So you're casting it around the poles?
I'm casting it around the poles where they're standing.
Okay, so you cast the growth. None of the goblins or none of the bugbears seem to notice. The bugbear chief looks a little perturbed. He's going to make a perception check. What do I have to roll to notice?
A wisdom perception check.
Okay, let me pull up my bugbear chief.
Against spell save DC.
Okay, so 12. Natural 1, I know shit. Derpy derp and diddly derp.
So we're just there and I just go and just,
That's what vines sound like.
You hear the bugbear finally shouting in common. He's like, "Where are the flowers? We've killed your elven friends, we'll kill you too." As you look a little bit closer, the males are definitely elves, and the women appear humanoid, but they are unnaturally beautiful. Roll me nature, see if you can figure out what they are.
alrighty.
15.
16.
They're probably nymphs. You've got nymphs in your backyard, which they do work closely with certain druidic circles and orders. They are the very embodiment of physical beauty in nature.
Cool.
So they're meant to guard these flowers. So the bugbear chief is like, "Answer my questions." He walks up to one of
He can't walk.
Let me finish. He walks
He can
up.
do whatever he wants. It's just
He walks up to one of the poles and gets entangled. So how much damage does he take?
It is 2d4 per 2d4 per step.
For every
Okay.
5 feet he travels, he takes a 2d4 piercing damage.
Yeah.
So he took 5 steps because he was charging towards it to make a point.
Charge. This is the
The bugbear chief.
or chief.
Yeah.
So you took 5 steps.
Yep.
How many steps was it?
So it's every 5 feet he travels.
So he traveled
if we
30
wanna-
feet.
Yeah, if we want to talk.
30 feet.
He's pissed.
2d4. Okay, so give me a second here.
Exciting silence, I'm sure, folks.
This is rolling.
34.
Okay. So the bugbear takes 30 points of damage. As he charges through it, he starts screaming in agony as all these vines and spikes poke and pierce his skin. He's like, "What foul sorcery is this?" And he starts to try and tear up the ground around him. Can he do that?
No.
Okay, so he's ending his turn there. So everybody roll initiative. I'm rolling for the goblins, or the bugbears separate, and then
Initiative
the
19.
Okay, so for the goblins, I
7.
rolled 14, or the bugbears, and for the bugbear chief, 5.
So it's me.
Bugbears,
Bugbears.
me, Chief.
Okay, so go first.
All right.
So the other bugbears are like, "What is going on?" And they like kind of scatter. 3 of them run off into the bush because they're kind of freaked out. The other 2 stand their ground.
They're
Like, "Chief will punish us. Stand and fight."
how do they run?
They went away from the poles. They're freaked out.
Oh, okay.
They're like GTFO, not no one near that.
I saw what happened to the chief.
I was kind of hoping I party killed them. Okay, so I shillelagh up.
Okay. You cast Shillelagh. This powerful force imbues you with power.
Yeah. Because we're far enough away, and I start walking towards them.
They're like, "Who are you?" The other goblin goes, "It doesn't matter. Kick his ass."
You
So,
have a
what are you
move
gonna
that's
do?
a bonus action.
I do get a bonus action, don't I?
Shillelagh's the bonus, so you can just act.
Yeah, you can attack, or you
I'm trying to
can.
think of where they are.
They're right in front of you by about 20 feet.
Spike growth is a concentration, so you have to use a non-concentration unless you want to break your spike.
Yeah,
growth.
I do, don't I? I'm going to thwack one, the closest one.
Okay.
All right, so I roll. 15.
15. You crank them with your with your bone quarterstaff. It bounces off their hide armor and shields. They're able to deflect it.
Okay, so it doesn't hit.
No.
Okay.
And it's their go now?
Bugbear go.
Okay. So the first bugbear is going to attack. Natural 20. Let's see what they do. It's going to hit you with a Morning Star, which is 2d8 plus 2 piercing.
On 4.
1, 7 plus 2. So
9 damage.
10? Yeah. So the second one's going to attack.
Oh yeah, 1 plus 7. Okay.
1 plus. Okay.
Oh, I need to roll if that was a good. You know what? I'm not going to bother with it.
What?
Yeah, I'm not going to roll to confirm critical.
Oh,
Unless
okay.
you want to die.
No, that's fine. All right.
Second one rolled a 14. Is that enough to hit your AC? Okay. So the other one swings its Morning Star. The force of the first blow knocked you back. So the other one swings harmlessly at the air.
Okay.
All right, Farron, you go.
I'm hurt, by the way.
Yes, you are. Okay, I'm gonna walk up and cure wounds to try to heal him.
Okay.
So that's 1d8 plus 4. Healing for a total of 9.
Yeah.
I'll use a bonus action to shillelagh up my weapon as well.
All right, you do as such.
Rah. Shillelagh.
All right, so the bugbear's chiefs go. He's hurt pretty bad, but he has to climb out of the death to get at you, so he has to go another 30 feet to get towards you. Or 20 at this point.
20. So that's. So how many times am I rolling that now then?
So it's 2d4 per 5 feet, so 20 feet. 8d4.
8d4.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
This silence is brought to you by...
Math!
8d4.
8d4. That's a lot of potential damage.
22.
The bugbear chief's looking real hurt. He's got lacerations and punk. He's got just this blood is just spewing out of him. And he eventually emerges. It looks like he's just bleeding the bloody hell. He looks and says, "Not worth it," and starts running towards the forest. Actually, no, that would have been his move, so
Yeah, he
he's
can't-
going to try and attack before he goes. I'm guessing a 4 doesn't hit you.
No.
He swings his, like, big-ass Morningstar Club mace thing at you. Once again, whiffs the air, but it went by real fast.
I go, my turn now, right?
Yeah, it's his go.
I go, shh. Frostbite.
All right, roll damage.
All right.
Or no, I get to roll a spell saving throw, don't I?
Yeah, you have to roll that.
So that's a wisdom one.
Yeah.
17.
Okay, you make it, which
Yep.
means I do half damage?
I think so, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's half damage.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 damage.
You cast this as the blood on his body freezes, and he's like, ugh. He gets down onto one knee and starts crawling towards the woods. The other bugbear just looks freaked out, doesn't know what to quite do. The other one kind of looks at him, is like, I don't know what to do. It's your go, I think.
Unless the bugbears are just
Yeah,
freaked out.
yeah, they're freaked out. They're not taking any action. They're
Okay.
terrified.
Kill their king.
Is the chief wearing any metal?
Yes, he is wearing. Let me double check.
He's got the flail and the Morningstar.
Yeah,
That's also true.
He's wearing a chain shirt and has a metal shield.
I'm going to cast heat metal on his chain shirt.
All right, you cast his
Get a little bit
shirt
of
glows white hot,
A little bit of the icy hot action going on there.
dealing
2d8 fire damage.
Okay.
That's 1. 3 total.
Little bit
his
of fire.
skin starts to blister and pop. He starts screaming in pain. He's like, "Let me live!" The other ones are like, the bugbears look at each other and go, "Fuck this!" and bolt towards the forest.
He may know something before we kill him.
Yeah. Is it time now for good cop, monkey cop?
We need to find out some information. Let's interrogate him.
All right, I turn into an orangutan.
All right, you take your turn. You turn into an orangutan.
And I start walking towards him.
The bugbear is still coughing up blood, still trying to drag his basically punctured, wounded ass towards the forest. What are you guys going to do?
I've already taken my turn. Or I guess,
Is he surrendering? Are we ending combat? Or
He's
are we
trying to crawl
so he's
away.
still crawling away, so we need to...
I'm going to grab a hold of him then.
Okay, so you grab a hold of him, I'm guessing by the scruff of his neck.
Yeah.
All right, he's going to roll an opposed strength check. 16. What's your ape form?
It'll be the same as what you have.
Oh, my panther.
Actually, no, I wrote... Actually, no.
Oh, you wrote it out for me. That's right.
Yeah.
I am.
Technically, it's a little bit higher class than what you should have access to, I think.
Then we'll just take a slight penalty to it then.
Yeah.
You gave me, I saved a picture of it because I am slow in the brain. Here it is. It's strength of 16 plus 3.
Okay, so you get a +3 to your strength roll. So roll it.
All right.
The number you need to beat is 16.
What if I get 16 exactly?
Then tie goes to the defender.
Okay.
He's still crawling away, but he's not making any progress. He's crawling in the dirt. He's like, just
basically
let
he
me
squirmed,
go.
He squirmed out.
Yeah.
Okay. Your turn.
Okay, well, I'll turn in panther form and try to press him down just to stop him as well.
All right. He's,
Monkey cop, panther
all right.
cop.
How do you
Animal
intend to interrogate
cops.
him when you both can't speak in your animal forms?
As soon as he stops, we can change back out. My
He
strength
rolls a
is...
4 and you pin him.
Okay.
All right, I change back.
So I guess you're going to roar in his face.
Roar.
Yeah, so you hiss in his face, the spit's flying off your fangs. He looks like he's about to drop a deuce.
All right.
He's utterly terrified.
I change back into my gnome form, walk towards him, pet Farron on the head.
I'm thoroughly thinking to myself, I really wish I didn't have keen smell right now.
That's a good boy. And I go, all right, I think it's time we had a discussion.
What do you want? No, don't know anything.
Don't know anything. Flowers. Talk.
Heard Island was easy pickings.
Heard from who?
He says, do you not look out in the mainland? The world is sick. Nymphs never venture very far from here. Presume their defenses would be down. Figured we could kill them and eat them. Or maybe sell them into sex slavery or something.
Okay.
The Thieves Guild pays good for them.
Where'd you hear that?
One known as Corin. She has powerful magics that can enslave the nymphs.
Okay.
I can't really say anything here.
Yeah, you can't say anything. All right, then what I'm gonna say. Yeah. That's right. He's a good boy. Anyway, I turn and say, "We're gonna let you live
He looks surprised.
because we're not without mercy. But know this, and tell all others of your kind that this woods are protected.
He nods his head.
And if you come back, I'll rip your jaw off."
He craps himself.
I swiftly change out of panther form. I don't need to smell that any stronger than I already am.
He gets to his feet. He drops his weapon. He starts backing away. And he breaks into as much of a run as he can muster towards the shore.
Cool. Kind of wish I was evil so I could just set him on fire now.
Use a bonus action. Heat wound.
I was going to say, I'm pretty happy with the weapon I currently have, but the Morning Stars are something we can carry as druids. So
We are good.
If you want it, you can take it.
We've promised to let him go.
He dropped his weapon.
Just if he dropped his weapon,
He dropped his weapon and ran.
okay. Let him flee.
I already got a tooth.
I'll take the Morning Star.
Rock
Okay,
on.
so the Morning Star deals 2d8 plus 3 damage.
See what I mean?
Or sorry, no, it deals 2d8 damage, sorry.
See, mine. Like, I'm happy with my weapon simply because it's a memento, so I'll keep it regardless. But if something cool comes along, I might take it too. But I've already got a trophy. That tooth didn't do anything for my weapon, did it?
No.
Just ornamental.
It just looks cool.
It's fancy
Cool.
as fuck.
All right, so you guys going to free the nymphs and their elven friends?
Maybe.
Yes.
All right,
Could
so
you please
you-
dispel those spike growth? In
Oh,
case-
I already
unless
did.
It's already gone.
When I turned into the
Okay,
eight,
true.
yeah,
Okay.
it was gone,
I
right?
just want to make sure that I'm not going to step
Yeah,
on
don't worry
anything
about
here.
it. Don't worry, because that would suck if I walked in there and went, "Oh crap! Ow! Not again."
All right, so you walk over to the 4 wooden poles and prepare to undo the chains. The 2 elven males are very happy. The 2 females, they're thankful, but they seem almost a little bit standoffish,
Okie dokies.
just because they don't like others coming to their aid. Like they could have done it themselves. I'm just reading something, so just give me a second.
All right. Well, then I talked to them, introduced myself. Hey, how's it going? You saw what happened here. We didn't mean to overstep our bounds. It's just we thought that if another force came in, they would realize and explain to them that we let the one live, so he can tell the others that this is a protected land. So you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to defend it. You can just,
Actually, roll me a charisma saving throw.
Charisma saving throw.
Yeah.
All right, give me 1 second here.
I'll put resistance on you. It boosts your saving throw by 1d4.
Oh, it does, eh?
Yeah. I don't know if I can do that to myself, actually. I think so.
By 1d4? I'll roll the d4 then. Or are you going to roll the d4?
I think that's me rolling a d4. Give me 1 second here. I haven't had a chance to really use resistance, so it's a first go for me. If I can
There's
find
no
R.
resistance to this, so to speak. So
It's the spell resistance, not the. It boosts saving throws.
I think it's just a +1, or it's a 1d4.
Touch one willing creature once before the spell ends. The target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one saving throw of its choice. It can roll the die before or after making the saving throw. Spell then ends. Basically, guidance for saving throws.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Okay.
All right, roll it.
All right. 16.
You are
Plus
not
4.
blinded by their unearthly beauty.
Cool.
I rolled a 9.
You, however, cannot see for 1 minute. You just see these incredibly gorgeous naked women. You know they're nymphs, and you're like, oh shit, I didn't look at the ground. You didn't think ahead.
Well, they're naked, right?
Yeah, they're beautiful. So the one
So
goes...
I look and just go, nice.
She looks at you. The one nymph stands there, crosses her arms in front of her chest, and says, "We know of you. You are the one called Dargo. The bear fucker.
Yeah. Yeah, ma'am.
One who slayed one of the sacred dire bears.
Yes.
We know you did not do it out of any malicious intent. We thank you for helping us. We would have eventually got free on our own, but it was too late for our comrades.
Well, you're welcome. I just try to help keep the balance.
Your druidic order is lucky to have you. I just wish you'd shown up about 15 minutes before.
Had we known there was trouble here, we would have come sooner.
Whatever was aiding the bugbears was more powerful than some of our magics. Something emboldened them. They've never come to our island before.
There's corruption in the land beyond the lake here.
We know something's been stealing our sacred flowers from our sacred grove. And it's been going on for quite some time. We've never caught anybody red-handed until today.
What would the flowers be used for, do you think?
We have grown them here for thousands of years. They're presents from the earth goddess herself. Representations of her very earthly beauty. I know the druidic order uses them in teas and decorations to help celebrate nature. Some other cultures use them in healing magics. But I know recently our sacred flowers have become corrupted yet again. Something is using them for something vile. We do not know what, because we do not venture into the world of man unless we absolutely have to.
Okay, then. That's a lot to think about.
These lands have been completely untouched by the corruption?
We protect it with our magics as best we can. We do know corruption is spreading out in the natural world. We are not powerful enough to save the entire forest, so we will protect our own part of it.
Could these magics be learned by any others?
She kind of sighs and goes, perhaps if taught by a god to a cleric or a paladin of that particular order, it's possible.
Keep that bit of knowledge in the pocket.
Oh, sorry. I want to make it known, just out of character, that Tristan is he's keeping his eyes closed while he talks.
Getting into the character here. I'm blinded
I'm
here.
looking at him and I'm going, what's wrong? Oh, he's blinded for 10 minutes or whatever.
A minute,
It helps me remember that I can't see as a character, so I'm not going to do anything that's going to involve me having to see.
I've been making faces and everything. Okay, sorry. Back to the game.
Riga says, our lands have been plundered, especially over this last year. Our flowers are almost depleted, and the sacred flowers will not grow back for quite some time.
Ooh. And at this point, what is Liz doing?
Liz is just kind of standing there, She's not really saying anything. She's kind of helping the other elves take care of the dead bodies. Like, kind of making them a little less...
And the dead bodies are like a mixture of nymph and
yeah, there's
and
a couple of nymphs and a couple of elves.
A couple of nilves.
Nilves.
Okay. Wow.
Is there anything we can do to aid your cause?
Stop people from coming to our island. How did you even find this place? Normally our path is obscured.
The path is obscured?
Powerful magics protect us normally.
The path is completely open. You can just see the
look of surprise on her face opens.
It's just it looks like a normal open path that people would normally travel.
She looks back. She looks at her other nymph friend. She looks at the elves. They all look shocked. They're like, "What?"
We also have a map. I show the map.
They're
We pulled off of a dead person.
They look at the map. They point at the black X. Like, where's the golden one?
Oh, he's gone.
He's forsaken us.
Not
He
100
left?
Not 100% sure, but there's a bunch of green mossy poison all over his cave, and
A dire message was scrawled on the wall
Yeah.
of his throne. I have failed.
You see just this look of, it goes from panic to terror to utter despair. And she openly just starts weeping. She starts crying to her other nymph. They kind of embrace each other, like hugging each other, and the elves embrace too. And they just start crying, "It's over. It's all over."
what's over?
What is it you fear, nymphs?
The end. The sickness is coming. The sickness has come back.
Maybe there's something we can do to quell the sickness.
One nymph looks at you, she's just utterly just shocked. She's like, "Find those you love and hold most dear. Tell them you care and prepare. For the end is coming. If the Golden One is left, he was the last one who stood with the last heroes of legend. That was over 1,000 years ago, when the sickness last came. But if he's gone," her voice starts to break. And she just starts sobbing.
We will find a way to turn back the darkness that comes.
They kind of gather each other and they go, "Just please return to the mainland and please forget that you ever saw this place."
Okay.
We will leave.
Yes.
We will destroy the boats.
Is it possible I turn, because is it an elven village right there?
It's like a nymph elven colony.
Is it possible, we expended a bunch of energy, is it possible for us to at least rest a little bit before leaving? We won't disturb anything you have. We just need a place that's safe to sleep.
She looks at you and goes, "You are a druid. Nature's everywhere. We can offer you no shelter right now. I'm sorry. We can't risk you bringing more outsiders here. We're thankful for your help,
Okay.
but we have to look after our own and our own dead."
Okay.
So you're going to head back to the shore?
I kind of don't want to, but yeah.
All right.
Reluctantly turn and trip over a rock.
All right, so you...
Which, by the way, I laugh at hysterically. Oh, I'm blinded by the pretty lady.
So you, eventually, as you turn your back, a few minutes passes, your sight returns. Liz and you all get on the boat. The other two boats that the bugbears had presumably taken over are also gone. And you start sailing across the water. A quietness falls over your group. Liz goes, "I've never seen a dead nymph before. I didn't think it was possible to kill the Fae."
I don't think any of us thought that was possible.
She kind of swallows. She takes a piece of something that eat out of one of her packs that she has around her waist. She kind of chews it kind of pensively and says, I don't know what you boys are dealing with out here or what's going on, but those women did not sound happy.
No, they didn't. not one bit.
Despair isn't a feeling that I feel is going to be rare around here.
But also take into account, as bad as it sounds, they aren't creatures that are accustomed to having to be afraid of anything, so it could be blown out of proportion slightly.
Well,
I say somewhat, not even sure of it myself, just trying to reassure the group.
Liz says, they thought their sanctuary was still hidden. What were they talking about this golden one? What was that about?
Kind of met a dragon, kind of almost stole from it, kind of almost died.
And yet you still live.
Yeah. Granted us a wish, kind of made the wrong wish, kind of might have doomed the world. All right, let's go eat dinner.
She stares at you intently and quietly as you say, gonna kind of save the world. The rest of the boat trip passes as you arrive at the shoreline. What happens next? You're gonna have to find out next in the next exciting episode of the Cambridge Chronicles Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, only on TerribleWarriors.com and Patreon.com. I've been your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, joined with
Alex.
Mr. Christopher.
Well, guys, we'll find out what happens next, as I'm sure you're on edge, as I sure am. We'll find out right here on TerribleWarriors.com and Patreon.com.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to Terrible Warriors. I'm your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, from ThisWeekInGeek.net and TerribleWarriors.com. And we are continuing the Cambridge Chronicles with my two druids,
Mr. Christopher.
And Alex.
And that's right, guys. We are continuing our trek through the woods of Cambridge, or the woods outside Cambridge, rather, to find food, as the food supply and the hunt has become dangerously sickly, and a foul green fungus covers everything. So the town's starting to get hungry, and there's also a huge festival which is set to kick things off probably in the next day or so. So the clock is starting to run out. But as our adventurers found out in our last adventure, they had come across a nymph colony that was actually protecting the flowers, the sacred flowers, which produce the deadly narcotic known as the Children among the Thieves Guild. And evidently, more questions are popping up as to who was protecting it and why. So, with that, we proceed into Hour 3 of Dungeons & Dragons, the Cambridge Chronicles. So, when we last left you, you, Liz the werebear, and you two are coming across the lake, and you arrive at the shoreline. It's probably about late afternoon now. And what are you guys going to do as you stand on the shore? As you stand on the shore, you look back out towards the island, and you start to see it obscure from view, as if covered in a thick mist. Eventually, it disappears entirely.
It looks like they fixed that.
We need to find another place. This way is obviously not working out for us.
You want to go back to the old stomping grounds, make sure that the basilisks got there okay, and then sleep and recover?
Yeah, we've been through a bunch. We need to rest.
Alright, so you guys start making your way, trekking back towards Yield Stomping Grounds. Going back through the forest, things are, as I've described before, quiet, as you don't hear the usual hustle and bustle of the forest creatures, and even the insects seem to have gone quiet. You eventually arrive back at Yield Stomping Grounds. Still, you don't see anybody there. You don't see Brew or Ash. They've taken back to Cambridge. Your basilisks are also nowhere to be seen. Doesn't mean they're not there, you just don't see them.
True. Alright, let's go inside the cabin.
Alright, so you go inside the cabin. Give me perception checks.
Sure thing.
11.
14.
You hear something from coming underneath the cabin.
Like
That's
in the storage hold?
Probably definitely beneath the floor, for sure.
Okay.
Should we look around the outside to see if any holes have been dug around underneath?
Yeah, may as well.
Alright, so you walk outside the cabin. Yes, you do see a rather large hole has been dug underneath the cabin.
Alright, I'm going to cast my Speak with Animals. So I cast that. Woo! That's the sound effect.
Alright, so you cast Speak with Animals.
Yep. And I go, I got to think of a name for her. But I'll ask her, yes.
Speak closer into your mic, Alex.
Okay, sure. Is it here?
Yeah.
Is it working? Okay. Hey there. Is that you, my basilisk friend?
You hear the basilisk reply, "Yes, am here with my babies."
Oh, what are their names?
Not pronounceable to your tongue.
Okay, what's your name?
Not pronounceable.
Is it okay if I have a name to refer to you as, just so that it makes communication easier?
Yes.
Cool. How does Glary sound?
Acceptable.
Okay, Glary. Are you finding the accommodations okay? Is everything okay down there?
Yes. Must tell others of your kind, do not disturb underneath.
Okay. Okay, that's perfect. Do you mind if we build a little doorway for you to get in and out of here, so that your hole doesn't collapse on you by accident?
No need.
No need? Okay.
So I'll set about scrawling messages in Druidic around the opening to let other druids know not to disturb the basilisk underneath.
Okay, so you scrawl on a tree in the druidic language that there is a supernatural creature nearby. It is friendly, but speak to it first. All right, you do as such.
This is basically announce your presence.
Yeah. So, what are you guys going to do now? You're going to make camp for the night?
Yeah.
All right, so
Yes.
you guys make camp for the night. The night passes without incident. Morning breaks, bright sunny morning. You actually hear birds chirping for a change. Morning sun rises, casts long shadows over the Stonehenge-like structures outside. And it's a nice day. Good
Cool.
day for a hunt.
All right. So, we haven't gone west yet.
True.
Not really sure. It's out of the realm of where I've been to before.
Well, time is wasting.
Want to go check it out?
Let's go.
We look. I'd like to check to see if there's a path that anybody has used before, or if it's like just thick brush.
It's just thick brush.
Thick brush. Okay, so I guess we just start marching towards the easiest way to walk through, I guess, the forest.
All right, so you start marching through the forest. You do notice some of the green growth. It is starting to spread, but it is significantly less bad out here.
Cool.
That's a good sign.
You have to excuse me, I had to plug back in my laptop. It popped out. There we go.
We
Much
should
better.
keep an ear out just to make sure that nothing's following
You
us.
cast lightning bolt.
Now we have a bad experience with lightning.
We don't talk
Do
about
either of
that.
you guys have bows or anything?
I can make poison arrows.
I don't think I'm going to poison your kills. How do you intend to hunt with no bows?
I'm going to talk to them.
Please, let me kill you.
Oh, here, come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. And then I
Whack.
Then I turn into an ape and I like break its neck. No, I don't. I don't have bows.
Yeah, I didn't think this through, did you?
Wait, no, wait.
I have
What do I have
invisibility.
I have darts.
Darts work. You can plug it in the neck or plug it in the head.
That's what I've literally got darts.
Darts is good. I like darts.
It's a start. It's a start.
Yeah.
It's a dart.
I'm just
Roll
like-
me a perception check.
10.
15.
You see a couple of deer, actually. You don't see anything wrong with them.
There's a couple of deer over there, and they look clean. Do you have anything you can kill them with?
Let's see. I have two choices. I can talk to them, have them come over, and then club them on the head, or I can try to throw my dart, like a bar. I'm going to assume it's more like a lawn dart. You know what I mean? Like more of a spiky sort of thing than a bar playing dart.
I don't know what a D&D dart looks like. I'm actually going to very quickly look that up.
Because please
Complete darts.
Please be more like a lawn dart, so I can just throw it straight up in the air and hope it lands on the deer,
Jesus Christ.
like a rusty railroad spike or something.
Darts are like throwing knives, basically.
Cool,
That's the impression
All
I
right.
get.
tight. All right,
That's pretty cool.
I don't know the stats for him though, unfortunately.
Let me look it up.
Like I said, when I go hunting, I usually just talk to animals, have them come close, and then I basically deceive them and then break their necks.
It's very neutral good of
A
you.
dart deals 1d4 piercing.
Okay.
It's not a lot.
Okay.
So, yeah, deer, for your points, only have 4 hit points. So you better hope you roll a 4. Otherwise, you hit it and it runs away.
All right. May I make a suggestion? What's that spell you cast that makes it so we can sneak up on things a lot better?
Pass without trace.
Yeah. I came ill prepared for this hunt.
We both did, but it'll have to do. I'll cast Pass without trace on the both of us.
All right, you do as such.
All right. I want to sneak up right behind one of the deers.
All right, we're going to see if it notices you. Roll. What's your roll?
Stealth check.
Stealth checks.
29.
27.
Nope. Not a chance in hell.
All right.
Derpy the deer does not notice you, and her yearlings.
All right. I'm gonna save the dart.
Keep something in your pocket here.
Yeah.
You be efficient.
I'm gonna go shillelagh and smack it
All right,
on top
roll
of the
it.
head. All right. 6.
That's your to hit.
Oh, to hit.
Yeah, to hit.
Oh, sorry.
Still got to hit the things.
Yeah, I'm rolling.
Just gonna.
19.
It's a hit.
All right. I'll re-roll this one here then because it's not correct. 6.
You kill it.
Bam. I booped him on the head.
Yep, you crack the deer on top of the head, splitting its skull open. It drops to the ground dead. The other deer
One
are
shot.
stunned and just
One
bolted
shot.
into the woods.
We got one. All right. It's going to be a
right.
long day, buddy.
Let's inspect the meat first. Inspect the body to see if there's any signs of corruption.
Yeah.
No, it seems perfectly okay.
Alrighty. Yeah.
Roll me another perception check to. I'll have you roll for every hour. How many hours do you want to spend hunting? It's like 8 in the morning now.
Should we get?
We should hunt for the morning.
Let's get 3 deer at least. Like if they're larger deer, and that's enough to bring for our portion of the meat we're going to sell. We're going to chop it up. We're going to make like sausage. We're going to make everything, right?
Okay. Okay.
Because I'm thinking like I can feed a lot of people.
So how long should we hunt for to bag that much?
4 hours?
And we can hunt till noon?
Yeah.
4 hours.
Yeah.
All right, first roll.
18.
You find
7.
a brown bear.
Oh, that's going to feed a lot more people. And that's my jam.
Trace. Let's see the duration on Pass Without Trace, see if we can keep
Yeah, I
keep
think it's
doing
for
the
10
same
minutes,
thing.
I think.
10 minutes. Yeah. So
Probably. I keep skipping the page.
Because I can't cast something that'll cook it or poison it.
Up to 1 hour for Pass Without Trace.
Okay, I'll say it's still
For
active
this one? Okay.
for this one roll.
All right. So let's sneak up on the bastard.
Let's sneak up.
25.
30.
All right, you're able to sneak up on the brown bear. Each of you gets 1 attack with advantage.
All right. Am I still shillelagh'd up then?
No.
No.
It's a bonus action to Shillelagh.
Oh, I'll shillelagh up again. And then I'm going to roll to hit.
Does Shillelagh do anything? Because I have a Morning Star?
It makes whatever your thing have magical.
Okay, so it just changes it to magic damage. It
Magical, and
shouldn't
cha-
enhance it.
It changes your roll to a D8.
But mine's already a D8.
Oh, then yours
Morning Star's 2D8.
It's 2D8?
That's what I heard.
Then I think it just makes it magical.
Yeah, for purposes of hitting magical.
So you don't
creatures.
need. So I guess you don't need to shillelagh.
Oh yeah, so Shillelagh's only good for a wood of a club or quarterstaff.
Oh, so you don't use it anymore.
A Morning Star is a
like a mace.
Metal,
mace,
yeah,
not a
it's like a
club.
flail.
So it's a metal
Yeah, it's like
thing.
a mace of some kind.
Really no good for me, so I'll just
You're gonna
wail on it.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll.
Roll to hit.
Right.
Yep.
Let me see here. Reload the page. Come on. 20. Natural 20.
You hit. And since I'm giving you advantage, you deal double damage.
Oh, sweet. All right.
I know it's not technically in the rules, but hey, it's my world. I can do what I want.
Homebrewing.
Yep, I'm brewing this like a motherfucker.
All right. So 12 damage.
12 damage. All right, let me take down the bear's hit points.
Bear.
All right.
And just for flavor, before I smack him on the head.
how many hit points? 12. You don't?
Yeah.
Okay.
I pick it up like a baseball bat, give it a kiss, and before I smack him with it,
You crank the bear in the side of the head.
chimera tooth down towards him too.
It roars in defiance as you deal a considerable amount of damage to it. All right, Farron.
That is natural 17 proficiency, right?
Yep.
Okay, 19.
All right, you hit.
So 2d8. 7. Plus 6. 13. Wham!
You crank the bear once again, and its other side of its face, it is not looking good at all. It starts to try and run away.
Okay.
The bear is going to try and go, so it's using its turn to run.
Okay. So it's going to try to run.
So it can move 40 feet. You can move 30.
Oh. Okay. Gotta do something that's not gonna burn it.
I may have a thing.
You may have a thing.
Just to find my page for that.
You gonna hold it?
I am going to a wild shape into Panther.
All right, you transform into the panther.
I am going to run and pounce at it with a claw attack. I have a speed of 50 feet, so
All right.
I can outpace it.
All right, let's roll your to hit.
My hit on the claw attack is... I use dexterity now, I think. Dex is 15, so that's plus 2, 13.
It's a hit.
Okay, and a claw.
Don't you still have bonus to the dexterity because of our...
You're not.
No,
talking
those
about
are for
Mike?
checks.
I'm talking... No.
Oh, okay.
So claw is 1d4 plus 2. 5 damage.
The bear starts to slow down as blood starts to seep out of an ugly wound you've ripped into its side.
And since I succeeded, that target must now succeed on a DC 12 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay. The bear does not make its strength check. I rolled a 10. I have a strength of 19. You're able to knock it to the ground. You basically knock its balance off.
And I can now make a bite attack as a bonus action.
All right, go for it.
Which I do. Well, I roll a 6 on the hit.
You do not, however, pierce its natural hide.
I boop it with my nose.
All right, so the bear is going to try and take a swipe. Don't worry, it misses.
Okay. All right, I walk up to it, or I catch up to it at least.
Yeah.
And I go to swing like my club, like
Golf club?
like a golf club, right into the jewels.
All right, roll meter to hit.
And you roll with advantage. He's
You roll
prone.
with advantage too, yep, because it's prone.
Okay, so 17.
Yeah, it's a hit.
All right, and let me roll here.
4.
7.
You crank the bear right in its genitals, and the force of the blow is enough to drain the life from the creature.
Oh, this feels great.
Neutral good we are indeed.
The bear
the
fucker
bear
is
fucker.
back.
Guess what I'm keeping?
All right, you kill
I need a coin
this
purse.
large brown bear.
No, I already have a bone. I need a coin purse.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
All right, so now you have a deer and a bear.
Can I roll to keep the sack as a coin purse?
No, it's fine. You can have it.
I can have it. Okay,
You can have it.
We're not going to go through that minutia.
We're not going to go through that.
Okay, I got a new wallet.
Now, how do you intend to get these back to town?
Oh, we're gonna have Liz turn into a bear and basically have her drag him.
Come to think of it, where is Liz?
With us?
Did you say she was with you?
Yeah, she. Ah, shit. Okay. No, we didn't say she was with us. Well, she was with us when we got back to town and looked at the basilisk and went to bed.
Yeah, she said she was going to go to Cambridge and deal with.
Oh, that's right.
her
Shit.
family.
Okay, I'm turning into an ape, and I'm gonna have to start dragging him because an ape's strong.
Son of a bear.
Monkey dragging a fucking deer and a bear carcass.
Just like, God damn it!
After a couple of
the deer we could.
the deer,
Let me see what do I have in my pack.
I got some rope. We can strap the deer to
I was
your
gonna
back.
say no. I was gonna say if you got some rope,
come here, Wiley.
I say you
Here, buddy.
you strap the rope around the deer's neck, and you as a panther pull it. You can drag a deer because they do that in nature, and I'll just
That's
be an
fair.
orangutan.
You'll monkey cop this.
I'll be a monkey cop, and I'll be trying to. It's time for panther cop and monkey cop, and so I'm gonna monk up, and I'm just like just I'm trying to like whenever in The Simpsons when that monkey that works for Krusty gets tired, that's what I'm sounding like.
Mr. What the fuck is it? Mr. Teehee or some bullshit?
Mr. Teeny.
Mr. Teehee.
I'm basically Mr. And I'm just pulling and pulling and pulling this bear, and like, God damn it. So I guess we're abandoning the rest. The bear is probably enough. A bear and a deer. We're not hunting anything else because we can't carry anything else.
Yeah, we're burdened.
But then again, a bear is large enough. It's like having 2 or 3 deer.
There's a lot of usable products there.
And
You
I'm
can
just
have your
happy
cloak.
I got another, yeah, I could make another cape.
You could.
I could. We're gonna take. Yeah. I don't waste anything.
It's just a brown bear. It's not a dire bear, but it's still impressive.
You still got
At
bear
this
fur.
point, I'm just. Yeah. So we're dragging it back to ye old stomping grounds.
Okay, so you drag it back to ye old stomping grounds.
And
You
we
don't see anybody there.
make a note on our map that I make a note of to where the sickness is spread to, but that it's still clean, at least at this point on the map.
Okay, so you write that in Druidic on one of the trees,
Yeah.
and you leave messages for your Druidic brothers for whenever they choose to return, should they ever.
Basically to keep watch and maybe start marking where it goes to so we know what's tainted and what's not.
Okay.
Because, I mean, we're somewhat scientific.
We're good with
we're
nature.
as
We
scientific
understand these
as
things
a,
enough.
As a hippie can be,
Tree huggers.
basically.
All right, so you start dragging your kills back to town as Monkey Cop and Panther Cop. You get some very strange looks from the city guard as you approach town. But Dargo is known to approach the city in his ape form, and
Let's be real. They look and they're like, somebody's dragging a bear into town. It's probably me.
exactly, they're like one of the guards that you pass. Just kind of looks at you, goes, you know, it never gets any less weird.
And I give him a high five.
He gives you a high five
with
back.
my foot. I foot five him.
He's like, Dargo, you are a strange one. So you make your way across town. The festivities for the Festival of the Sun are just starting to ramp up for the evening. The food cart is out. You see your food cart is there. Marty has closed up the bear's den for the night, is manning the food cart.
Okay, he sees. We drag it towards him. Drop it.
Get to work.
Yeah, drop it. Transfer back. Okay, and again, just to give a description for the people listening, I picture my orangutan self as being the one, specifically the one, was it Clyde or whatever from Every Which Way But Loose and Any Which Way You Can, the Eastwood movies where he drives a truck and has the orangutan with him, or is that a chimp? That's an orangutan. Anyway, I'm that one. I'm like a walking Family Guy.
I'm just a panther.
All right,
Yeah, you
so
change-
I'm not from anything.
Are you
I'm
changing
just a
back?
panther. Yes, I'm changing out of form and stretching out my
so
muscles
Marty
after that.
goes, oh, thank you, lads. You arrived just in time. We just served out the last of the giant centipede and what was left of the giant scorpion steak. So now we got some real meat here. He grabs his butcher's knife, starts doing that Iron Chef sharpening knives thing, and begins to immediately abattoir the bear and the deer. He grabs a couple of the servants that work around the bear's den and says, all right, boys, get to work.
Tell him to save you the hide for that cape.
Yes, indeed. I've already got my coin purse, but I Daddy needs a new cape. That's all I say.
All right.
And I say it in those words. He
You
knows what I'm talking about.
you do as such as Marty begins to prepare the bear into mostly steaks tonight. He's doing up because it's easier to butcher that.
Okay.
But he's also going to make some sausages as quickly as he can. And deer, a lot of venison steaks, venison chop. Your cart's doing remarkably well.
Probably because
So-
we're the only thing that has real food.
So every other cart, yeah, your cart's definitely one of the most popular ones. There's a few other people who have real food as well, but you have the reputation.
Because we're serving bear shawarma.
Well, that yours is the freshest kill.
Yeah, and again, reputation.
Exactly. So eventually, the festivities really kick up. Nightfall comes. There's bards and minstrels in the streets. You see a lot of people playing lutes and drums. It's a very festive atmosphere. The streetlights are full up and going. There's magicians performing prestidigitation tricks on the side. You see a lot of the bar wenches are all dressed up tonight. You see even some of the Thieves Guild have made their presence known on the streets, but they know because it's festival time. No open pickpocketing. Basically, don't take advantage of someone. Like, the rule is, if someone's drunk, then they're fair game.
So they're like the Hells Angels.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
They're keeping the peace with the militia. Everybody's here for a good time tonight. That's the rule, the unspoken rule. So, eventually, Lord Kilsh and a band get up on stage. They start playing. He's singing along a very, very awesome sea shanty. He starts singing about the founding of Cambridge and how it's a city of sea, salt, fierce men, fiercer women, and we do not bow to anybody. The city's been ruled by his family for hundreds of years, and that will continue down the line for as long as it's possible. You even see Corin out of the corner of your eye, walking the streets, dressed more appropriately tonight, less skimpy, more dressed in dress armor, if you had to give her a description. Like a silver breastplate, a long blue cloak, stuff like that. And she's just kind of making her way, making her niceties amongst people you recognize as nobility and merchants, high-class citizenry, so to speak, basically making her presence known. What are you guys going to do?
Aren't you supposed to recount that tale of...
I am. So I walk towards the stage.
You walk towards the stage, Lord Kilsh, who once again, to our listeners, looks like grumpy Michael Ironside. He's like, my good friend Dargo, who brings the meats of the feast. Welcome, my friend. Everybody, citizens of Cambridge, welcome Dargo the Bearfucker.
Hey, as everybody starts clapping.
They're like, yeah, woo! Start
And
cheering out.
I do the
What's a bearfucker?
and the locals hush him.
The locals are like, shut up, it's Gnomish, don't worry about it.
I get up on stage, I'm doing the Hulk Hogan, waving to the crowd, putting my ear out, doing all that, playing up the role. And what was it I was supposed to do again? I draw like complete blank in character. What was I supposed to say again?
Lord Kilsh is like, all right. So for those of you that are new to town, and many of our sailor friends who are only sailing into our port for the first time, this is Dargo, and he is the one who helped save our village from dire bears, but how we did it was unique, and that's how he got a name amongst his people. He's a druid, scary forest folk, but not him. He lives among us as friend, ally, cook even.
Cook? Yeah, that's right. Damn good cook.
The Bear's Den down by the docks where men, women, all folk are welcome, as long as they don't bring the fight into his bar. But tonight he's going to tell us how he saved us once upon a time, many years ago, and how I welcomed him into my court. How did we become friends, Dargo?
Well, men, women, sugar lips. I point out to the crowd.
Corin, you just see her, she shoots you a dirty look.
Give her a wink. It all began, and I start recounting that when I was born, my family, and it's just boring stuff at first, but then it starts to get a little more exciting as I start talking about wanting to be free, and I didn't prepare a speech for this.
Tell the story. No, you are going to roleplay this in character.
I'm going to play this character?
Yep, you're going to do it.
Give me one
Impress
moment.
me, bitch.
Give me a moment. It's coming to me. As you may all know, or we all know, how should I start this? As you can plainly see, I am a rock gnome. Rock gnomes are not usually druids. Not that we can't be, but most aren't. Most are tinkerers, most are engineers, most are something of the technologically inclined. I was always mesmerized by nature. That was against what my family wanted. My family comes from a long line of tinkerers, engineers, chemists, the sort of boring things that I never had an interest in. I always got along with the animals. I never got along with most of my own people. And once I became of age, I found I had a affinity for nature. So I decided to travel and take in the different cultures that are out there, because I was not going to be stuck to the rocks and the mountains and just stuffy, huffy, boring garbage. As I'm flailing. By the way, when I'm
Telling the story.
I'm telling the story. I'm basically doing like a Shakespearean sort of using my hands to describe where I came from and everything. And I thought, you know what? There's a town over there. It could have been any town. It just happened to be Cambridge. And I saw that there was a big fire, and there was screaming, horrible screams. And I thought, well, I kind of have to go through there. I kind of have to go through there, and I'm kind of tired. And I'm just trying to think here. Put me on the spot. I'm going to kill you, Mike, by the way.
Lord Kills just goes, "You're doing fine, lad."
Because I'm honestly trying to think. You didn't give me enough time to write a backstory for my character, man.
Welcome to the world of improv.
I don't even know. Like, if I had known, honestly, out of character, if I had known we were going to be doing this, I would have had a lot written out.
Embellish it. Lie.
I don't even know. I don't know what to say. I don't know the backstory of gnomes. I don't know the backstory of any of these characters or any. I don't know.
Tell me
I don't know
your
what,
backstory.
Okay, because I don't. I'm just thinking because I don't know what is okay within.
It's
D&D.
my world, and
Okay.
whatever you say goes.
Okay. Because I just don't want to have dead air while I'm thinking.
There's clapping, there's
Yeah,
cheering.
there's clapping, there's cheering.
I'm getting the glass.
You hear,
Yeah,
you
the
hear
motherfucker.
whenever you mention the word gnome, you hear a small section of the crowd go, "Yeah!" They start cheering. The other gnomes start
okay,
clapping.
In that sense, and I'm pointing and winking and nodding at them. Anybody that cheers, just playing up the whole,
You could say you slew a dragon, and they'd believe you right now.
But I didn't.
There's a bard who's kind of playing with you, trying to
Yeah.
give you encouragement.
Okay, so I'm just basically leading up to the night, and there was just chaos in the streets, and I came into town, and the guard was overrun. So, and I'm just saying this, not metagaming, but basically the town had been spent fighting these beasts, and I was the only one that came in with any level of energy left. And I came in. I've always had an affinity for animals, and at the same time, hatred of bears. Hatred of bears I'll get into at a later time, I say as I stare down at the ground.
You see a guy walk out in a bear costume, and a guy walks out in an exaggerated outfit of you, and they start fighting in front of the stage.
Okay.
And the bear's like, "Ooh, don't hurt me!" And this big half-orc comes out dressed as you in really tiny clothes, starts
works.
doing the big flex.
Yeah.
He's like, "Break back, make you humble."
You're going full.
He goes full Iron Sheik.
I give a puzzled but happy smile, grin at it, because I'm trying to embellish it, but I'm trying to think. In general, I found the largest animal and went, "I'm going to kill you." And it's as simple as that. And I ended up teaming up with the guys. I just don't know what to say here.
So,
Honestly, don't do this when I've had no backstory written or anything about
a
it.
city guard comes out and goes, "He's right! He came in riding this flaming horse, and he took the bear, and he came out of the woodwork, he jumped off, speared it through the head, suplexed it, and started yelling at it. The bear wouldn't die. He got off the wooden horse and just started punching it, punching it, punching it. And eventually, the bear died. And the crowd starts roaring and cheering as the half-orc picks up the bear. The gnome dressed as the bear suplexes it, throws it like 20 feet in the air. A mage points up, holds it in the air, spins him around a few times. The gnome's screaming the whole time. Lands on the ground, lands in like a pool of, I guess, medieval jello that's right on the front of the stage, meant to represent blood. Explodes. All the children are like, "Yay!" And the bard plays you off in an epic lute solo.
And then I turn and say, "It's all true. You know it's true."
And Lord Kilch goes, "The story gets better every year."
Yeah.
Welcomed him into my court. He's been friends with us, Festival of the Sun, over 20 years. You hear a guy in the yell, "I heard it was 50. It may very well be. I don't know because it changes every year." Lord Kilch holds up a rather large flagon of ale and goes, "To you, my friend, we toast to you tonight."
Cool.
You say, "Cool." And if there was a medieval equivalent of the mic echo, that's what would happen right now. But the crowd erupts in furious laughter and cheers. And then eventually these huge fireworks start going off over the water. And Lord Kills declares, "The festival of the sun is over, my friends, but for tonight we shall eat, drink, and be merry. Enjoy thyselves."
Cool.
So as you guys are sitting there, what are you guys going to do?
I'm going to get a flagon of ale myself.
All right, so you guys start having a flagon of ale. Either of you people married? You have wives, girlfriends?
I'm married to the
husbands?
land.
Married to the land, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not really ready to settle down yet because I think I'm just past puberty, technically. Right?
So you're a young...
Druids often live for hundreds of years, so there's not really a rush to settle down.
Even though I'm however old, I could be in my 60s or something, in reality, I'm like a 20-year-old.
So you start having flagons of ale. Eventually you start helping Marty out over by the grill. You just decide to have yourself some drinks.
After I've helped out, I go and sit down and watch the dancers.
You do as such. There's some attractive women of all races, and they start doing not quite square dancing, but like synchronized dancing. It looks really spectacular, really good. It's a really cool performance.
Like the Spice Girls?
Like the Spice Girls, sure.
Okay.
They've brought in bards from the Bards College in Waterdeep. Lord Kills has really spent some money here tonight. You start hearing them telling you epic tales. You hear them talk about Thera, the Sea Witch, and how she's like the patron saint of the seas, and how all sailors worship her. Everyone's singing sea shanties, stuff like that. It's a really raucous atmosphere. You're having a really good time. You sit down, and you feel someone tap you on the shoulder. You turn around. It's Corin. She's like, "A word."
Sure thing, honey.
So she gets up, walks with you, and goes, "So, my little birdie tells me I'm Sugar Lips now, am I?"
That's just for show. You know when we're putting on airs.
So, what did you find while you were out there in the bush? Find anything interesting?
Basically, that we went up, and it was just a lake with nothing there. I'm trying to be deceptive.
A lake with nothing there, huh? Well, that's one story I've heard.
And you've heard others?
Well, a little friend of mine came back with his ass kicked. Told me you disrupted him gathering some supplies for me. He's quite upset. He's glad you didn't kill him.
And who's this?
Little bugbear I call Orcos.
Jesus Christ.
Thanks, Wiley.
Just a drunken patron.
Yeah, just a
walking
drunken
by.
patron. Wiley
A
running
panther
around.
attacked me.
Little black kitty.
And sorry, what was that again? What was
go-
that again, Sugar Lips?
Orcos.
Sorry? I actually didn't hear what you said.
Orcos, the bugbear captain.
I don't... What bugbear captain? I have
The
no clue
one
what you're
you
talking
beat
about.
the shit out of.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
See, it's kind of hard to lie to someone like me when I can read his very memories. So, where's my shit?
Don't know and you're never getting it. Bye. And walk away.
You walk away. You feel something in your back.
Oh.
The Assassin's Creed blade right in your back. You're like,
Is this what we're doing?
she's like, I don't want to kill you in the middle of the street, but don't think that I won't.
I yell out at the top of my lungs for everybody around me, take the knife out of my back.
You do as such.
Can I stumble towards everything now? I'm a little
Yep.
too deep in my cups.
She, you scream, but no sound comes out. You just feel her. Roll me an opposed strength check.
Opposed strength.
You can feel her leading you.
Opposed strength. How do you roll
So,
that?
Just roll strength.
Rolling strength
you just roll strength.
Yeah, give me a strength check.
19.
She rolled a natural 20.
Okay.
So she's leading you, feeling the blade in your back. She, after about a minute or so, she leads you to an alley. You can now talk again. It's like, I don't like using spells like that in public, but I will. So, tell you what. I know where my shit is. You're gonna go get it for me.
Where would that be?
Under the Church of Mystara.
Is there a reason you haven't gone and gotten it yourself?
Because everybody I've sent down there has died, and I don't care about you. So tell you what, you go down there with your friend. I'll let you live. And whatever else you find down there, you can keep. I just want my flowers.
Fine. But the necromancer comes with us.
Oh no, you're going alone.
Damn it.
Because everybody I've sent down there has come back either in a body bag or has come back in pieces.
Fine.
She goes, good. Now, I expect to see you back in the next day or so, because if I don't, I'll torch your place.
I stumble into the
Not
alleyway.
fine, but okay.
All right, you stumble to the alleyway, you see...
Corin, my good friend Corin. How are you?
She goes, oh, I'm very well.
Put my arm gently on her arm. It's good to see you.
She's like, well, I see you've had a bit to drink, dwarf.
So
I'm
much,
very glad for you.
so much to live for. So much.
She throws her head back and goes, oh boy, you have no clue what your friend has gotten you into. But I wish you well.
That's okay. It gets me into everything.
Why is it always me? I mutter. Why is it always me? Why can't it be somebody else that fucks up?
You see as she begins to walk away, she goes, I'll be seeing one of you guys real soon.
I'm seeing two of you right now.
She goes, indeed you are. She says that and she snaps her fingers and disappears.
Whoa.
Left without a kiss.
It's okay, man. You'll get her next time.
As you guys are kind of sitting there in the alleyway,
Sitting in the alley. I'm
Throwing up a little, maybe.
I'm trying to sober him up a little bit.
you hear screams coming from the town square.
All right, sober up, buddy.
Roll me d20 to see if you cannot have disadvantage on attack rolls for this. I applaud the role playing though.
18.
You are sobered the fuck up.
All right.
I gave him a ball check, just a little flick, and it woke him right up.
All right, let's go, boy. It's time to
I'll
form.
take 1 damage for that if you want.
I'm good. All right, so as
No, just enough to let you know that it happened.
Okay.
Go, buddy.
all right, so you
Okay.
start hearing screams coming from the town square. You run over, and you see people just running in every which way direction, screaming.
All right, let's go to the center of what that is.
Roll me perception checks.
18.
9.
You see an army of probably about 40 zombies.
40.
Son of a
They're
zombie.
they're just ripping people apart, tearing them apart where they
Now,
stand.
are these
chewing them.
like the slow zombies? Like
slow zombies? Like
all in the center?
the best way to describe this. Have you ever played Resident Evil? Have you played Resident
Yes.
Evil?
Once,
I know
and
my
got-
way around
And I
zombies.
got so terrified I turned the system off.
Do you remember the intro to Resident Evil 3 Nemesis where they're just overrunning the cops?
Vaguely.
That's what they're doing to the city militia.
Oh boy.
They're overrunning them.
Okay. Okay. So, Moonbeam is
Should I stay
Moonbeam
or
is not
should
good
I
for this
go?
because it's only 5 feet.
Should I say or should I go now?
The city militia, they're taking on some of them. You see a couple of people that are clearly clerics trying to turn the undead and push them back, but they're starting to get swarmed. You see a group of about 2 of them, actually 2 zombies, are shambling their way directly towards you two.
Okay. I use Flaming Sphere.
Okay.
Because fire hurts zombies, which is a spell we haven't used yet. So, description time!
Okay.
Flaming sphere. Where are we here? Flaming sphere. A 5-foot diameter sphere of fire appears in an unoccupied space of your choice within range and lasts for the duration up to 1 minute. Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the sphere must make a dexterity saving throw. The creature takes 2d6 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. As a bonus action, you can move the sphere up to 30 feet. If you ram the sphere into a creature, that creature must make the saving throw against the sphere's damage, and the sphere will stop moving this turn. When you move the sphere, you can direct it over barriers up to 5 feet tall and jump it across pits up to 10 feet wide. The sphere will ignite flammable objects not being worn or carried and sheds bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20 feet.
Alright, I Kamehameha the bitches.
Alright, so you launch Flaming Spear, and, the zombie has to, I guess it doesn't make a Constitution save. So, you hit, I guess.
Because it doesn't want to have Constitution anymore, will it?
Roll me damage for it.
And it was 2d6. So 1 second here. Eight.
Okay, the one zombie you clearly catch on fire, what looks like to be an older elven gentleman. The other zombie looks to be like a teenage kid, and he starts lurching and picking up a little bit of siege, charging towards Farron. And everybody roll initiative.
I have a morning star.
I rolled an 18.
14.
5.
All right, so I'm going first. All right, so the teenager kid's going to try and attack Farron. I'm guessing a 6 misses.
Most certainly does.
Next.
So only one of them's taking an action?
Yeah, the other one's on fire. It's shambling towards you, but it's not in range yet.
Okay. Then I'm going to shillelagh. And
They're undead, so they should take extra damage from
magic.
bludgeoning, or is it? That's just skeletons.
That's
I don't
just
know.
skeletons.
Okay.
Okay, well, I shillelagh'd up.
Fire should do extra, though.
Yeah, but I don't want to use too many spells.
No.
So I shillelagh'd up, and I'm going to bash him right in the skull.
All right.
Right in the brains. So give me a second here. Does a 15 hit?
15 most certainly hits.
All right. Let's roll it now.
This is the flaming zombie you're hitting?
No, the one that's lurching towards me.
Okay. And how much damage did
6 damage.
6 damage? Okay, the zombie is clearly on fire. You bash it in the brain, half of its...
I bashed the other one in the brain.
You bash it, and part of its brain flies out as half its skull collapses, still shambling towards you. And I guess it's my go now.
Nope, Tristan's.
Oh, Tristan, okay, yeah, you go.
I rolled a 7. So.
You rolled a 7, that is not enough to hit.
Oh, no, that was my... Sorry, I'm trying to remember what our turn order is for
Okay.
initiative here, because I rolled a 7.
I got an 18.
Okay, so then boom, boom, boom. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to swing with my morning star.
Okay.
That is 18 plus proficiency. For some reason, I don't melee very often, so 20.
Yeah, so 20 definitely hits.
Okay. So 2d8 damage. 1. 7, so 8 damage total.
So 8. You crack this. You crack the teenage zombie in the face, collapsing its skull, and it literally splinters and explodes in a shower of gore, dropping to the ground, quivering. And it continues to move, but it's not going anywhere.
Cool.
Next, flaming zombie. It's going to try and attack Koro. He's not here.
You can
Which is a
try.
little suspicious, actually, now that you think about it. It's going to go after Dargo.
His AIDS.
19. Definitely enough to hit. dealing 1d6 plus 1 damage.
To me?
Yep, plus fire damage.
No.
So it deals 2 damage plus, I'll say, 2 fire damage.
Okay.
That's not so bad.
Not so bad. Could have been a lot worse.
Okay. My turn.
Yep, you're go.
I'm going to bash him in the head.
All right, go for it.
13 hit?
Yep.
Okay.
Is your fireball still going?
3 damage.
All right. He's looking worse for wear. I'll say he takes some fire damage.
Is your fire sphere still?
But
floating
yeah,
somewhere?
is your fire sphere
Just
still
ram
going?
it into the guy. Make him do a save.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Concentration for a minute.
It's right. I forgot. It's concentration one, right? Yeah. So, yeah. So,
How much fire damage does he take again?
he takes 2d6 on top of whatever I smashed him with.
Wiley, you're okay, buddy.
Oh, so 12 fire damage. Plus my 6 that I smashed him with.
He erupts into a great gout of flame, falls to the ground, flames out, eventually stops flailing.
Nice.
Cool.
You see the other zombies start to swarm some of the guards. There are probably 3 or 4 you can probably go after, but you definitely see there's a long line of them. Roll me perception.
Are they all tight together? That's my question. 18 perception.
Very tight. 3.
You can definitely tell where they're coming from. They're coming from the cemetery for sure,
Oh.
which is right near the Church of Mystara.
Okay.
Hi, buddy.
Is the city guard captain here?
Yes.
All right. I yell over to him saying, I think I know where they're coming from. Can you stand your ground here while we take care of it?
He's like, hi! And he spears one basically right through the head and drives it right to the ground.
I yell, nice. Okay, and then we go.
Well fought.
All right, so you run past citizenry and city pirates fighting the zombies. Eventually, the streets are covered in gore, not just in zombies, but in people too. You notice the unfortunate effects of this as the zombies, some of them carry a faint green glow. And unfortunately, there is an inordinate amount of children. As you approach the cemetery, you see Liz, in her bear form, swarmed by about 20 zombie children.
Alive at all yet? Still?
She's fighting back, but you can see she's pretty tore up.
You want to try to entangle? Is entangle only work on one thing?
No, it's everything in a 20-foot radius.
You want to do that?
It might help.
So we could, I don't know. Because they're all right on top of her?
Oh yeah, they're tearing at her. Like every time she swings, a zombie bites her.
This is one of those situations where
She will be dead in 2 rounds unless you get to her.
Okay. I kind of want to use Thunderwave and to knock them all back
Okay.
because basically I have to get close and I just have to use it and then
Yeah. Boom.
so. Aaron, stay away from me while I do this. I know I'm gonna hit our friend, but she's in bear form, right?
Yeah.
So even if she's not,
she's
she's a werebear. Does that work the same?
She's where she's big. She might not get knocked back nearly as far because bears are heavy.
Okay, well she's strong, so she might make a better save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
All right, I yell to Liz, I'm going to use Thunderwave.
All right, so you yell out to her. She just keeps roaring. You can see just the zombie starting to climb her, clawing at her neck, biting her all over.
All right, so I cast Thunderwave.
Boom! You cast Thunderwave.
The
concussive force, because these are all tiny zombie children.
Yeah.
Basically, heads and chests explode.
Okay, I was going to say, because either way, I rolled the full D8. I rolled an 8 on the D8.
Yeah, they're like, bam, 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 pop, 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 pop. Liz drops to the ground. She reverts out of werebear form. And her neck is just gushing blood. She's gushing blood from about 30 wounds.
This might be your specialty.
Yeah,
man.
I'm running in. I'm going to use Cure Wounds on her.
All right.
So it's a 1d8 plus 4 for healing. That is just literally sitting between two pens and not showing me a number. Crap. Healing for 5.
You try. One of the wounds closes up, but she still keeps spitting up blood.
I'm going to use I have 2 potions. I'm going to use the lesser healing one on her.
All right.
I don't know how much that heals for, though.
We'll look it up.
I don't have to look. I am trapped. There we go. Looking up the book. What are you going to do while I do it?
Is she able to eat?
No, you start to see her, she's looking up at you. She's like, they were my children. All of them.
What?
She starts crying as saying they were all my children.
I'll Cure Wounds again.
All right. You cast Cure Wounds again.
This time I heal for 7.
Another wound heals up. But she looks at you and says, I don't think it's going to be enough. She's like, bury me here with them. But don't tell them what I was. Don't tell anyone what I was. Let them think I died years ago.
As I finally look up what it does, I go, let's save the potion. Just for future reference, it's 2d4 plus 2.
Just as you're about to pour the liquid in her mouth, she is very clearly passed away from her wounds.
So I turn, close the lid up, put it back away.
You do as such. She, you can feel, basically, just as she dies, you can feel just her last breath leave the body. And everything in the town, something becomes just dead quiet. You can quietly hear people crying and people yelling, but it's weirdly quiet for what just happened.
Do we go back to the center of the town? We don't see any more zombies around us?
No.
All right. So we know where we have to go. I kind of want to check on the city guard captain again.
I agree.
All right, so you rush back to the center of town. You see the city guard captain. He's pretty tore up, but he's very clearly hurt. But he says, we got them all. They took a good chunk of us out with them, but we got the bastards.
Cool.
It seems quiet around. Too quiet for this.
She goes, most people are barricaded up in their homes. Lord Kilsh has ordered most of the survivors to his mansion. Should the dead rise again, we can make a stand there. But I think it's okay for now.
Does he want to come with us, check out the cemetery?
I have my own men.
He's an able-bodied fighter?
Tend
Okay.
to.
Okay. I tell him what we're doing to do, though. We're going back to the cemetery because that seems to be where they came from. We'll see if we can find the route.
Coming from the churchyard, we need to...
I'll send my men to burn that cemetery to the ground. We'll get the clerics and the paladins to help us.
You're going to do that?
cleanse it.
All right. If you're going to do that...
We need to venture inside.
Yeah. So
All right.
inside, where are we going?
The church.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so that concludes hour 3 of Dungeons & Dragons, the Cambridge Chronicles. What's going to happen next as zombies have torn apart the residents of Cambridge during the closing of the Festival of the Sun? What's going to happen next? Even I don't know that. All right, so I've been your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, with...
Mr. Christopher.
Alex Christopher.
Yes. All right, we'll catch you
I'm
guys.
stealing nicknames now.
We'll catch you guys on the hour 3 debrief right here on patreon.com and terriblewarriors.com.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back, my terrible warriors. It is I, your Dungeon Master. For Hour 4, I am Mike the Birdman Dodd of ThisWeekInGeek.net and TerribleWarriors.com, here for the Cambridge Chronicles. I'm joined by my two druidic hombres.
Mr. Christopher.
Alex the World Killer.
Yeah. And last time we left our adventurers, they had just fended off a tremendous zombie attack at the end of the Festival of the Sun that has left many dead and wounded, and they just lost their friend Liz Moran the Werebear, who was unfortunately taken down by a group of zombie children, and she just couldn't bear the fight anymore against her children.
She had that many children?
Well, presumably her kids killed her. And
oh, her kids did it. Yeah.
Her kids were in the pile.
In the pile of undead children.
You know what? I'll have to tell you where I got the inspiration for that scene a little bit later, but don't let me forget that.
I think I know what it is.
Yeah. But anyway.
Don't worry, we haven't killed a whole bunch of children.
No.
No.
They were zombies. It doesn't count. They were zombies.
I smacked a teenager's face in with a
You
morning
did. You
sky.
cleaved that motherfucker.
Yeah, you did that, but I thunder blasted them to pieces. Or thunder wave.
Pop like popcorn.
Exactly.
Like gory balloons. So we find our adventurers just outside the cemetery as the city captain of the militia, Hastings, approaches with a group of clerics and paladins. They're all carrying torches. Some of them are carrying holy vestments. Some of them are carrying what looks like to be some kind of burning oil or stuff like that. And they're approaching the cemetery en masse.
Okay. It's Hastings, right?
Yes, Captain Hastings.
Hastings.
Sir.
We believe this to be the source. Before you torch everything, we've got to go see if there's something down there that has to be quelled first. Because we don't want to seal in something that can get out again.
So you intend to enter the crypt?
Yes.
How long do you wish us to guard the service until we consider you lost?
What time is it right now?
It's probably about 10 o'clock at night.
If we're not back by dawn.
He nods his head and goes, "We'll keep watch should any ghoulies come out.
Okay.
Or if we think you've been overrun."
We're about to run in, but first, is there any chance we can go into the armory and armor up?
Absolutely. We'll take you to the city armory.
Awesome.
All right, so he leads you through the streets, leads you to an area near the center of town, near the guards' barracks. And there's a huge weapon store. What do you guys want?
I want a cape. He's making me a cape. I don't need a cape right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so give me 1 second here.
What could I possibly get?
We're going shopping. We can get a helmet.
Shield? Actually, I don't think you can use shields.
Yes.
Wood shields.
Wood shield, yeah.
I had a shield.
Yeah, I have a wood shield now.
So do I. With a bear's head attached to the front of it. As a
Cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. Anyway. Let's go with... We're gonna need some adventuring gear, I think, just in case.
I'm at a complete loss here as to what kind of things I could
Well, if we're
possibly
going,
hope
if
to
we're
get.
going down into possibly a crypt or underneath a church, might be a good idea to have some sticks to use as torches. Maybe some oil that we can dip it in if we have to start burning things. So, I would say equipment like that. Let's see here though.
In terms of weapons that you guys can actually use, you can use clubs, daggers, darts, javelins, maces, quarterstaffs, scimitars, sickles, slings, and spears.
So no bow and arrows.
Oh no, well, everybody can use a bow.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get a bow finally. So I take my darts out and hand them to Hastings and say, "Here, man, you can have these. 'Cause these are useless to me."
I'm actually going to double check that.
Yeah, I want a bow as well. I need some kind of ranged capability here.
Javelins.
That's true.
Just double check. Oh, it says you can't use a bow.
Can't use a bow.
I'm double checking.
We're woodsmen. We're
You know what?
druids.
Fuck it. You're going to use bows. I don't care.
Yeah, these aren't like long, crazy bows. These are just like hunting
Short
bows.
bows.
Those short bows.
Yeah, whatever.
Not the crazy.
I'm
ass
allowing
shit.
it. You don't like it? Suck it.
Or wait, what about slings?
Yeah.
All right, instead of you want to take a bow, I'll take a sling.
Okay, I'll bow it up.
Okay.
All right, I take a sling, as well as what does a sling use as?
Pellets.
Let me see here. Sling uses.
Yeah, as long as it's made out of wood, there's no reason why you can't.
Okay, so sling is bludgeoning damage.
You are still limited since arrows use metal tips. If they were made out of bone or stone.
Okay, that makes sense.
It says technically you are limited to the druid weaponless unless your DM says otherwise. I'm saying yes, you may use bows, but no metal arrow tips. So I'll say take note on your sheets. You have 10 stone arrows and 10 bone. Otherwise, everything is wood. They're considered training arrows. We're going to try and play by the rules a little bit here.
So 10 bone, is that for my sling?
No, you can just, you can use like stone.
Okay.
Stone bullets. You just can't use anything metal.
Okay, so that's fine. And the sling uses... Or I could use wood, too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't see why it says scimitars. Scimitars are made out of wood. Or not wood, made out of metal.
Yeah, that doesn't make a
Same
lot
with
of sense.
sickles.
Yeah, but they're light metal, maybe nothing heavy over a certain weight.
I don't know.
Whatever.
That's
I don't speak Druish, so...
I didn't know she was Jewish.
So sling is 1d4 bludgeoning.
Yeah, it gives you some ranged
'Cause
options.
what I'm thinking is if I can fire even like little basically round things like marbles but made out of wood.
Yeah, marbles.
I could dip those in oil and then just stick them to a person, set them on fire. So
That's fair.
so I'm grabbing a sling. I'm
I don't-
grabbing a helmet because I don't have one yet.
Neither do I.
So I don't think.
I don't know what a bow has.
I'll tell you right now. So you've got a short bow, right? Yeah, 'cause we're not going
Yes.
to use crossbows because that's just too much. A short bow does 1d6 piercing. And it's two-handed, it says. So if you're doing it, you have to put down your other weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whereas my sling, I can have my dick bone in the one hand and then sling in another.
Yeah, because you're basically just doing this, like,
Yeah, and
flinging.
then fling. Yeah.
I'm a deadly shot with a sling, by the way, in real life.
Good
I didn't
know.
have a lot to do growing up.
And then let me see here, adventuring gear.
Pretty good shot with a slingshot, too.
What do we have here? Don't need candles because we can see in the dark.
But only 60 feet.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're taking torches with us anyway.
Yep. How many?
I'm going to take 3.
Okay, make sure you write them down on your sheet.
Yeah. 3 torches. So I'm thinking about the money. Well, He's letting us use it.
Yeah, he's letting you raid the armory.
Yeah, so
But he's like, hurry up, lads. We don't have much time.
3 torches, and I'm bringing a flask of oil. In case we just
Yep.
basically to light the torches.
Yep.
This is something new. We don't usually do shopping on
Normally, I would allow shopping during downtime, which that's something we're going to start taking into effect after you guys finish your adventure. You're going to tell me, what do you do between now and the next adventure? Do you sleep? Do you
Okay,
go to a
that makes
job? Do you go home?
So it's 10 bone arrows and 10
10 stone.
stone.
Cool.
For just such an occasion. Which, if you talk to Marty at some point, you could tell him to keep the bones
That is
and
Good
fashion
point,
them
good
into
point.
arrowheads.
Just trying to see. I do want a helmet. I've already got my shield. Already got
You
my,
just want a simple hide helmet?
yeah.
All right, you get a hide helmet. It gives you another 1 to your AC.
Woo.
Yep, simple. I make it up. Or a leather helmet, whatever. It's only 1 to your AC. It doesn't really matter.
One to my AC.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's
I'm
your
getting
AC
one
now?
as well.
15?
15. Yeah. That's actually surprisingly helpful.
Yeah, that's good.
Can I have one?
You want
Yep.
helmet too?
Yeah.
I can't wait to get another jawbone to put on top of it or something to make it
All right.
top of it.
14 armor.
Basically, I look like Shao Kahn.
I like it. All right, so Hastings says, all right, lads, let's go.
All right.
Away.
All right, so you approach the cemetery. It is eerily quiet. You can see like a fog has come in from the ocean, and it's coating everything almost in this waist deep, just thick, crawls on your skin thickness. The air, you could smell death from the battle has obviously recently just happened. The paladins and the clerics stand ready at the perimeter of the cemetery, and you could see the crypt leading from behind the church of Mystara, leading down into its depths.
What
Just-
choice do we have?
Just before you go in, roll me perception checks.
21.
10.
You notice Corin standing in the shadow of the church near a building, mouthing the words, "Now don't disappoint me."
Yeah. Okay. I blow her a kiss.
You blow her a kiss. You hear a whisper in your ear,
Yeah.
her voice. "If you don't come back by dawn, I'll torch your place.
Yeah, I know.
Have fun."
Let's go.
I give a nod.
All right.
And could we have a gearing up moment montage like in Commando?
Yeah, you start strapping things
Yeah.
to yourself.
There we go.
You put on your new hide helmet, strapping it, fiddling to your head.
We help each other put war paint on.
All right, so you put druidic symbols on your armor that you believe will help you. You
I rub my tattoo for luck.
Yes.
Branded tattoo that I gave myself.
One more smack across my own face to make sure I'm still fully sober.
And as you guys prepare to gear up, the paladins give you blessing, as do the clerics. So for the next combat, you will have advantage.
Nice.
Yes.
And you descend into the depths of the tomb of Mystara. So you walk down this huge staircase. It takes you about 2 minutes to get down to the bottom. You reach the bottom there. There are several lit torches, but they're spaced so far apart. There are large patches of darkness, but thanks to your dark vision, doesn't really obscure much down there. You can see the crypts here. There are still bodies down here that haven't animated. Some of them are in various states of decay. A lot of them are still wrapped in their funeral shrouds. You see a few bodies struggling to get out of their shrouds, but they haven't been able to break free yet. Either they're too far gone, or the magic animating them isn't as powerful now. And you can hear skeletons, or at least the sound of bones further down the hallways. And you know the crypt leads considerably down, because this has been around since Cambridge's inception. So
I think we have to be
the crypt
stealthy.
goes pretty deep.
You want to be stealthy?
We're going to have to be. It's not without cost.
Again, if we had a couple more people, we could just go, run and gun.
Go ham here, but...
Yeah.
I cast Pass Without Trace.
All right. So how does Pass Without Trace work in urban environments? Or does it work in urban
It's
environments?
basically Pass Without Trace gives us a plus 10 bonus to all stealth checks.
Okay.
And we leave no traces behind and cannot be detected by any means other than magical.
Okay. All right. Well, let's roll. All right. So you cast Pass Without Trace.
And then we're gonna sneak through.
All right. You continue. So roll me your sneak rolls.
29.
28.
Natural 1. Don't worry about it.
Wow.
All right. So you begin to descend into the crypts of Mystara. You pass probably by the first 3 floors. Eventually you get to the bottom, and you just see this huge rock wall that looks like they're starting to build a new crypt down here. But you see the workers' tools, you see excavation tools. They're starting to carve new woodwork. Some of it's obviously dwarven, because you guys are known as stone workers. But you don't see anywhere else to go.
Is there any markings on the wall?
Yes, there are several ones in Dwarven. You obviously read Dwarven, right?
I believe so. It's not written on my sheet properly, but I'm a dwarf.
You would presume so.
I'm a gnome, so I know gnomish automatically. So hopefully you weren't raised by humans.
For story purposes, there's a mix of Dwarven and Common.
Okay.
You see on the walls written, strange stonework, not sure, talk to Kilsh, need permission.
God. My man Kilsh?
Do either of you want to roll perception checks or anything of the
I'll
sort?
roll it. 18.
You feel the rock. It feels soft. Almost like clay. Like, you start pushing against it, and your hand passes through it eventually, and it feels, and it passes through and goes through something on the other side.
All right, I start pulling. Basically, I'm digging like a dog through it.
You start digging like a dog. You don't make any progress, but your hand keeps grasping eventually handfuls of empty air. But the wall's still there.
All right. You want to give me a push?
All right. Let's try to push you through.
All right, so you give him a good old heave-ho. You give him a shove. You start pushing through clay, and you just feel like muck and grime go all over your face and into your eyes. After about 30 seconds or so, you pop out on the other side, and you land face first in the dirt, but you're in this huge underground cavern.
I like to stick my
I was
hand
gonna
through.
say, and I pull as hard as I can.
All right, so you grab a hold of Farron, and you pull him through. You feel the same sicky clay goop all over you. You're covered in the slime.
Fun, right?
And as you look around, you look through your dark vision.
Yep.
And you notice that you can see a faint glow coming down in the cavern, leading further down.
Okay.
It's not the same greenish glow, though, that you've become accustomed to seeing in these depths. It's kind of like an orangey glow this time.
Orange mushrooms.
Not like a fire, but yeah, like orange mushroom, like definitely some kind of a fungus of some kind. There are spatters of green, but orange seems to be the dominant color.
What I wouldn't give for a sculler. What do we have here? Can I roll perception to see if anything else seems out of place, or if I can maybe understand maybe the source of this?
Okay, yeah, roll it.
Alrighty. 16.
You know the orange fungus is stuff you don't want to get near.
Okay.
It's very, very poisonous. And you start looking around the cave. You start noticing there's a shit ton of mushrooms down here. There's a very wet smell to it, too. And you can hear things moving around in the darkness, like things scraping along.
Okay. I light up a torch.
You light up a torch. It illuminates around 30, 40 feet around you.
And I toss it as far as I can.
You whip it about 100 feet, like you Olympic launch this thing.
Yeah.
It skitters and eventually lands on the solid rock floor. You just hear this ear-piercing shriek. It eventually starts getting louder and louder and louder.
Ready yourself.
Now, just give me a sec here because I have to look something up.
I was kind of hoping I would have thrown it and it would have hit one of the mushrooms and just started it on fire, but good enough. Better than walking straight out there.
Yeah.
It was my whole pebble
Gives us
thing.
a moment.
The reason that's why I threw the pebble earlier was I wanted to see if like a tentacle or something would come up and try to pull it down.
Or some kind of illusory thing with a whole glass-like...
You notice what's screaming. It's the mushrooms.
Weird.
Oh, boy.
You recognize them as shrieker mushrooms.
Okay.
You're normally not used to underground, but you know what they are.
Okie dokie. What do you want to do?
Do you know if they're safe to be near?
No.
You just know that they are shrieker mushrooms.
I think we need to torch them somehow.
I don't really have a lot of fire-based
Did you grab
things.
torches yourself?
I have torches from my explorer's pack, yes.
All right. So my other torch is still there lit, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm lighting up my second torch. And I'm touching the torch to every piece of fungus
Shrieking mushroom?
that I can see.
All right, so you eventually start torching these huge human-shaped fungus, and the entire cave is just filled with these screams and it's echoing in your ears. Actually, because it's so loud and echoing, take 1d4 sonic damage. Because that's how bad it hurts.
1d4?
1d4. I'm going to be nice.
2.
4.
Your ears are ringing pretty hard, man. It's like
'Cause
someone set up a flashbang in your
Because I
ear.
got the fancy new hat. Helped out a little bit.
So eventually, after about 5 minutes, the screaming stops.
Yeah.
But you can definitely hear things moving around down there.
Okay. As we walk towards it, I put out the torch I have, picked up the torch that I threw on the ground initially, because I'm assuming we were walking towards that.
Yeah.
So put out the one torch, keep the other torch, and start walking with it.
All right, so you guys start walking. You walk for a couple of minutes. You do see shrieker mushrooms on the wall, but you know enough to keep outside of their sight.
Yeah.
So you start to notice the orange mushrooms or the orange fungus is starting to blend in with the green, creating this really unusual color of light in there, but it's almost enough that you don't need torches now. As you start noticing there's more and more stonework in here, the cave becomes less natural and more formed.
Okay.
And it looks remarkably similar. Actually, Tristan, roll me a wisdom roll. We're going to see if you remember this.
Oh, no.
Roll it again. It's fine.
Oh, it was a 7.
I'll say roll it again.
Yeah, because it bumped
Thank you.
into too many
Yeah.
things.
Natural 20, so 22.
This looks remarkably similar to the tomb of Forrest the Kind. Remarkably similar.
I think I've seen a place like this before. The Tomb of Ferris the Kind.
Who's Ferris the Kind?
Is the tomb that I went to find the artifacts to clear the curse from the town originally.
Oh.
There were many, many rooms with traps, enchantments, and 3 scrolls, one of which made Koro disappear. This place is likely filled with magic and potentially a lot of danger.
It would be great if we had detect magic.
Yes. Yes.
It really is lethal weapon.
Do like druids get that spell?
Detect magic? Yes.
It's one of the spells we can pick, and none of us picked it.
Good job, guys. Good job. Good job.
I know I was going to end up in another magic tomb today.
So as you continue exploring
Level one.
this new, evidently, tomb, you start seeing more and more writing on the walls, a lot of it in common, a lot of it just seems like mad gibbering. Eventually you come to an open area that's lit by this unnaturally green light. You see a statue made out of pure pearl, and you see it is a womanly shape, and her legs are natural like a person, torso's natural, these rather big bosoms, but her arms are these long tentacles, and the face is obscured by this hood, and you can just see what looks like tentacles coming out of the back of the hood, almost like hair, but her face is completely obscured, made completely out of pure white pearl.
Is the pearl glowing at all?
It is, actually. It's glowing with a soft white light.
Don't touch it.
Okay.
There were glowing pearls in the tomb as well that gave us unpleasant visions. They were not safe.
Unpleasant visions, but is that it?
I'm struggling to remember, to be honest, exactly what happened when touching the pearls. I believe there may have been some damage. It was like we communed with another being.
Okay, so
an evil being.
You can touch it if you want. I'm not.
No, I won't be going to touch it.
So beyond the huge pearl statue, which stands probably about 10 feet tall, you see another door, which is made out of pure iron. It's left ajar.
Okey-dokey.
And from the inside, you hear things moving around. And that's pretty much all you know right now. You hear things moving around.
All right, I do the same thing again. I toss my torch in as far as I can.
You toss your torch in as far as you possibly can. You hear something reacts to it, like a hiss.
You mentioned there was writing on the wall, though mostly insane. Was there any patterns, any words that I would find meaningful?
I serve the darkness. She protects us. We serve her. The sea of ignorance is vast. Why did we venture so far?
Oh, boy.
Ignorance is bliss.
God damn it.
We should go grab your torch and toss it again.
How about you go grab my torch and toss it again? I'm the torch tossing fool. All right.
Okay. Let's venture toward this door and avoid that statue.
Technically, we still
Roll me
have,
perception again.
technically we still have the swift thing going, or the
Pass without trace.
Yeah.
Lasts for an hour. 10 for perception.
Okay.
I have 8.
For just a second, you see a shape standing behind you. And just as quickly as you blink, it's gone.
I don't like this.
Okay.
I think I saw something.
How about we go back to back, and we slowly move into the room.
Okay, creep into the room back to back.
All right, so you start walking into presumably this new area. You take a room. It's a rather large room with several offshoots, like long hallways, and you just see shapes moving around. You can't really tell what they are from where you are. They're definitely humanoid, though, and they seem to be moving stuff from one room to another or down the hallways.
So it's like it's a hall, you said, with multiple
Multiple offshoots. You're not sure where they go.
Am I able to take my torch and perhaps light whatever torches would have been there.
All right, so you see in front of you there's a rather large fire pit.
Okay.
So you dip your torch into the fire pit, and every torch in the room lights up. You see what looks to be a workforce of zombies processing materials. They keep dragging stuff from one room. You see them carrying the rucksacks that the mercenaries were carrying, bringing them down a hallway on the right side of the room. You see other zombies carrying what looks to be flasks and bringing them into the center. They're not paying you guys any mind.
What do you want to do?
Well, let's avoid the zombies. There's too many of them to take on.
Yeah, there's probably about 40 of them.
Why can't they all be within a 5-foot radius?
You look around the room, and it's... once again, you notice the dominant decoration is pearl. The room is made of this black basalt-like material. You also see a lot of things made out of iron. Definitely no decorations of any real type. It looks like this is... It would be like a medieval chemical factory would be the best way to describe it. You can hear the sounds of heavy machinery coming out of the left.
So we're basically in a factory.
Yeah.
I should check out this machinery to the left.
Yeah, let's do that. I don't think we need to go back to back anymore now that we've lit up the room.
Just keep an eye out. Keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, or if we're back to back, we can be just spiraling as we walk.
Do the druid dance.
So you guys head down the hallway to one of the hallways to the left. There are two on the left, and there's one on the right. Went down the first or second one?
We're not splitting up, are we?
No. Goodness, no.
Okay.
I want to...
You want to flip a coin?
We'll go for the...
You want to roll for whatever we do?
The first door, but I want to check for a trap first.
How do you do that since you're not a rogue?
Oh, that's a good point.
Okay, no.
Roll me a perception check, and I'll see if you notice it.
13.
5.
13, you notice... You don't notice anything particularly out of the ordinary, although you do notice there are statues.
Okay.
And they seem to be, they're of men of different races, but they're all wearing the same cloak. These ones are actually made out of iron and metal. And the statues, like I said, depict various men. You don't see very many women, though, which is kind of strange.
Okay.
And going down the hallway, you see 3 doors on each side, and at the end of the hallway, there's a rather ornate door, which seems to be made out of kind of like a stainless type steel.
It's complex.
Do we go for a small door first?
We should see if there's anything in them that
Could be used.
could be useful. Start on the left again?
Yeah.
Okay, so you open the first door to the left. You see a room just filled with flasks.
Anything in the flasks?
You're going to open one?
Yeah.
You open one, you see the green liquid that looks to be the children.
I close it and take one with me.
All right, you do as such.
Is there anything else in the room?
Other than the rows upon rows of flasks, roll me a perception check. We'll see if you find anything.
19.
You look around, you notice there's a loose thing on the floor, and it's a switch of some kind.
Oh. That could be good or bad.
You're probably not going to end the world.
Could end myself. If it's a switch, then let's press the switch.
You're going to press the switch?
I'm going to press the switch.
All right, you press down on the switch, you hear a soft click, and underneath one of the cabinets where the flasks are stored upon, a small drawer pops out. And you see a small leather bag.
I'm going to pick up the leather bag.
You pick up the leather bag.
I'm going to look inside the leather bag.
You see what it does.
Does is a bad word.
Does versus is.
bites your hand off. It spits
Sorry,
acid
folks,
in your
looking
face.
something up in the Dungeon Master's Guide. The bag is also tan, I might add.
Ooh.
So you find a...
Death.
If I can fucking find it. I just found it. I just had it. Take me a second. Bag. You find, is that a tan bag? Are you going to stick your hand in the bag? It weighs about a half pound.
What the hell? Yes, I'm going
You
to
reach
reach
inside
into
the
the
bag,
bag.
you feel some furry objects inside of it.
Furry objects?
Furry objects. Like small fuzzy jelly beans.
This is... I couldn't possibly tell you what they are, so
Pull
let's
one out, maybe?
pull one out and
All right,
see what it is.
Pull one out. You're going to drop it on the floor? Or?
And he puts it in his mouth.
Tastes just like fuzzy. I'm going to put it on the floor.
You drop it on the floor, roll me a d8.
Oh.
5.
A black bear appears. Big black bear walks up to you, gives you a big lick on the face.
Oh my god, you've got a pet. Gimme.
You have found a bag of tricks.
Oh, is that could be bad. How come he gets
Fuzzy
the pet,
jelly
the
beans?
the bear pet?
You rolled it.
Nah, it's okay. Can I pet him?
Do you want a bean?
That's what the bag looks like, by the way. I'm showing them from the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Neat.
It's very fancy.
It is a wondrous item. The ordinary bag made from tan cloth appears empty. Reaching inside the bag, however, reveals the presence of a small fuzzy object. The bag weighs a half pound. You can use an action to pull the fuzzy object from the bag and throw it up to 20 feet. When the object lands, it transforms into a creature you determine by rolling a d8 and consulting the corresponding bag's color. The creature is friendly to you and your companions and acts on your turn. You can use as a bonus action to command how the creature moves and what action it takes on its next turn, or give it general orders such as to attack your enemies. In the absence of such orders, the creature acts in a fashion appropriate to its nature. Once 3 fuzzy objects have been pulled from the bag can't be used again until the next dawn.
Okay, can I have one of the fuzzy
That
things?
is
Can I reach in?
fantastic.
Maybe.
Well, they're responding to him.
All of them?
Owner
Well,
of the bag.
I guess if you give him a bean, he'd have to pull it, though.
Can I? Yeah, can you just
Yeah,
show me the bag?
Here's the
I
bag.
reach in, grab a bean, flick it like a tiddlywink into the air, and it lands.
I throw it away from the bear. so
And
it
what do I have
doesn't-
to roll? It's D8?
Yep, D8.
3.
You get a baboon.
Oh, double monkey power.
Double monkey cop.
We
Double
go
monkey cup, bear cup, panther cup.
baboon cop, orangutan cop. It's Planet of the Apes time.
I love it.
This is awesome. Oh, wait. Baboon. Can he, like... Oh, I'm not very big. I was hoping he could just, like, ride... Can he ride on the bear? Yeah, he's riding on the bear. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not even going to ask that. He's just riding on the bear because they're friends.
I tell them, hey, you need to ride this bear. Bear, let him ride you.
The bear obeys. The baboon looks confused, but mounts the bear,
Yeah.
and you exit the room.
Oh, man, this is cool.
Roll me reflex saves.
Okay.
This could be bad.
Looking for a DC of 12.
Don't know what kind of proficiency I have here.
I have exactly 12.
17.
All right, so ties go to the defender, so you are fine. A noxious gas spews out of one of these statues, spewing you right in the face. Now I'm going to roll their Constitution saving throws for your animals. Natural 20 for the bear. It's annoyed. A 2 for the baboon.
Are you kidding me?
The baboon turns to stone.
Oh, you...
But the bear's like, "Rrrr," and the monkey falls off and shatters.
I want another bean, but hold on to it.
We'll save it for when we really need it.
Son of a bitch.
That's how the dice went.
All right,
monkey.
fine.
Fuck you, Mike.
Okay, fine.
I like that baboon.
Fine. I'm going to shapeshift into my orangutan right
The
now.
frickin' bear.
Ride the bear.
And I'm going to ride the bear.
All right, you do as such.
Next door.
Which door? So you're going to stay on the left or go to the right?
I point to the left.
All right, you keep going to the left. Door's locked.
Point to the right.
All right, you go to the right.
We don't have any lock-picking skills.
No.
Door's
there's
open.
really not much we can do there.
So we go in there.
How do you open the door?
Use my iron grip to open it. I don't know. I'm a monkey. I can open doors.
Reflex save.
So what do I have to hit?
Roll it.
Doesn't matter. Natural 20.
A huge spike shoots out where your head would have been had you been human-sized. Just swings out from the door, you would have been decapitated.
As I mentioned, this tomb that I was in before was laden with traps.
Okay, let's go to the main door.
We've dodged this one already. We might as well open to see what's inside.
And I point at the main door, and we just keep going.
Okay, you go towards the main door, and it's locked, but you might be able to force it. The lock doesn't feel particularly strong.
All right, I'm gonna yank
You
on it.
were the bear.
Yeah, you were the bear.
Oh, or the bear.
The bear has a strength of 19.
Oh yeah, the bear can do that.
Okay,
Yes.
bear.
I hop off
Smash
the bear.
down that door, bear.
Natural 20. The bear,
Good bear.
presses all of its might against the strength of the door. The door crumples inward, and you come into this ornately decorated, what looks like a study and a bedroom. You see candelabras everywhere that are still lit. You see a rather ornate bedspread, this king-size bed, like those sleigh beds, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
A lot of rather expensive-looking clothes, chest at the foot of the bed, hundreds of books, a display case that has all sorts of unusual trinkets you've never seen before.
Anything catch my eye?
Roll me perception.
I'm gonna look too.
19.
19, you notice there is something hung above the bed, actually. You notice it's a spear.
Okay, I shift back into a human. Or,
All right.
sorry, into a gnome.
All right, you shift back into your natural gnomish form.
I go and grab that spear.
Roll me a reflex save.
Traps everywhere.
13.
13, you go to reach out, and just for a second, you stop yourself, and you notice that the spear is weighted to something, like it'll trigger something, but you can probably get it off.
How's it? What's it hooked up? Like, is it just hanging?
It's kind of like, I'm going to have to show these guys, so sorry for the folks that can't see this. It's hooked like this.
Okay, so there's two hooks, and it's just
there's
sitting
two
on
hooks.
there.
Yeah, it's just hung.
And it's a spear?
Yeah.
I really don't want to do this.
I have rope.
You have rope, but is the rope weighted enough? Because what's the
Just
spear made
tie
out
it,
of?
like, get
Spear is
out of
made
the
out
rope.
of wood and has a bone head.
Okay.
It's got like feathers on it and everything.
Goodbye, Bone Crusher. I give my quarterstaff a kiss, and I Indiana Jones that shit.
All right, so you're gonna try and dexterity this thing, like to kind of give it like a bullwhip type thing.
Yeah.
All right, roll it.
19.
You Indiana Jones that shit, as you so eloquently put it. As you do, it triggers a trap. Roll me a knowledge. Just roll me Arcana.
All right. 17.
You notice what would have been a sphere of annihilation.
Yo.
Basically, the spear throws itself up and over as you yank it with the rope, but a spear of annihilation appears right in the middle of the wall. Had you touched that, 4d10 force damage.
That's
Congratulations. You now have a spear I've created for you. It's a +1 magical spear, and it can deal thunder damage 3 times per day.
Whoa. Let me write this down.
Yep, you're going to want to write this down.
So what, sorry?
It's a +1 spear, considered magical for purposes of damage. 3 times per day. It can deal 2d6 thunder damage.
Okay. 2d6 thunder.
If you use the spear one-handed, it does 1d6. If you use the spear two-handed, it does 1d8. So it's 1d6 plus 1 or 1d8 plus 1.
Nice.
The spear is called the Spear of Fury's Wrath.
Spear of Fury's Wrath. Of Fury's Wrath. So I'm assuming Bone Crusher's gone. Because I triggered the trap.
Okay, so explain to me how you did that. Like, so why would Bone Crusher be gone? Like, did you just use it to knock it off?
No, I was trying to Indiana Jones by replacing it.
Oh, okay, yeah, Bone Crusher's annihilated. It's gone.
Damn it.
No more dick.
It is vaporized into the ether, as that's literally a tear in the hole of reality.
Dickless.
Now,
You are now dickless.
I stare sort of blankly into space and then make a mental note, there's always bigger dicks out there.
Oh, God.
There's always a bigger dick.
Yeah.
So, as you trigger that, you hear something come from the side of the room.
Turn to look at it, I
Yeah.
suppose.
You see a sarcophagus, and you see a mummy. Mummy has, like, its arms placed over its chest, like the typical movie mummy. It stumbles out.
Okay. I'm going to... You've got torches and everything too, right?
Yes, I do.
All right. I am going to douse it in oil from my flask. And we're going
Well, we're going to roll initiative first.
Yeah, and then because that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. 18.
10.
4.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Very temperamental die.
All right, well, then I guess I'm not throwing oil, but I'm just going to set it on fire with my torch.
All right.
Because it's covered in bandages, right? So.
Yep. Okay, so you go first?
Yep.
Okay. So roll to attack.
Natural 20.
Natural 20, you hit.
All right. Now, I'm not sure what kind of fire damage it would be from setting it on fire, but...
It's got a vulnerability to fire.
Oh. Okay. So I am literally just setting it on fire with my torch.
Okay, your torch does, I'll say, 1d6 damage.
1d6.
So I'll say it does 2d6 damage for purposes here.
In this case, okay.
Yeah.
Six and 5, so that's 11.
Okay,
11
let's go
damage.
take down its damage.
Does he have any other damage type vulnerabilities?
You don't know.
Yeah.
What do we know about
You're not
mummies?
going to metagame me. You're not gonna...
Well, holy, whatever. I just kind of assumed that if it's covered in
Supposed to go
bandages,
holy.
it's going to be susceptible to being burned.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what kind of state of decay he'd be in if he would be weak against my bludgeoning damage. My morning
You
stare.
can try.
Might want to shillelagh up.
Won't help my morning star.
Oh, that's right.
Turns it magical, though. But it's
Yeah.
also not wooden.
Yeah, man.
Well, time to smack this bitch.
All right.
Or not.
What'd you do?
Oh, it's his,
I rolled a
wait,
3 here. I don't know what my
it's his
modifiers
turn.
are.
It's his turn.
Oh,
Oh, it's my
true.
go. So
Crap.
the mummy is going to attack you, Farron, first. It's going to hit you with its rotting fist.
Gross.
I'm getting fisted.
I'm guessing an 8 does not hit you.
It does not. I missed the fist.
However, roll me a wisdom save. DC 11.
Ah, shit. 8.
You are frightened.
Ah, crap.
It must succeed. Basically, if the target fails a saving throw by 5 or more, okay, you're not paralyzed, but you're frightened. So, let me see what that means. Frightened means you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is in line of sight.
We're supposed to have advantage for this combat.
Well, that neutralized it.
For you.
Yeah, for
We were-
you.
we were
You're
blessed.
neutralized. You're
For
okay.
you, I torched that bitch.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm back just down to normal
All right.
vantage.
I'm going to cast my Flame Sphere. And basically push it, throw it, Kamehameha it right into it.
All right, roll it.
All right. Roll, and does a 16 hit?
Yep.
All right. So it's 2d6.
Yeah.
4. So 6 damage.
So this thing starts to scream,
And that ball of flame is still there for every turn.
and you just hear it start screaming, "Why have you entered my lair? This is my domain!"
It talks.
It's mine now, bitch.
You say that. It's go. Alex, roll me a wisdom save.
Yeah. 14.
You are not affected by its dreadful gaze. You see these ugly yellow eyes peering out from under its bandages. He's going to try and attack you with his rotting fists. 18, that's a hit, I know that.
Yeah, it's a hit.
So I need a d6. Take 8 damage.
Okay.
Sorry, take 8 damage. Take 18 damage, sorry.
Wait, what?
Roll me a constitution save.
19.
You pass. You are not affected by mummy rot.
Okay.
Basically, as the mummy hits you,
Yeah.
its flesh touches you, and you feel your skin start to melt away. Basically, think of the Evil Dead infection where it
Okay.
spreads.
I'm taking the damage still?
You're taking the damage still, but you are not cursed.
You said 18?
Pardon?
You said 18.
Yeah.
I have 1 hit point.
Good God.
Well, it's still on fire, so
Yeah.
he's taking 2d6 fire damage right now.
That's true. Or again, right?
Yeah. So roll it.
All right. 12.
He's starting to get more and more of his bandages are starting to smoke. He's starting to go up a little bit.
All right. My turn again, because he...
He's coming towards you because he sees you're obviously wounded. His back is to you. So you would have advantage on this.
So he's shaking off his fear.
You should actually roll me your DC again. You have to beat 11 on a wisdom save.
16.
You are no longer afraid of this mummy. You're like, oh God! It just
Focus.
startled you.
Focus.
Gotta save my friend.
Okay, so I'm going to smack with the Morning Star. From behind. That's a natural 20.
It hits. Roll damage.
1, 2. So that's 3 damage.
Is your Morningstar magical or just normal?
Normal.
You hit it, you crank it across the back, the back of the center of mass. It doesn't seem to do much damage though.
That's top of the turn.
Yep, top of the
All
turn
right.
order.
Moonbeam.
All right.
So you've got to save that, I believe. You got a saving...
Yeah. Oh right. What do I have to roll? Constitution.
yeah.
What's my con? Let me see. I'm guessing 10 doesn't make your
No.
14. So
No.
how much damage do I take?
You take 2d10.
All right.
$20 damage.
This ghostly fire starts burning the mummy. It starts screaming. He's like, I will kill you!
And then I guess he also takes another flame damage.
2d6. Yep, roll it.
Hey, it's on fire.
10.
The mummy, consumed in flame, his bandages start burning. He starts stumbling towards you, and he falls right at your feet as a skeleton and just flames out.
By the way, I have 1 HP.
Yeah, let's do things about that.
So he's dead, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. So then I stopped concentrating, by the way, so the moonbeam's gone.
Okay. So I'm going to conjure some good berries here. So 10 berries appear in my hand. Each of them will restore 1 HP. Take as many as you like.
I would take them all.
All right.
Mint berry crunch. So now I have 11. I have 11 HP. Oh, and I may as well... You know what? I'm going to take my my lesser potion.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, so that's 2... It's 2d4 plus 2. So... 5...
We had a question pop up in the chat of one of the Andy was wondering why that damage wasn't double. That crit that you rolled, Mummy has immunity to non-magical weapons. Plus, your damage was bludgeoning.
Yeah.
So, just FYI, some rules clarification.
So now I have 17 HP again. Yay!
Welcome to the world.
Yeah.
You're alive.
Good lord. That was scary. I was like yeah. Ow.
I'm going to just smash it over the skull with my morning
Make
star.
sure it's dead, double check.
So make sure it does not do
Yeah.
anything else.
Roll me, as you smash his skull into splintering dust, you just hear everything that was going on down here just stop. Like any activity you were hearing just stops.
Good stop or bad stop?
Is it
Roll me
ever a
perception
good stop?
checks.
18.
You look around the room, and you notice some stuff you didn't necessarily see before.
Okay.
As you look at the sarcophagus where the mummy had come out of, there's something in there. Something that was stuck behind him.
All right, I grab whatever that was.
You grab whatever it is. It's a huge staff made out of what it looks like. It's carved out of wood and bone, but it's made out of gnome skulls, halfling skulls, and you can feel magic just coming off of it. If you want to roll me knowledge arcane, I'll let you see if you can identify it.
15.
Do you want to roll it too?
Yeah, I do.
All right, fair. Let's see if you can figure it out.
14.
It's a magical staff of some kind. You'll probably have to get Kim, the court sorceress, to take a look at it.
Okay.
Or talk to somebody else.
Okay. I figure we're ready to leave here, but we still have to try to find...
As you continue looking around the room, you notice tapestries and paintings that were remarkably similar to the ones that were in the dragon's throne room. And you see a picture. One of the pictures shows a woman clad in scale mail with long brown hair, clearly human, with a blue shoulder pauldron, riding atop a blue dragon. You see another painting of a woman standing on a ship's, I guess, the front, I don't know what it's called, the bow, I guess, casting magic out over it, and there's this huge maelstrom in front of her, and you see a cleric of Mystara just holding this giant mace, crackling with energy, and you see them all approaching what looks to be an avatar of Forith. And you also see the 5 golden dragons in the sky at the same time.
Make a mental note of that.
Are there any words or other markings around this painting?
You hear, you see the names in common: Mira, the dragon rider of legend; Thera, sea witch of considerable power; Barthos, paladin of Mystara. And then you see the dragon written in Draconic, but also common underneath it: Robert and family.
Guessing that's the dragon's name. The one we never asked.
Give us our wish.
And it's under the painting, you see it's been written in parchment. Our last defeat will not be our last. 1,500 years is but a small time to wait for a new awakening. We shall return.
We shall return.
Okay.
Foreboding, potentially.
Perhaps.
So is that a good coming back or not?
The
good coming back?
signature at the bottom is written by Pember the cleric.
So this is tapestry, right? Any chance we could roll it up and put it on the back of the bear? Take with us?
Well, this is a painting. There's
Oh, it's a
painting
painting.
there's
Oh,
paintings
sorry.
and tapestries.
So it was signed by a cleric of Mystara.
You're not entirely sure. There is some kind of holy writing after it, but you can't read it.
I was going to say
We
we
can take the scroll at least. So
Yeah.
maybe that holy writing can be deciphered by someone else later on.
Yeah, and we should. We've still got a job to do down here.
Yeah, so
I think we may have quelled the greater danger immediately here, but
I still feel like there's a lot to explore
there
down here.
is.
And we have a kind of death sentence on us if we don't return with
That's
the goods.
my immediate next thought.
Plus, we have only until dawn before they torch everything.
Very true.
So let's move on.
Yes,
Let's
indeed.
take the scroll and move on.
Okay, so where are you guys going to go? You exit the room, and you can hear just a ruckus coming from the main chamber.
Every other door was locked here. So, main chamber.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, let's peer through the
Yeah.
entryway back into the main
peek in.
chamber.
All right, you peek in, you see zombies tearing each other apart. Just the entire room is in chaos.
Ooh.
I wonder if that would mean they'd stay distracted amongst themselves.
We got that staff. I don't think do we know how to use it? No.
We know nothing about this staff.
Do we break the staff in half? See what happens? Do you think it might have some power over these? If we can't use it, would destroying it be better than...
Oh, God. But it could be so strong, so powerful. But what choice do we have? We're stuck down here if we don't do something about these
All right.
zombies.
We're going to bust it in half.
You're going to snap the staff in half.
Yeah.
You do as such, nothing happens.
Ah, well, crap again.
Now we have two smaller staffs.
All right,
Yeah!
all right, you take one half. I'll take the other. All right.
You can always
As you
try
snap
mending
it
it.
in half, it evaporates into a fine dust.
Okay, you take this pile of dust, and I'll take this pile of dust.
And we swallow it. No.
Absorb it.
So what are you doing with your bear, by the way?
It's been following behind us closely.
Yep.
I feel like we should use that last bean. Want to do the honors?
All right,
You've got the better throw. We've already acknowledged this.
All right, I grab the bean, and I toss it. It's a little tiny bean, furry bean. I toss it as close to the pile of zombies as I can.
Okay. So let me see what it is.
Got to roll, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
D8.
D8.
4.
An axe beak. Let me see what that is. It's a monster. I think it's a bird, actually.
It feels like a beak says bird.
Yeah. Axe. Beak. Beak, motherfucker.
Do you speak it?
Axe beak, motherfucker!
Say beak again.
Searching. Index of stat blocks. A axe beak is a tall, flightless bird with strong legs and a heavy wedge-shaped beak. It has a nasty disposition and tends to attack any unfamiliar creature that wanders to you. Summoned a fucking ostrich.
All right, I tell the
Violent ostrich.
I tell the ostrich,
Kill.
kill, and make them chase you.
The ostrich wanders into the room full of zombies and just goes ape shit.
Yeah, pretty much. When you're done, come back.
After a couple of minutes, it manages to... It pecks apart a few zombies, but eventually it gets swarmed and eaten alive.
Ah, crap. I'm
far too
0 and
many.
2.
But it did manage to take out 5 zombies, though.
Cool.
How many more are left in there?
About 35.
Ah,
Almost
for
there.
Pete's sake.
Technically, an hour hasn't passed. You still have Pass Without Trace. You could try and sneak
Yeah,
out of
let's
here.
go. Let's go. Well, that's
We really should have tried to sneak while we were distracted by the axe speak.
why you didn't even give us a chance to do
The
that.
bear looks at you and just kind of shakes its head as if to say, really?
Yeah, I know.
Shut up, Fuzzy Bean.
It puts its head towards the ground. Downward facing dog.
Downward facing bear. Well, first of all, where are we going to sneak
Oh, we got to go
to?
somewhere we haven't been yet.
How many more passageways are
'Cause
there?
We went.
You went. There's
last-
one. There's one more on the left, and there's 2 on the right.
Oh, jeez.
Well, we
So
went-
4 total. 3 total.
Wasn't there a
You've
big
been down
fork in the
one.
road initially?
Yeah. There were basically 2 doors on each side.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we tried one and basically death, right?
Yeah.
So you pick. Because last time I almost got killed.
Okay, the other left.
The other left. So, bottom right door.
So you're gonna go across the room and just try and skitter across.
Yeah.
All right. Roll me sneak.
All right.
See if the
Plus
zombies know.
10.
Oh shit!
Plus 10.
Natural 1. Y'all saw that.
Best one ever.
All right. So
17.
19.
Zombies are too busy killing each other to notice you. Tristan, can you grab that for
You
me?
betcha.
All right, so the zombies are fighting amongst each other, still trying to tear each other apart. They've dropped the rucksacks they were holding. Flasks are spilled everywhere. There's tons of the green fluid on the floor. And you sneak into the other side. You come into yet another large storage room, except you see glass containers. This looks like kind of an alchemist lab. Very similar to the one you see Kim work in, and very similar to Corin's as well.
This must be where they process here.
You see all sorts of spits and spigots and whatnot.
Is there anything that looks like it isn't part of the alchemical process here?
Not really. Everything in this room seems to have a purpose.
So this is just the
Although, since you rolled so well, because there was a 10 added to those numbers,
Yeah.
you see a guy in the corner. And he's just sitting there, just reading a scroll, just like,
We sneak up behind him.
yep.
And give him
Let's
a tap.
see if he notices you.
Okay.
Yeah, nope.
Or give him a tap on the shoulder.
He turns around, he's like, hello,
How's it going?
not bad.
Bit of a racket out there.
Oh, shit. Really? When? What happened? What'd you do?
We didn't do anything. Just we came in to check on seeing how everything's going.
Oh. Fine, this batch is going to be a little delayed. I've never worked with this type of agent before, but I'm kind of figuring it out.
What's different about this agent?
More potent.
Where'd it come from?
I don't know. These big burly dudes brought it down the stairs a couple of days ago. I've been pretty much stuck in the lab all day. I mean, I sleep over there in the corner. You see a simple hay mattress with like a straw pillow.
Okay. Well, for a second, I huddle over Farron and say, if we can't get the flowers out, maybe we should just take this guy with us. She may be mad that we didn't get the flowers, but if this is the guy that's making the formulas or something, he can maybe speak to her. We can use him as leverage.
The zombies are dropping their rucksacks outside, too. How much does she need of all this?
That's the question. So we can take this guy. And we're like, whisper to each other. What do you think?
Is this guy going to go quiet, or is he going to...
It all depends. It's part of the job. All right, I turn to him, and I say, I'm here to live with you. I came in because the villagers are going to torch the entrance to this place.
He's like, they're gonna what?
They're going to torch the entrance and leave everybody inside of here. We have to get out of here now.
He's like, well, that's usually not I mean, I've got to bring a teleport. I mean, I'm good, but...
You do.
What? Why are they torching the surface? What the fuck happened?
I grab...
What did you do? In fact, he kind of looks at you. He's like, I don't recognize you. Who are you again?
Messengers.
Messengers, huh? Well, I guess. There's a lot of people I see that come through here, and...
We just
yeah,
came,
all right.
And I say, and you want to know why? And I bring him to the door and I point out at the zombies.
He's like, oh, Jesus.
That's why.
He looks frightened. He's like, oh man. I gotta go tell Pember about this. Just, you two stay here. I'll be right back. And he starts heading towards Pember's chambers.
Who's Pember?
The cleric, was it not?
About a minute or two passes, and you hear him scream, "Oh my God!" And he runs back to you guys. He's like, he's dead! Well, more dead than dead, but dead!
Who's dead?
Pember! The Mummy Lord! The Mummy! The cleric!
Oh, yeah, see, that's the problem. We came down here and we're like, what's going on? Yeah.
He's like...
We came to investigate after everything.
He's
got
like, oh
weird.
God, oh God, she's gonna be so mad. Look, guys, I gotta go. And he winks out of existence.
God. Okay.
Should have taken the damn ring off his finger.
All right, well, we quickly look around the lab. Is there anything...
Just gallons of the children chemical.
Just gallons of it?
You don't see any of the unrefined flowers, though.
Did he have any notebooks or anything he had?
Yeah, you see a couple of books.
Can we take one of them?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we grab his notebooks. I say, hey, maybe we should torch this place from down here, too. So,
yeah,
what I do, because this is the room that has all the stuff this has, okay, so I say you go torch the other room that had the vials, because I kept one, remember? I kept one potion, or one. You torch that room, I torch this room. We grab as many of the plant as we can that were left behind, and we hightail it.
Okay.
Because we can use the bear, we can stock the bear up with the bags.
All right.
All right, so you're going to go check out the other left-hand door?
The one where we originally went in and we got the little...
Flasks.
Yeah.
Okay, so you load up a bunch of flasks. That's what you said, right?
We're taking a couple of them, and
Okay.
we're basically setting fire to the rooms.
Okay, so you start torching each room as you go.
The rooms that we can actually access.
Okay, there is another door on the left you haven't checked yet. But the zombies are still fighting amongst each other. We'll see if they notice you. Nope. They're still fighting. There's now about 20 of them left. You open the door and you see just a room. It looks like a greenhouse, just full of the flower stuff.
Wow. And are there bags for transportation in there?
Oh, yeah, there's like big, heavy rucksacks.
All right, we fill up as much as we can, load it to the bear.
All right, you do as such. You load up the bear.
Unfortunately, we have to give some back. but we're torching the plant and taking the stash.
All right, you do as such, and you start lighting the rooms as you go.
Yeah.
Eventually, the rooms erupt in this greenish-blue flame. As you exit the facility, the zombies are still fighting, even though they're on fire now.
Yeah, because they're mindless zombies now.
As you pass by the huge pearl statue, the face lights up. You see this giant cat-like eye appear.
That's the same eye that we saw in the tomb of Forrest.
You both hear a voice in your mind. It's a woman's voice, very sultry, very seductive. And you just hear it whisper, "You've only delayed the inevitable."
Well, that's nice for a change.
That's
You
nice.
haven't stopped me. Pember was but one of many clerics. Shoals but one of the many corrupted minds I have working under me and for me. And now he knows your faces. Others will come for you.
One time I don't go to kill something immediately, it's the time that I should have killed it immediately. All right, let's go.
You hear her say, "But perhaps I can offer you a mercy. You keep seeking knowledge. What if I offered you the bliss of ignorance? Why not join me? You, gnome, you threw away a powerful magical artifact because you did not know what you held. I find you questionable, curious, foolish yet powerful. You had the arrogance to basically, you could have stopped me, and you didn't. You let the gold dragon think he failed. I could use someone like you. Foolhardy, stupid, but you get the job done."
How about get bent? And I turn and start walking away.
You turn and start walking away. Roll me a reflex save.
Natural 20.
You dodge out of the way just as you see this great bolt of energy fly out of the face of this thing, completely shattering the rock wall in front of you. Basically equivalent to 4d20 damage. She goes, "I made my offer once. I will not make it again. You will serve me unwillingly, then."
And yeah, let's go.
All right.
Cheese it.
Walking away.
Walking away. Just as you walk away and eventually get out of the cave,
Yeah.
you just, as you pass through the clay wall, which is some sort of a dimensional portal of some kind,
Yeah.
for just half a second, roll me intelligence.
Boy. Here we go.
5.
Intelligence. 18.
You see it, but not him. You see the hooded figure again, but with her mask off. You see just this horrible, grotesque, like someone's face was melted and yet was still retaining shape. And you just don't stop screaming as you come out the other side. It stops the second you pass through the wall, but you just keep screaming. So you are going to be temporarily insane for
great.
probably about an hour. Yeah, Farron has gone bye-bye.
Farron's gone bye-bye. Is the bear okay still?
The bear...
Bear listens to my commands. My commands are currently like...
The bear's looking at me like, huh?
Well, if you don't issue it commands, it will behave in its nature.
Oh, shit. So I grab... Me.
It's
Okay.
friendly to us and our companions, though, it's not.
Oh,
Yeah, but you're nuts. So
Yeah.
any command you want to give, I'll let you roll a d20, but you're at disadvantage.
Okay.
jeez.
Okay, so it's not just gone feral on me because...
Not yet. It's still under his control,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
He's not here right now.
Okay, so we
Leave a message.
So we're going to the surface. As
You're gonna
best
have to drag me.
Basically, as best
Command the bear. D20 at disadvantage.
I was going to say, can I throw him on top of the bear?
That's a 9. I don't know if there's any sort of proficiencies here. I mean, they
Roll
have
it again.
animal handling, so that's
Roll
plus
it again.
2.
Your high's a 9.
And 18.
Yep. So you took a 9. What did you try to command the bear to do?
Carry me out.
The bear actually might make an attack against you
No.
because you're nuts.
Why'd you have to
But
be
the bear
so
only
stupid?
rolled an 8, so it doesn't hit you. The bear takes a swipe at you.
Uh,
What are you gonna do, Dargo? You see your buddy just making all sorts of screaming, shrieking sounds. The bear's trying to tear him apart.
I kind of want to knock sense into him, but I don't think you can do that.
Not really.
I don't have any healing.
Lesser restoration would work.
Does it work?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Okay, because I didn't use the. I give him the potion. All right, I try to dump it down his throat. essentially.
Was it a potion of lesser restoration or potion of greater healing?
I have a greater healing and lesser restoration.
Where did you get the restoration one?
Didn't you give it to us? Or is lesser healing greater healing?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, so I don't have that. I don't have none of that.
and you don't have that spell prepared.
Hell,
I'm
I
guessing.
don't have that spell at all.
I have that spell prepared, but that's not really all that much help right now.
I don't heal things.
You can run from the bear.
All right, I'm grabbing what leaves I can and run from the bear and say, "Follow me when you
Actually,
sing."
I'll allow you one roll to try and grab a rucksack.
Me? Okay.
Yeah, just one.
19.
You managed to grab one of the 2 rucksacks attached to the bear.
All right, I turn and say to the bear and to him as best I can, "When you're saying follow me."
All right, Tristan, if you want to follow him, roll D20. Disadvantage.
19.
All right.
7.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I'll say, for sake of efficiency,
Yeah.
as the bear starts to attack you again, the bear gets filled with a hail of arrows from paladins and clerics that have come down from the surface. They're like, ah! They fill the bear with arrows. It drops to the floor dead. One of the clerics looks at you and goes, "What madness is this?"
I have no idea. Fix him as I pointed him.
One of the clerics lays his hands on you, and you can feel the woman's face, the visage you saw, fading from your mind as you stop screaming finally. Your voice hoarse from it. You both return to the surface. Captain Hastings goes, "We didn't think you made it, lads. We thought we'd send the paladins down one last time to take a look, but you weren't down there."
We were in the deep.
He goes, "Did you find what you were looking for? Are there going to be any more zombies?"
I think we did, and there may be some down there, but you got to torch that bitch.
He goes, "All right." He gets the paladins and the clerics all to the top of the stairs. You can see there's a long wick leading down into the thing. He lights it with a torch. About 2 minutes passes, and you hear a set of concussive blasts as the crypt collapses in on itself. Even the church folds in on itself and collapses into rubble. He's like, "May the gods forgive me. I never thought I'd have to destroy a church or holy ground."
There were no gods left in there.
That wasn't holy ground anymore.
He's like, "I think we better go see Lord Kilsh."
I think we should.
And with that brings an end to the adventure so far of the Cambridge Chronicles, as they destroy the Church of Mystara and what lied beneath it. Evidently some kind of a processing facility for the children narcotic, and you've drawn the ire of the fourth, the Dark Goddess herself. She even made an offer to you. What does that mean? Well, we'll talk about that in the debrief. So we'll be back, guys, in just a few minutes here on the show. So once again, if you're subscribed to Patreon, you can get the debrief, which is that's what you want to do. But for Terrible Warriors, I have been Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net, joined with
Alex.
and a big thanks to our Patreons who are joining us in the chat with Andy and Christy. We could not do the show without you. We appreciate everything you do. We'll be back, guys, right here in the debrief.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/Terrible Warriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who have embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our Terrible Warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back, my Terrible Warriors. It is I, your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd from ThisWeekInGeek.net, and welcome back to the Cambridge Chronicles. That's right, we are here in our 5th episode, so technically the mid-season for this particular adventure, and who knows, as we discuss in our Patreon exclusive briefing, well, if you want to go find out, you're just going to go have to pay us some monies and go find out exactly what the fuck is he talking about.
All these people would already know because this is only going to them.
Oh, right.
Isn't
well,
it?
I don't know.
No, it's not.
No, yeah,
No,
because we will never hide true content
That's
behind
true.
a paywall.
That's true.
Because we're not douches.
No, we're not.
But I am Mike, the non-douche. I'm with the other non-douche.
Alex, but I might be a douche.
You could be a douche.
The mostly non-douche Mr. Christopher.
That's right, guys. So we are joining our adventurers after a wild night spent in the catacombs underneath the Church of Mystara in the settlement of Cambridge, which lies south of Waterdeep in the world of Faerun, aka the Forgotten Realms. And, well, what has happened? Madness, insanity, and perhaps helping a potential drug lord or crime lord out. We're going to have to find out. So last time, these guys had just emerged, like I said, from this huge zombie attack that had besieged Cambridge on the closing of the Festival of the Sun. And most of the townsfolk had retreated into their homes or had retreated into Lord Kilsh's manor just outside of the city where he reigns. And, well, these guys had just emerged and had met the city captain, I think it was Josh Hastings? Captain Hastings was the person who was directing you. They were waiting out there with other clerics, other paladins of Mystara, and you were just rescued. So it is currently probably about 5:30 in the morning. The sun is just starting to rise over the water. And you guys are exhausted, particularly you, Farron. Mentally, you are just done. You have glanced upon the face of Foreth, the dark resurrected goddess, who swears to destroy this plane of existence because you've seen too much. And evidently you saw her face, and that was enough to drive you round the bend.
I saw too much.
You did. So what are you boys going to do? Captain Hastings is still sitting there with the clerics as the tomb and the church have been detonated. They are basically collapsed into ruin. Captain Hastings kind of takes off his helmet, tucks it under his arm, and goes, I never thought I'd have to do something like this. Never in 100 lifetimes did I think I'd have to destroy a church.
Neither did I, but Let's go for a drink.
You know, it's a little bit early, but for us, it's never too late. Let's go.
So we're going to go over to the Bear's Den. We're going to go to my place.
Okay, so you go to the Bear's Den. Obviously, Marty's not working because it is whatever.
Yeah.
So you open the door. The place is quiet. The fire's kind of at a low roar. And you sit up at the bar. You tap one of the barrels and have some of the mead and ale that you have on tap. And you sit down, kind of reflecting. It's been an intense 24 hours.
I just start crying a little bit. Just, it's so scary.
I sit in mostly sullen silence, and I keep glancing over at the flame.
As you do, Captain Hastings is just kind of... He's just kind of sitting there. He's got his helmet on the table. You still notice there's a lot of blood splatter on it. He draws his sword. He takes a cloth from underneath his armor, starts wiping it down from all the blood and gore that's on it. And he takes a long drink of his ale, almost polishes off the entire stein in one go. He wipes the froth from his face. I don't know, boys. This was supposed to be such a happy night. I mean, I know we've had a lot of problems in the city of late. A lot of people have died. But this was supposed to be the thing that everybody lifts up their spirits, and then this happens. I saw people raised as those things I've known for years. I saw my best friend's lad tear apart one of the bar wenches. I saw he kind of puts his head in his hands and just kind of pulls it down, like he kind of does this down his face. I'm showing them what I'm doing with
rakes his fingers over his face.
Yeah, like rakes his fingers over his face and goes, you know what, maybe I'm getting too old for this. Maybe it's time to just find a nice place out on the Sea of Swords, find a nice island and just call it a day. Or go to Waterdeep and maybe it's their problem now.
There are none old nor young enough who would be prepared for such an event. I wouldn't hold it against yourself, Captain Hastings.
Exactly. Take a couple days and think about what you're going to do.
Yeah, I've still got... Now I got to worry about all the men I've lost and with these fucking pirates. I tell you, I don't trust that Captain John's one lick. Lord Kilsh and his daughter Mira. It's all part of the plan. But
what plan?
He says, well, as far as I understand, Lord Kilsh and Captain Johns have an arrangement. Until the pirate threat Fiona's dealt with, the pirates are going to work with us here in the militia. They take a mix of orders from me and certain other pirates, but mostly from me. I don't like them. They're undisciplined, they're filthy. They're not soldiers. They're just mercenaries, just sellswords. But the arrangement is that Captain Johns has a lot of money too. Lord Kilsh likes money. And Lord Kilsh's daughter Mira certainly has a thing for this Captain Johns fellow. I don't know. I don't like it. I thought she was a smarter girl. But hey, when you spend your days down on the docks, ducking people like me, see, it was my job to keep people away from her. But I guess we can't be everywhere at once. He kind of takes another sip of his almost gone ale and goes, you know, she was a nice girl once. I don't get it. He he kind of sits there for a second. He goes, I don't know, probably a couple months ago. She was so vibrant. She'd come down, she'd come out and she'd bake some of the soldiers cookies. She'd take a liking to some of them, and they'd even go out sometimes, much to the chagrin of her father. But hey, a soldier's better than a pirate, if you ask me. And she went out sailing with a couple of the pirates, and she just came back and just dour, sour. Like, she had a vengeful streak. She had one of my boys flogged for looking at her the wrong way one time. Tore the skin right off his back. Bloody hell.
Do you know which pirates she went with?
If I had to guess, it'd probably be someone in Captain John's crew. Because they were giving us trouble. Well, them and the Fiona pirates have been giving us trouble for like almost a year now. But the pirates that had come out from Captain John's crew, there's something just odd about them. Just kind of there's just something weird. No other way I can put it about it. A bunch of really unusual things just started happening. We started getting more and more pirate attacks. Started seeing a lot more spellcasters amongst them. That's something my boys aren't equipped to deal with. We've got a few spell slingers in our ranks, but I don't know. These islanders.
Is there anything otherworldly, or is it mundane?
He kind of sits there, strokes the beard on his chin. And he starts thinking, he's like, otherworldly. He's like, come to think of it, the first time we ran into these boys, they were moving material down into the Thieves Guild. I mean, we know where they're coming in. We've never found the place, but we know where they're coming and going from. And they were just moving huge barrels of just stuff, and it wasn't wine. Some of the stuff spilled out on the ground. It was this fluorescent green goo, would be the best way to describe it. And whoever spilled it, one of the pirates wasted no time. He took one of the dock workers and pretty much gutted him from neck to nuts.
Neck to nuts?
Yeah, he pretty much said, you've spilled the sacred fluid or some other such nonsense, and just gutted him. Took his pirate scimitar and right up the middle.
Gross.
Yeah, we threw him down in the city jail. But I guess he had powerful friends, because someone dropped a sack full of gold, and the next morning he was gone.
Have you seen him since in the city?
He's kind of shakes his head. He's like, nah, lad, I haven't seen him for a long, long time. Not since that one night.
Any more of these barrels moving in?
We haven't seen them for quite some time. We've seen some of the green goo. Occasionally we'll bring in a drunkard and we'll find a vial of the stuff on them. We don't know what it is. We've brought it up to Lord Kilsh's sorceress, Kim. She can't identify it either. We just keep storing the stuff down in our barracks, in our evidence locker. We don't know what to do with it. We dare not pour it down the drain.
Could we see it?
Yeah, sure. Like, if your friend Dargo wants to get me another stein of ale, let me pour that down my gullet, and then we'll get going then.
Done.
All right, so he takes another hard drink. He's like, all right, let's go. All right, so you guys emerge out onto the streets. You can still smell the battle from the night before. You can still smell the rot of zombie, and blood is heavy in the air. Normally it's a fresh smell because the seawater, but the air just seems still this morning. Rather just gross and sick, almost like a heaviness hangs in the air. So you eventually come to the barracks. It's this ordinary-looking stone building, displays Lord Kilsh's sigil. And you see the insignia that says Cambridge Barracks, whatnot. And then there's a little sign that says who's on duty. And it says Hastings. So he walks in. Normally the barracks are full of probably about 100 soldiers. You see the barracks has probably been reduced to probably about 30. Give or take. There's a lot of people missing.
Wow.
Are they all just in the battle and lost, or are they?
Captain Hastings goes, we're still counting our dead. And the pirates, they're staying down by the docks, so I don't know how many they lost. I'm guessing not many, because they probably turned tail and ran at the first sign of the zombies.
Know that your men's sacrifice is not in vain. Many were saved for the cost of their lives.
He goes, I hope so. So he leads you down 2 or 3 flights of stairs. You pass by their jail cells. There's a few people in there, but eventually he brings you down to a long room with only just the one door in it. You see a bunch of shelving units and like storage containers. And he opens up one of the lockers and does this really big, heavy lock. And you see vials are about the size of your index finger, just full of stuff that the children had. Dargo, specifically, roll me a wisdom check.
A wisdom check.
Yes.
$19.
19. You remember the vials look exactly like the ones Ikunas had. They are children narcotic vials.
Huh. So I just sort of
These look familiar.
give a nudge to my comrade. Do the whole point. I know what that is. And go, they're drugs.
Must be the children.
Yeah.
Captain Hastings looks at it and goes, we've been finding more and more of this among the city's destitutes, the prostitutes, but even some of the nobles we bring home, this stuff falls out of their pockets.
Huh. I feel that's my theme today is, huh. Revelations.
It seems to be widespread.
I'm even seeing some stuff come in off of the roads, too. Some of the travelers that we stop. It's not many, but there's been a few of them.
Coming from where?
A few of them have been coming in from Waterdeep, which doesn't surprise me. The City of Splendor would certainly have its fair share of narcotics, among other illicit drugs. But some people coming in from the south, but mostly the north. Mostly wealthy-looking travelers, too. When they decide to get drunk, we usually pick them off the streets. We have them under the influence of this. We never caught who's dealing them or where they're getting it from, though. Like I said, our guess is the Thieves Guild, but...
Is there anyone you have in your jails that you've caught with this recently?
Well, actually, yeah, now that you mention it. He leads you down to one of the dungeon levels, one of the places where they got a guy. You see a guy, he's a black man, he's got like the shaved head, he looks like a pirate. He's got like the kind of cut off sleeves. He looks like an islander of some type.
Is it Mr. T?
Nope.
Okay.
But he looks at you and goes, fellow calls himself Matthew Baumgartner. I don't know whether that's his real name or not, so you tell me. And he kind of rattles the cage and goes, Baumgartner, you got visitors. And Captain Hastings goes, I'm going to presume you boys can see your way out. I need to sleep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Captain Hastings goes and retires to the captain's quarters for the morning. So Baumgartner stands up, he spits in your direction and goes, what do you fucks want?
We want to
Good
know.
cop, monkey cop.
I was going to say it's almost time for that.
We want to know some things.
What things do you need to know?
Things about some stuff.
We need to
Go in
know
circles.
about the children.
He looks at you, goes, "Well, I'm not answering any questions till I'm tasting good old sea air and I'm out of the fucking cage."
Kind of want to moonbeam him, but I kind of don't want to do it in the prison. So there should be another way to do this. That's my solution to everything. Just moonbeam them, ghastly fire.
Just blow them up till they start
Meet somebody
talking.
at church. They don't like you. You moonbeam them, rip their jaw off. You know,
Then they turn to goo and attack you.
pretty much.
Things got worse from there.
Yeah.
That's what the outside sounds like. Just people. "Ah."
People
Yeah.
moaning in agony and
So
fear.
So Baumgartner eyes you up and down. He goes, "You get me out of here, I'll tell you anything you want to know."
Can we trust you?
I don't know.
I turn and go, we can't trust them. But
I say, "Look at me, lad. I'm in jail. What do you think?"
All right.
But hey, I like my freedom more than I like being dead.
All right.
So,
you want to take him out? I got a solution for you. Shackle one of his hands to one of your hands. We can ask if we can borrow the prisoner. We did just save the town.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ask whomever is in charge right now.
okay, so you find the local guard on duty.
Say and ask him if we can take him for 24 hours, because we believe he can help us find the source of the zombie problem.
Okay, so the local guard on duty is a young man named Rod. He's like, "All right, is this okay with Captain Hastings?" Or
Of course it is.
Roll me persuasion. He's like, I gotta check with my manager.
13.
13?
Wait, persuasion?
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Do you have any
Squeaky
bonuses
voice
for that?
jail guard.
Oh, wait, sorry. 14.
14. Okay, he's gonna roll to resist, and he doesn't because I rolled an 8 on D20. He's like,
Of course he does.
I guess it's okay.
All right, son. So
All right, so he
so
lets...
I was going to say, so just for the sake of intrigue.
Expediency?
Yeah. Anybody have a coin you want to flip to see who has to have him chained to us? Which one of us? Anybody got a coin?
I think we should let maybe our Discord chat
Yeah.
decide.
Have them
Yes.
flip a coin. Or somebody flip a coin. Somebody decide.
As I take a mouthful of tasty
I'm
mouth
drinking my
treats.
potion.
We need to know things about this stuff, Christy.
Okay, they are taking too long, so
Oops. Flip a coin.
flip a coin here. I'm going to flip a pop lid.
All right, I take heads.
You take heads?
Which one's heads?
Heads would be straight up.
Bottom up.
Ha!
All right,
All
so
right.
Farron, you're going to have Matthew Baumgartner chained to you.
All right, Baumgartner.
All right, so you get this probably about a 2-foot shackle attached
Wait,
at your wrist.
is he a human or what is?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's a humanoid male. Like I said, he's dark skinned.
So he's chained to this little dwarf.
I'm
But he's
4
a
foot
burly
2,
boy.
thank you.
Which is funny because if he would have been chained to me, he could have just lifted me up and carried me on his shoulders.
All right,
Use you
so
as a weapon, just whack.
Okay, Kermit. All right.
human flail. All right, so you chain Baumgartner to you. He goes, "All right. What do you want to know?" I would presume you not want to talk in front of the law, though.
Yes, let's move out of the jail.
Go back to my place.
All right, so you guys emerge back into the streets. You notice some cleaning people are finally starting to clean up the bodies and clean up the gore from the streets as best they possibly can.
Oh man, street gore cleaners. That's got to be like the worst job.
That
Well, they've got,
brusher
like,
gets so
water-
dirty.
Water tanks attached to wagons, and they're pumping it into the sewers. So it's quite gory and quite gruesome. Local priests are looking around to see what bodies are possibly raisable.
Okay.
So They're like, oh. So you eventually arrive back at the Bear's Den.
I realize the more and more we say it, the more and more it sounds like a gentleman's club for men.
It's rather a certain type of clientele tends to show up. Basically, it's almost like a hunter's club.
That's what I meant. Like
Yeah.
it's like a it's no.
It's not a strip joint.
It does sound like a gay bar though, but
Bear's Den.
the Bear's Den.
Oh boy.
But no, it's more and more like it is a bed and breakfast, but it has its regulars, and so it is sort of like a club.
Yeah. All right, so you walk in. Marty's not due to show up for another few hours, but then again, you don't know what happened to Marty after last night's attack.
Yeah, Marty could be dead, but at this point, we have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, you got bigger concerns. Some Baumgartner and Farron take a seat. Baumgartner kicks up these feet that just smell like ugh on one of your tables.
No, burn the
He's
table
like,
later.
"All right,
Purify
so-"
that later.
I guess we're going to burn the table later.
He's like,
I didn't need that table anyway, by the way.
He looks at you, goes, so, you're going to feed me before I start spilling me guts to you.
Okay, so I go to the back, and I grab one of the slabs of meat that has the green goo on it,
Okay, you do as
and I
such.
bring that out and ask him if how he'd like a steak.
He's like, rare as you can possibly get. Blue almost. The red meat's good for you.
Okay,
Suit yourself.
if I'm going to get rid of the meat, may as well get rid of the shitty meat.
All right, so you go in the back.
I take it, I put it to the flame, it just kisses it for a second. Blue rare it is,
All right.
or in this case, green rare.
So you bring it out to him. He starts eating it with his hands, completely ignores the utensils.
I don't think we gave him utensils.
Oh no, he's just
He's a prisoner chained to it. We're not giving him a fork.
good thinking. So yeah, he just tears into it. After about a minute or two, he wipes his mouth. He's got all this gore everywhere. He's like, that was tasty. Now, what do you want to know? I think that definitely earned you a couple of questions.
Who is your daddy and what does he do? No, I can't. I'm sorry. No, I take it back.
Your questions have definitely got us in trouble before.
Yeah, I'm not the question. I'm not really a question kind of druid. I'm not really a detect magic kind of druid. I'm not really a.
You're kind of a hit thing, is kind of druid.
Yeah, I'm kind of like a berserker druid. if that makes sense.
Berserker.
The berserker. The fucking berserker. Yeah. Anyway. Anywho's it. I would say question numero uno would be
We need to know where the children is coming from. What is the source of all of this from your crew?
He goes, well, I know they bring it in from out in the bush, out from the deep end, but that's not where it started, actually. My Captain Johns, we found this weird flower out on one of the islands out in the Sea of Swords. So we decided to do everything we possibly could to it. Smoke it, eat it, use it in our cooking, and eventually we found out we could get really fucking high off of it. And then we started looking for a place to move the stuff. We heard of Corin here in the city. No, she's a reputable member of one of the thieves' guilds here in Faerun, and Waterdeep has a bit too much law for us to deal with, at least not on the type of levels we want to. So we came here to Cambridge. Seemed like a good place to make some quick coin. No one's going to bother us here. The Lord Kilsh is a fucking idiot.
we keep hearing that.
You're not the first to say such things of Lord Kilsh.
Okay.
Oh, he's a rich fool.
On our we still have our map. Would you be able to show us which island you were talking about on the map?
I'm actually going to pull up a map myself, so just give me a moment.
Sure thing.
So he looks at a map of Faerun. And he points out to an island chain just off of Baldur's Gate in the Sea of Swords. So if you can look on your islands,
Okay, I see that.
there's a trio of 3 islands.
Behold.
I see that, yeah.
And he goes, yeah, we found them there about a year ago.
Okay, so
I've
that's question number 1. We make note of that.
I've heard the word sacred be used in reference to this substance. Who's calling this material sacred?
He goes, oh, we found these stupid, I guess, I don't know, they could be fucking druids or something, I don't know, a bunch of fucking weirdos in robes, that's all I know. They started saying, oh, the dark god is this, oh, the dark god is that, and they just wouldn't shut the fuck up. We cut out most of their tongues, but even still, they wouldn't shut up. He seems kind of perturbed when he says that.
And they... Wait.
Are you still working with them?
Wait. They wouldn't shut up, cut out their tongues, and they
after.
still wouldn't shut up. Okay.
I find it unsurprising.
He says, well, they paid good, and Captain John seems to think they were worth taking their coin from.
Do you know where they came from?
No, I'm just a deckhand,
Okay.
but I watch.
And I have one final question. And the question is about the captain there. Has the captain's behavior changed at all in the last couple months?
He's a bit more of a hard ass than he's ever been. He won't take any yap from any of us anymore. He used to be quite the happy fellow. Be happy to sing a shanty on the deck with you. But now he's just all grim and just gets the job done. And he doesn't leave many witnesses anymore.
Was it after any particular event that you know of?
Well, I joined the crew not too long after he started visiting those island chains and bringing in these weird flowers. But I'd say give or take when I joined the crew. I'd heard stories about him.
Okay, thank you for your time.
He's like, so you're going to let me go or let me go back to jail?
You've done
I'd be
well
ever
for
so
us.
grateful.
He's been true to his word.
Yeah, but at the same time, our meat locker's empty. We do need...
They're not eating people.
Fine, we're not eating
I will
people.
not condone such violence.
Fine. We went hunting and we only found, a bear and a deer.
We can hunt again when we're not so distracted.
But it's
by
human. No, okay, fine. I joke, but just trying to see if he...
Yeah, Baumgartner looks at you, goes, you're going to what?
He jests.
just kidding.
He's ever
Smiling.
the Joker, this one.
Kind of have to bring him back. Okay, we have to bring him back, but decide that I'm going to give him a bottle of ale and some jerky.
Okay.
And put in a good word for him with the guard.
Yeah.
He's like, I appreciate at least an hour or two of walking freedom. I got to be thankful for that. He's like, all right, take me back.
And we do so.
And I give him one of the decent bottles too.
Okay, so you give him a decent bottle of ale. The guard says, all right, put him back in the cell. You do as such. Baumgartner slides back against the back wall, starts drinking the ale immediately, eating the jerky. He's like, thank you. Should we ever cross paths again? I guess I owe you one.
Tight. Yeah.
A man of few words.
Well, I mean, I did just see you go crazy, and then I had to try to make you not crazy while almost dying twice.
It's been a long night.
We still haven't slept yet.
We need our own rest as well.
I was going to say,
We should retire.
we should retire, But at the same time, we should hand the rucksack over.
Yes,
I don't want-
we had till sun up to do so, or
Yeah.
start torching stuff. Let's
so
go.
let's
turn
go do
in.
that now, so that we don't wake up with the building on fire.
Yes.
All right, so you head down through the sewers. I'm going to see if anything happens to you. Nothing. Even the sewers seem kind of quiet and empty. Although as you walk through the sewers, depending on how much light there is, you do see a lot of the water stained with blood.
Yeah, that's not a surprise.
So eventually you come up to the two guards that are known to be guarding the door. They look at you. They do not seem impressed.
They don't have to seem impressed. Just let us in. We got something for the boss.
Boss is expecting you.
Yes, 100%. Like she'll burn you down if you don't let us in.
Oh, why? What are you carrying?
Boss's property.
Really? So what say you give it to me and I give it to her and you just fuck off?
I'm going to intimidate him.
All right, how?
Uh,
I'll kick your fucking ass.
pretty much. I'm
Cambridge,
fuck
the
with me.
town of
I'm gonna
squeaky
sleep
voiced
after this,
teenagers.
so I'm gonna transform, but only gonna transform my face into a bear. Like
I think you have to fully transfer.
I do have to fully transform.
Yeah.
All right, I turn into a polar bear.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
He rolled a natural 1. He's like, fuck this.
So basically,
don't get paid enough for
I turn
this.
into a polar bear and barely even, and he's already.
Yeah, he's bolting inside.
Then I turn back and go, well, that was a waste of a spell.
The other
Turn
guard's
into a
like,
polar bear and he shit his pants.
the other guard just kind of looks at you. You can roll me a perception check.
Sure. 3. Oh wait, no, 5.
What did you roll, Farron?
Ooh, sorry. 7.
You notice the other guard is so baked out of his mind. He's like, that was really fucking cool. And eventually, you walk inside to the thieves guild. Okay, so the guys have run down the hall. The one guy shit his pants. The other guard is so stoned out of his mind, he just lets you walk right in. So you walk into the familiar thieves guild once again, coming into the big open room. There's the big water fountain sitting there. And what are you guys going to do? You don't see a lot of thieves around, actually. Then again, it's so early in the morning, they're likely passed out in their own rooms, or they're just gone home.
I think our only concern really is returning the rucksack right now.
Yeah, let's go straight to Corin.
Okay, so you start moving towards Corin's quarters. You see a burly-looking half-orc guy with like a pole arm guarding the door. He's like, "Well, and what do you fucks want? Do you not know what time it is?"
I already turned into a bear. Your turn.
I know the hour is early, but Corin demands to see us before sunrise.
$100. I'm not pissing her off. You can piss her off.
I'd be glad to piss her off, but I need no money for that.
That's true.
He kind of looks at you kind of quizzically. He's like, all right, it's your funeral, pal. He goes in the other room and you hear some talking, you hear some yelling. You hear a high-pitched female scream, "Get them in my fucking office now!" This half-orc sheepishly comes out, "The boss will see you now."
Yeah, thought so.
So you enter Corin's office. She's dressed in a robe. Her hair is a mess. She does not look as elegant as she normally does. She sits down at her desk and goes, "I presume you have a good reason for waking me up at the ass crack of dawn."
Sure do, hun.
I apologize for our intrusion at the ass crack, but we have what you wanted.
And drop a bag down. Drop the rucksack down right in front of her.
Her eyes kind of light up. She's like, "Huh. So you did. So you did. Huh. wasn't expecting you to come back alive at all, actually.
Very nearly didn't.
Well, this certainly changes things. Well, I guess, Dargo, I don't have to burn your house down. I don't have to murder your friend.
Sounds good to me.
Was gonna murder me?
Yeah, probably.
Sounds like a plan. So, if there'll be anything else, gentlemen, I guess you can see yourselves out.
How about a kiss?
She looks at you, goes, "Don't push your luck."
Let's go, Dargo.
Okay, fine, let's go.
All right, so you guys proceed out of the Thieves Guild, where we change scenes to, after about a moment or two, you hear voices from the other room. As you roll out of Corin's bed, you recognize one of the voices as one of the... Actually, roll me a DC Wisdom check. See if you can remember the voice.
Which one am I using again?
The 20-sided die. This is where we introduce Lee's character, Koro the Smuggler.
Koro the Smuggler, back in play. That's a nat 20.
Okay, so you immediately recognize the voice as Farron, the dwarf that went with you to the tomb of Ferris the Kind a couple of days ago. And the fact that he's still alive kind of surprises you, considering how incompetent he seemed before. But he's a druid, such are the hill folk. And after about a moment or two passes, Corin comes back into the room, looks at you, goes, "Hun, would you mind following those guys for me for the next couple of days?"
After what you did, not in the slightest.
So he's like, "Keep an eye on them. Should anything go wrong," she points at her hand, points at your hand, "you've got a way back here. But if they're hiding any more of my merchandise, kill them and come back here."
You got it.
All right. So after about a moment or two, you guys are standing outside the Thieves Guild, kind of wondering where the hell the guy that shit his pants ran. And you see Koro come strolling up the stairs.
Koro, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a couple of days. How you guys doing?
Well, I've honestly been better. We've been through a lot.
I turn to Fern and go, "Who's that?"
Koro's an adventurer well, not really like me, but we met not long ago and ventured into the tomb of Forrest the Good. That was our first encounter with this dark and unpleasant presence. We ventured, we found the magical artifacts we searched for to help clear the town of its first
the curse, yeah.
affliction.
Well, I'm back.
He vanished, strangely. But we've caught up with him again in the castle, so all seems well. What have you been up to in the meantime?
I crack my back in satisfaction. And, well, I've just been bed her.
Sorry, the face just made us priceless.
But I've been good. I've just been hanging around the Thieves Guild. I've been doing my own thing. Doing a lot of die games, making a lot of money. How about you? Where have you been?
Fending off an attack of zombies in the town of Cambridge, for one.
Now, this has happened in the last 24 hours. You were passed out. You have no knowledge of this.
Zombies? Why were zombies attacking Cambridge? I mean, other than the fact that we knew they were going to attack Cambridge with all those visions.
It does seem rather fulfilling of what we saw in our heads, but Dargo and I were on the return from a hunt. The town was beset by zombies after a short time of jubilation, quickly cut short.
I hesitate and say, I may have doomed the world earlier this week.
That's a long story.
Did anyone else survive?
There are many survivors in Cambridge, but not as many as we would have hoped.
That's a shame. I have no people to play anymore.
I'm sure more will come in time, but we have more pressing matters than swindling people of their money.
There's nothing more pressing.
Keeping
right.
people alive will give you much more bounty in the future.
Fair enough.
Invest now.
All right, so what are you boys going to do? You're standing in the sewer, presuming you're going to head back up to the surface?
Surface, and I think we're going to sleep because
We're very much exhausted.
like we are just drenched in sweat and soot and dirt and
Zombie blood and
Other liquids and fluids.
Exactly.
especially after meeting back up with Coral.
I've got whatever zombie or mummy dust on me, and
Yeah, they've had a couple of adventures since you last joined us.
oh,
I just didn't go any far, but I had great adventures.
you want to tell him or should I tell him how we broke a rod of healing, thinking it was a necromancer's rod?
No, way to go.
Yeah,
Yes, thinking about that place brings back that face.
Baron lost his mind.
Did you find it? Can I win it back for you in a card game?
I really don't think so.
I'm not even sure if it's 100% back. By the way, I'm just
I need
eyeballing him.
I need a good warm fire. Let's go.
Absolutely.
All right, so you guys emerge, go to the surface. You're going to go to the bear's den to sleep?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, so Cora, this is the beginning of your day. You don't need to sleep. You feel around in your pockets, and you find a small scroll. You unravel the scroll. It is written to you. It is written specifically to you from Mira, Lord Kilsh's daughter. She says, "Per our agreement, I need you to go to Waterdeep. I need you to specifically find a wizard named Priebus. This wizard will know the location of a stone tablet. Bring me the stone tablet. Do so, and I shall pay." You can't read the number, but it looks you can't quite read her handwriting. Roll me a perception check.
4?
I'm not sure whether it's a 2 or a 5.
Wait, are you adding your?
Oh.
You have any pluses to that?
You should have a proficiency bonus at least.
Yeah.
Or a wisdom bonus, anyway.
Yeah, so make that a 5.
Okay, so yeah, you're looking at it.
I can tell still it's not a 2 or a 5.
Yeah,
You're dim, but not that dim.
you're like, I don't quite know. It's something thousand, though.
All right.
She goes, but it says, exercise caution. Let no one know what you are doing. Report only to me.
I nod at the paper.
All right, you nod at the paper. So what do you want to do until these guys wake up? You could go see Mira if you wanted to, get more information about this, what you're looking for. Once again, Lord Kilsh pretty much has let you run of the palace anyway.
Sorry, I know I'm going to Reince Priebus for what exactly again?
You're looking for a stone tablet.
Stone tablet. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I was either scroll or stone tablet.
Yeah, you're not sure how the tablet got in you're not sure how the scroll got in your pocket, though.
All right. I will go see Mira.
Okay. Yeah. So you go up to Lord Kilsh's manor. As you're walking through the streets, you can smell just death on the air. Like the smells of battle. The sea air is not yet cleaned out the air from last night.
All right.
Last night was the closing of the Festival of the Sun. And it looks like it did not end particularly well for the town. You notice the city militia seems depleted. And even the pirate militia from Captain John's army doesn't seem to be out in full force today. So you approach Lord Kilsh's manor. The two of the guards recognize you at the door. They're like, Coro? And they give you the kind of head nod.
I nod back.
And they let you walk right on in.
Alrighty.
So you pass through this ornate Zen garden, and you see Mira with her. You don't quite know what to make of this guy. You know he's the pirate Captain John's. You don't know whether it's her boyfriend, fiance, or merely just a relationship of business. You see those two. Mira sees you. She says something in John's ear. John looks at you and then walks away. So Mira is a young girl of probably about 17 years. She's got long brown hair. She's really these big, full brown eyes. Normally she'd have a really happy demeanor about her. But just something about her almost has her with perma-resting bitch face. Would be a best way to describe it. And she goes, I see you got my message.
I most certainly did, and I came here. Can you tell me more about the stone tablet?
She's like, take a walk with me.
Absolutely.
So she leads you through the garden. There are these giant sunflowers, literally the size of your head, and all these other really, really pretty flowers and statues and whatnot. And she goes, the stone tablet I seek, it's, it's for personal religious reasons. I am thinking of becoming a paladin. I haven't yet told my father. And it would be a very, very important that you find them. There are 3 of them. I already have one of them. And my religious order does this as sort of a proving ground, so to speak. If they can find the 3 stone tablets, they accept a new paladin into their order. I was able to find one on my own with the help of my beau, Captain John's, but they don't need to know that. So, if I can find these 3 tablets, then I'll have what I need to present to the elders of the order, and then I can begin my training in the righteous furies.
Well, it's a noble pursuit, my lady. But what if they find out that you were not one personally to get the tablets?
Well, coin tends to get a lot of things done in this world, and with my father's money, I can really pretty much do no wrong.
Even with the paladin order?
Well, my in is a person that I've known for... She kind of looks around, like, I've known him for quite some time. He's a little sweet on me, so I think he's willing to do me this one favor.
And the location Waterdeep is where you will find the first stone tablet.
He goes, actually, fortuitously, this may have actually already fallen into your lap.
Oh, fantastic.
One of the people held here at the castle is actually the one who may know where to find it. It's a wizard named Priebus, and there's a bounty on his head in Waterdeep. He refuses to give the answers to me. He says he will only answer to Mert the moneylender. So if you're supposed to meet him at the Yawning Portal in Waterdeep, and Mert will pay you $500 for Priebus's safe return, and you'll have 2 days on the road to get it out of him. I just need the information. You don't have to harm Priebus per se, but use what other methods you deem necessary, because I'm not a paladin yet. So I'm understanding sometimes you have to go to, dare I say, extreme measures.
So what you're looking for is more the location rather than the tablet itself.
Exactly. I mean, I'm more willing to go on this adventure myself. Perhaps Captain Johns will accompany me, but if you were to find the tablet, I would be more than willing to pay you for its return.
Then
agreement that was laid out before you.
Then I will most certainly attempt to find it for you, my lady.
Oh, I appreciate it. And let no one know that we spoke of this, as I'd rather my father or any of his friends know.
As my father said to me, sealed lips, something ships.
She goes, she gently laughs for a minute and goes, very well. So, I guess, she goes, now the matter of getting Priebus out of the dungeon, you'll have to go talk to my father about that. But just say you heard there's a bounty from Mert the moneylender, and I'm sure he'll be more than willing to hand it over to his good friend.
Oh, your father and I, we have such great times together. I have no qualms about talking to him about this.
She goes, excellent. She turns, her dress flows in the wind, and she walks off into the garden. So, as you head towards Lord Kilsh's throne room, it's the morning after the zombie attack. You see Lord Kilsh sitting on his throne. Once again, a crown rests upon a troubled brow. But he sees you walk in, and his demeanor immediately perks up a little bit. He's like, Coro, my friend, I'm so thankful to see you are safe.
My liege, it is great to see you in these troubled times. I hope that these issues that you've been having with the attacks aren't too heavy on you, my good friend.
He shakes his head and goes, the ritual we did should have worked. I mean, we used the scroll that you brought back to us. It should have brought, the curse was lifted. That should have been the end of our troubles. He goes, I don't understand. The sorceress does not understand. But what's done is done, and unfortunately, we'll raise what dead we can, and that'll be my pay to the town. But we'll offer proper burial to those that are lost. But what can I do for you, since you've come to see me on this troubled morning?
My lord, in your presence, you are holding a wizard named Priebus.
Ah, yes, Priebus. The insane.
Well, hopefully not too insane. I am in need of his help.
What could you possibly need from this madman?
Well, there is a bounty on him. I would like to see it through. Now, being a madman, he may not very well come along with me quietly. But with your help, perhaps we could convince him, maybe sway him to come along.
He goes, you're more than willing to go down to the dungeons and see him yourself if you think you can handle such a fellow. I see no reason to hold him any longer. Release him into your custody and in the name of Cambridge.
Then I will definitely go see him, my lord.
All right. He points to two of the guards. One of the guards that escorts you is Torin, the golden dragon bodyguard that you know as AJ's character. Escorts you downstairs and lets you into, well, a nicer dungeon than most. There's actually nicer walls. The bars are nice, and it's a little. There's more straw on the floor. Think of like a Skyrim dungeon. Like
they're pretty nice.
Yeah, they're nice. All things
not
considered.
Not too bad.
So you see this guy. He's a young man. He looks probably no older than 25. He's got kind of a wild look in his eyes. Think of a good way to describe him is think of Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad. Okay. He's got that kind of wild look about him, and he's just kind of hunched in the corner, going, "Gotta stop it! Gotta stop it! Gotta stop it! It's all gonna come down to me. I know it! I know it! I know it! Gotta stop 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 it! Who are you?" And he looks you right dead in the eyes, and it's that 1,000-yard stare.
The stare that pierces my soul.
Pretty much, it's like, okay.
Well, I am Koro, but what do you need to stop?
She goes, look. I have to find these stone tablets. They are so very, very, very fucking important. You do not understand. I gotta find them. I gotta find them now. My friends went looking. I think they're dead.
Well, I will take you to these tablets if I can. If you can give me your help, you can come with me.
He goes, why would you help me? I don't know you. What do you want? What do you need? What do you want? Who are you? Who are you working for?
I am...
Did Mert send you?
Sorry, who?
Mert?
Mert?
Mert sent you? Yes, Mert.
Mert? Nope, Mert did not send me. But I am on the same quest as you. Those tablets are very, very important.
What business do you have with them?
The same as you. To save the world. To save it all.
He looks a little confused, but he's like, yes. The tablet said the fools would help me. Okay. He's like, yeah, all right. Yeah, we got this, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he seems just really, really energetic, like that nervous, vibrating energy. And he's like, all right, fine. Well, get me out of here. We'll go. And, yeah, we'll go. It'll be good. Yeah, we'll be good. We'll go.
All right, guards, unlock the cell and let this gentleman free.
All right, so two of Lord Kilsha's guards approach the cell. This heavy thud unlocks it. And Priebus comes out. They give him back his gear. They give him back his material components pouch. They give him back his like quarterstaff. He takes this really ridiculous big pointy hat. Think of like Gandalf. He's like, yeah. All right, this is good.
Question.
Yes.
Does Priebus have any materials on him to play games of chance?
He does not.
Rats.
But he starts looking around. He's like, so, is it just you bringing me? Is it just us?
Yes, it is just you and me.
He's like, wait a second. Hold on. His eyes roll back in his head. His eyes go white. And you hear him just kind of mumbling something, and like it's almost like he's speaking in tongues. You hear two words clear as day. Dargo Farron. His eyes roll back into his head. He looks like he was 1,000 miles away for just half a second. He looks like he's going to throw up. Then he kind of puts his arm on you, goes, all right. The gods have spoken. I got to find the gnome and the dwarf. Do you know a gnome and a dwarf?
I know a gnome and a dwarf.
Oh, maybe you are the chosen one. Today is indeed good tidings. It is indeed good tidings. Bring me to the gnome and the dwarf.
We're on our way.
All right. So what's going to happen when Koro brings the gnome and the dwarf to Priebus, the clearly off his fucking rocker wizard? Well, we'll find out, and we'll reintroduce everyone to Lee Emperor Wayne Johnson, as he just randomly came in during the middle of the session, but that's okay, it was planned. So, for Terrible Warriors, I have been your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd, joined with...
Lee Emperor Wayne Johnston.
Mr. Christopher.
Alex.
All right, guys, we'll catch you on the debrief for this episode. We'll be back, guys, right after this.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Falconer. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles. Throughout the ages, there have been heroes and warriors who've embarked on quests to save faraway lands and free the people from would-be conquerors. Today, legends are told from the tales of our terrible warriors. Chronicles of an unlikely group of nerdy adventurers armed only with their dice, some pretty stupid ideas, and a horseshoe up their butt as they come together to save the day in the Cambridge Chronicles. Seriously? You couldn't find anyone better?
Welcome back to Terrible Warriors. I'm your Dungeon Master from ThisWeekInGeek.net, Mike the Birdman Dodd. And thank you for supporting the show on Patreon. We love each and every one of you. But this is episode 2 of the 5th episode of Dungeons & Dragons, the Cambridge Chronicles. I am joined around the table with...
Lee Emperor Wayne Johnston.
Mr. Christopher.
Alex.
Not a chaotic order this time.
Exactly.
I think I went counterclockwise this time.
You went, yeah. I don't care as long as I'm not surprised.
I just point at people and they say their name. It's a really lame superpower. But anyway, yes, we have joined our adventuring party. Once again, so Koro has a mission which has been given to him seemingly by two separate people. Korin wants him to follow his mission, which evidently was given to him by Mira, seeking out a stone tablet. What do these two events have in common? I guess you're going to have to stay tuned to find out. Whereas Dargo and Farron have finally decided to rest from their night of hell after blowing up a church and dealing with the undead and madness within. So,
Are we sleeping in like the same room because we're scared still?
it's up to you if you want to.
I was gonna say same bed, but that's just a little much. Like we're just it's a room with two single beds, sort of like in 1950s sitcoms. There's like a lamp between them,
You're spooning.
sort of. No, not really.
No.
But we do have the two single beds in a room thing.
So, You guys sleep for probably about 6 hours.
Cool.
Cora, what have you been doing for about 6 hours? Because you know these guys just went off to go sleep, so you're going to let them at least get a few hours.
Well, I definitely got my mission, so let's see what else I can do.
So Priebus is just kind of standing with you. He's very happy to be outside, underneath the air.
Smell that fresh air, Priebus.
He's like, I've been locked away for so long. That woman, she kept touching me.
Which woman?
The rich man's daughter. He seems very, very, very agitated when he starts talking about it. He starts kind of pulling at his neckline. He's like, she kept touching me. Kept dreams. And he kind of grabs his head. He's like, in here. Couldn't sleep. Kept asking me about the tablet. She can never have it. She can never have it.
Why can't she have it, Priebus?
He looks at you. And his eyes grow sane for just half a second because she's evil. Like, don't you get it? She is fucking evil. And then his eyes immediately just go back to that I've checked out from reality kind of look again.
Snap back to reality.
He goes, the tablets tell a story. Story over thousands of years. Just thousands of years. The thing is, we don't have a lot of time left. I'm talking months, maybe weeks. I don't know. All I know, I've got to find these 3 tablets. I've got to decipher them. There are people who can deal with this sort of thing. We are not them. I have to find them, but we are not them.
Do you know who they are, Priebus?
He starts kind of touching. He starts touching his head to his hand, like kind of like it's almost like a nervous tick. He's like, I do not know them. I know their faces, but I do not know them.
Well, we'll have to find them on our journey.
You say as such. What are you going to do? You want to go wake up these guys at the Bears Den?
First thing is first, I am carrying around a large ornate jewel from the very, very first episode.
Okay.
I would like to see if I could fence that, please.
Okay. So you go to the local jewelry vendor. You walk into a store, you see this beautiful-looking half-elven woman named Martine. She is known to you. You've sold goods to her before, both legal and illegal. She's taken a bit of a shining to you. You walk in, Martine, her voice has a very harmonic quality to it. She goes, Coro, what can I do for you this unfortunate morning?
Martine, you're as beautiful as a song, and I brought something equally as beautiful to you. I have this jewel that I found in a dungeon. Tell me how much it's worth. What's it worth to you?
She looks at it. She goes, wow. Huh. Where did you find this?
Name of place not found.
She looks at it and goes, hold on a second. And she walks into the back room. And she comes out with, like, one of those Fabergé eggs. And you see another large stone very similar to the one you have. She goes, I'm curious. The stone clicks right into place within this huge Fabergé egg. She's like, huh, you found the mate. She kind of looks at you, goes, I can probably offer you, she looks in her coin purse, she looks in the drawer. She goes, I can offer you 700. Roll me insight, which would be a wisdom check.
$19.
You are 99% sure she's full of shit. She likes you, but she doesn't like you that much. You could probably get easily double it.
Does the egg itself have value?
She goes, I don't
With
know.
the 2 jewels?
She's like, considerably more, yes. Now I don't know whether I can get the jewel out, though. She goes, tell you what. Why don't I offer you $1,000 and the pick of something out of the shop?
What do you have around?
Well, what are you looking for? I do have some magic items which may be of interest to you. In fact, I just had something enchanted in the last day that might be worth something to you.
And what is that?
How would you like a bag of holding? Smugglers such as yourself could certainly carry a lot more goods if we're carrying around an extra planar portal with you.
You do know how to speak to a smuggler's heart, Martine.
What can I say? I certainly understand business can be good, and keeping certain people happy definitely helps me. So what do you say, $1,000 in a bag of holding?
I'll tell you what. Yes, but I also want to play you for the egg. You got a pair of dice around?
She goes, oh, I'll try. It's been years since I've played, but I'll try, sure.
Let's do this.
All right.
Ah, crap. Hold on. Let's hope that was a good roll. That would be plus my charisma.
Yep.
That's a 20. Oh, sorry, 19.
She rolled a 2. She goes, well, a deal's a deal.
Do I get the 2 jewels with it?
Yep, because
Jackpot.
they're literally locked in the egg. They can't move. Woohoo. She goes, well, a deal's a deal, so here's what I owe you.
Well, I put the egg in the bag of holding, along with my gold.
She goes, somehow I ended up screwed out of all this, didn't I?
Yep, well, shouldn't play with me. I always win.
I wish you people could see what Tristan is doing. He's attaching dice to his forehead. It's interesting.
It's really fun. I didn't know it would work. They'd be too heavy, but nope, they're sticking right up there.
Anyways, I just won the lottery, and Tristan's playing with his
Yep,
die.
pretty much. She thought she could take you, but she was very, very wrong. She's going to close up shop for the day and goes, I'm going back to bed.
Make your money back.
It's like I've had a bad day.
All right. Oh, we got a pencil.
Yes! Actually, I'll give you one of these.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, so after you've managed to secure your gambling winnings and having your bag of holding, you start, Priebus is out on the street, goes, we gotta go. We gotta go. Gotta find them. Gotta find the dwarf and the gnome.
All right, let's go get them.
All right, so you come across the Bear's Den, which has seen areas around here have actually seen some of the most city cleanup. You see some of the carts that have huge water tanks attached to it are cleaning the streets up from last night's battle of all the unfortunate deceased and blood. The Bear's Den is open for business, though seems rather sparse today. You do see a minstrel in the corner telling an epic poem of last night, which people do seem to be enthralled by. You see a half-orc behind the counter, you know as Marty, from around town, and you see Dargo and Farron sitting at the counter.
What's wrong with Marty?
No, it's just... I really wanted to make a request of the minstrel.
You can.
And I didn't know if I should get him to play classical gas or If you knew any wings. Sorry, it's jokes from Simpsons and role models. So
Works on my nose, too.
and Tristan is still playing with his die.
You
for
are
the
a
people
strange,
listening.
strange little man.
All right, well, I'm going to get the minstrels to play some classical gas.
So as you walk in with like Priebus immediately starts scanning the room. He sees Dargo and Farron sitting at a table, and his eyes once again do that thing where he looks like he's back in reality. What the fuck, Tristan?
Please stop. Make it end.
Why do the dice stick to you so much better than they stick to me?
I'm sticky.
What's wrong with your dice or your person?
He looks at you and he goes, "You." He points at Dargo. He points at Farron. His eyes, like I said, immediately just go crazy. So as far as you understand, you see this young kid walk in with Koro, who you met a couple hours ago, and he's yelling, "You." And he's...
You.
Me?
And you. Simultaneous love, baby. Sorry.
He's like, you. The visions, you.
What visions?
What? Look, that's my response. Is, what?
The gods. The
Which
god
gods?
said. He swallows. It's like, the god said, you would help me.
There are many gods in Faerun. Which have spoken to you?
Mystara. Mystara said you would help me. The goddess Mystara said you would help me find the tablets, help save the world.
Tablets.
Yes.
What are these tablets
Goddess
supposed to do?
Mystara, the goddess of the temple. We
temple was
burnt down.
corrupted.
Yeah,
She said.
the goddess of the clergyman that I ripped the jaw off of.
She said that you would help me find the 3 tablets. Then, yeah, the rest will work itself out. Like, look, I don't know if you understand. There's a big fucking problem coming. Everybody else in the bar just kind of stops and just looks at Priebus. And they're like, what the fuck is his problem? She's like, Priebus calms down for a second. He goes, look, a lot of bad things are fucking coming this way. Horrible things. Things you can't even fucking imagine. Things that literally come out of the fucking abyss. Things that'll make Asmodeus look like a fucking little girl in a printed flower dress. But there are some bad motherfuckers coming. And nothing we can do, but the heroes of legend can do. But first we gotta find the tablets to find the heroes.
Where are the tablets?
I know where one is. Problem is, I think all my friends that went to go get it are dead. So I ran. I ran here because I know where the second tablet is.
Where's the second tablet?
Lord Kilsh's manor. That woman, that one of his daughters fucking has it. She doesn't know what she's doing, though. And he starts ranting and raving. Everybody in the bar is shutting up and just listening to him. Couple of the city guard that happen to be sitting there having lunch. One of them walks up to you and goes, Dargo, what the fuck is this, man? Who the fuck is this?
The local idiot. Don't worry about him.
He's like, he's like, Dargo, if you can't shut him up, I'm going to have to run him in.
All right, I motion to take him into one of the bedrooms upstairs.
Okay, so you bring him upstairs. And he's like, look. We have to go. We have to go now. We do not have a lot of time.
I'm more than willing to go look.
We got to go. There's a place in the Lurk Wood, north of Waterdeep, There's a tower there. But first, I should tell what happened to Mert the moneylender. He's the one who hired us.
Okay.
I tell him, he'll forgive me, presumably. Maybe he'll help us out. I don't know. But the tower is in the Mirkwood. Deep. Hidden place. Sacred place. Place I've never seen before. Place that almost seems like it shouldn't be there. There were others who looked too. There was a cult. There was a cult. The Dark Goddess. She had a cabal of cat folk. We find the cat folk. We find the tower.
We find the tower. We find the tablet.
Exactly. We find the first tablet, and then I don't know where we find the third. I don't know.
So to me, we have two choices. We go try to find the tablet now, or we go find Merle?
Mert.
Almost got it.
Mert the moneylender. Good guy. A lot of money. Used to be a big adventure. Big fat guy now, but good guy. A lot of money.
Well, anyone with a lot of money is a friend of mine, especially if I can swindle it.
Gather a little more information. It would be worth trying to seek him out.
We are looking for a way to try to make things right. This could be a chance.
Yeah, a step in the right direction at least. All right. To Mert. Wherever
All
he
right.
is.
So what are you guys going to do before you leave town? It's probably about a little after 1 o'clock now. So the sun is high up in the sky. Despite everything that's happened, it's a fairly nice day. The stink of death is finally blown off as there's a pretty good sea breeze whipping around today.
Does anyone have any heavy things they want to put in my bag of holding? Are you good?
I think we're good. I'm
Doing
I
okay.
gotta make sure that when we go this time, I've got my wagon, and because we went hunting and had to drag a bear in ourselves.
A monkey and a panther.
I had to, the only way I could drag the bear in was being turned into an orangutan and dragging it into town. But apparently that happens often enough that people just looked at me and went, "Oh, it's Dargo," and they just walked by, and I'm like,
Panther.
and I'm waving at them.
Panther with a deer in its jaws right behind.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The bear's den's over there. There's a point. But yeah, I do have a wagon.
All right.
I was going to say, I don't think, gear-wise, I've got a new magic, what was it, a magic, what was it? Magic sphere. So I've got a new weapon.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we could buy items if we need them. I mean, we still have two of the torches we didn't use.
Let's stop by the butchery, the abattoir, to see if they've got any more of those bones ready for arrows.
Yeah. Oh, did we use any of them?
I don't think so, but
All
might
right.
as well take them off their hands.
That's right. More powerful arrows, do you say?
They have to use them 'cause they're not
refuse to use
metal.
metal.
Rats.
Because they're druids. Because they're weird like
I have
that.
a sling and he has a short bow.
Any spares by any chance? Any new arrows that I could find myself? Also, I'd like to visit an apothecary if possible.
Okay, you guys go to the general store, which pretty much has everything you're looking for.
All right.
So what do you need to stack up on? You go behind the counter, you see just an old man behind the counter. He looks very tired. He's like,
Is the store just called Becker's, please?
yes. Beckers.
Old man Becker.
Old man Beckers.
You old Becker's.
You look at Becker behind the counter.
Retro Canada for you.
He looks at you. He's like, I'm not even supposed to be here today. What do you people want?
Is it safe?
Is it secret?
Yes, it's very safe.
No. I was going to say, we need rations.
Well, it's about 2 days to Waterdeep.
Yeah, you know what?
We need some food.
I don't have my cape anymore. Or my I'd like to get some sort of waterproof jacket, because we've been in the rain a lot.
All right, so he hands you a leather cloak.
Perfect, good enough.
Cost you $5. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Basically, we're living off of the gratitude of
Yeah.
city again.
He figures it's a coat. He doesn't care. He's more interested in high-end items right now.
Okay.
Well,
What is he selling? That's the question.
What are you looking for?
Duh. A human heart. No, we don't need that. Yet. You guys go first, because I'm trying to think. I've got pretty much everything I need, I think.
Are you buying right now?
He's like, yeah, I could be. Depends on what you got.
Well, a few days past, I found this ornate longsword. I've been looking for the right place to sell it.
He takes
The price
a
is
look
right.
at it. He's like, it's pretty nice. Let me take a look at it. He goes, yeah, I'll buy it off you. Give you, I don't know, $100. Roll insight, wisdom.
15.
You're pretty sure he's lying.
$100, you say?
It's like, yeah, I mean, what are you going to do with it?
Well, the metal may be no use to me, but I do know it's worth much more than that. This...
He goes, all right, I'll give you 200. Do you want to roll off against him? All right.
Yes, I do.
Okay, I couldn't see what that was.
That's a 5.
That's a 5. I tied. Tie goes to the defender. I'll say you're pretty sure this thing is worth a lot. Actually, do you have knowledge arcana?
I have a +1.
All right, roll it. Actually, Wayne, do you have anything for Wayne? Sorry.
don't mind. I don't mind.
Wayne.
No,
man.
seriously. I'll answer to both.
That's so weird. Do you have anything like appraise or anything?
I have Artificer's Lore.
What does that mean? Yeah, just look it up real quick.
It's not going to be...
Because and Tinkerer as well, because of my racial trait.
I just have sleight of hand. I can move through any creature larger than me.
I'll
Totally forgot about
say if anybody can give me a really high intelligence roll.
Just give me a second here, though, first.
that. Nah.
What does it say about Artificer's Lore?
I could probably swipe the gold from him while he was handing it to him
You probably could actually.
with my dexterity.
Like,
Hey,
oh,
what happened to
think?
it? Here's more gold. Hey, what happened to it? Yeah, exactly.
All right, someone roll me intelligence and see what you
Just
can.
again, Artificer's Lore. Well, whenever you make an intelligence, which is it says history, check related to magic items, alchemical objects, or technological devices, you can add twice your proficiency bonus instead of.
Okay, roll it.
Okay, so you want to roll that?
So it helps you identify magic items, basically.
Basically, yes.
All right,
Anything
roll.
magical or mechanical?
Anything magical, alchemical, or so things that have been altered, or that. So, and so I double my proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
So, I'm just looking at what my proficiency bonus is on that. So that's plus. So it's a +4, and we're.
Make sure you're speaking into your mic, Alex.
I know it's a +4, and you said what do you want me to roll? Intelligence?
Yeah. So you'd roll +4 to it, as far as I can tell.
It's +5 total then.
Okay, roll it.
20. Not
You
net.
recognize the sword as the sword of Lady Goodweather. Actually, she was a knight,
Okay.
probably about a generation ago, known to be a very, very competent warrior, and she did in fact carry a magical longsword. And she was rumored to be buried in a tomb with her cleric brother.
I point thus out.
Becker looks.
And just give a stare as to, does the price change now?
Becker looks soured. He's like, "It'll be $5 for the jacket, you fuck." He goes, "Well, I got $1,000 in me coffers for today. That's all I've got."
And you'll treat the sword well. What is it, Dargo?
I think our rations and supplies should also be covered.
1,000 gold and enough rations for us to make our trip round to Waterdeep and back.
And throw in a couple of healing potions.
He's like, all
Yes.
right. He gives you four healing potions. He's like, all right. His eyes just light up when he hands the sword. He goes, I think I made a good deal today, lads. I'll be closing shop early.
Ching.
As you hand
Treat him
over
well.
a glowing silver longsword, he is rather pleased with it.
The way I look at this, boys, I destroyed a staff of healing thinking it was demonic, and we got nothing out of that.
It's a lot safer in his hands than it is in ours.
Yeah.
We have a tendency to destroy things.
Yeah. At least this way we made some money. Even if it wasn't the greatest amount of money.
Freaking rich.
You guys are loaded. Which I might ask, how are you carrying around all this money?
Bag of holding.
Yeah, you have a reason.
I have this little spot between the balls and the butthole.
It's in my taint.
Yeah.
That's in
Do you
my
wish to
wild
drop
state.
some money off at home?
My gooch pouch. Well, I don't. I just drop it off at my business.
All right.
I just load it back into the safe at work. So
All right.
Can I make it so that some goes to mom after battle?
All right, you do as such. You drop some money off at home.
I just assumed that every time we came back to my place, I just dropped it off because it's.
How much are you going to carry on you?
I'm trying to think how much I have at this point. That's personal money. It's at least 600 now.
At least.
So if we, let's say I've got what 750.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep 250 on me at any given time.
Okay.
Max.
Okay. I would like to. I'm assuming I have private quarters at the Thieves Guild.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to drop out about 1,250
Okay.
back there. I'll keep 750. I think that's right.
All right, just mark it down on your sheet.
Yep. That'll do.
God, I gotta do math. I'm also going to use the Bear's Den since I'm a good acquaintance there. And
Okay.
I was gonna say we've got like a Foot Locker,
yeah, so I will also keep 250 on me and put the rest.
and it's not
in
like out for everybody else. It's back in like the employee section.
So I'm gonna just do a little math here.
17.
Bank. Damn it! The Thieves Guild better not get robbed. I'll be pissed.
At this point,
Well,
if
it
we
is
keep
the
finding
Thieves
magical
Guild.
items. It could be breakfast in bed and bank.
Yeah. Well, at least I'm going to keep my egg with gems on me just in case I need to reload. And then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sell it to him. Then I'm going to play for it back plus 1,000 gold. This is getting terrible. I'm going to swindle everyone in this game.
Your sets are from Final Fantasy VI.
That's kind of the impression I was getting, actually.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys
Eventually
load
buy
up.
your own airship.
Exactly.
Or no, buy it. You win it.
I'm going to buy the fleet of airships.
All right, so you guys load up, prepare for the road. So you get on the road. You guys start making your way north towards Waterdeep. Like I said, it's about a 2-day trek.
On the road again.
You hear Priebus in the back just kind of jabbering to himself.
I understand you, my friend. Not that well, but I know where you're coming from. I don't really understand what you're saying.
So as you continue along the way, night starts to fall, and you guys gonna make camp for the night? You
Yes.
could keep going, but
We could keep going, but
Let's not
basically
exhaust
make it-
ourselves.
Now, because you're a human, and we're not that heavy. We have a horse drawing our
I'm a halfling.
Can I name my horse Steve?
yes, Steve also has a mustache.
Horse with no
Steve the
name.
mustached horse.
And it's a white horse.
All right.
Steve
So Steve the mustachioed
white
horse,
Steve the mustachioed white horse.
Steve the mustachioed white horse pulls your wagon off to the side of the road. Are you going to go into the brush, or what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Get off the
Sure.
road. Get off the road.
You know the thing about the brush. I got
If
nothing.
you ain't brush, you ain't mush.
Yeah.
All right. So
For the pushing, I don't know.
so how are you guys going to set up camp tonight? Who's taking watch? Who's doing what?
Well, we slept. You didn't yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a nap. I'm a
You've
little tired
slept,
after.
but now it's later in the night, so
Okay, so
your cycle's
So
reset.
do you want to flip for it? Who goes? Rock, paper, scissors? No.
Let's roll for it.
I'll take a first watch.
So maybe you're going to take a first
I'll
watch?
volunteer for a
Okay, I was
first
going
watch.
to say we could always roll a d4, and then if it hits, let's say 1 out of the 4, then we all have to go to sleep at the same time.
I am beat. Just
You want to do that? Add some randomness to it.
sure. Why not?
Let's roll a
That's
d4.
how most normal people live.
Yeah, these roads are relatively well patrolled by people from Waterdeep.
Where's my d4 at? There it is. Roll a d4. So who's what number?
4.
I'll go 2. You want to do 3?
Okay, well, I just rolled a 3.
I'm rolling. My horse.
Okay, so 3 it is. I don't understand your... Oh, it's at the bottom. Your D4 is backwards from mine. It was confusing.
2. I go to sleep.
Okay, just give me a sec. Just
I take
checking.
first watch.
All right.
And then you guys can figure out. You can flip a coin for who's next.
I'm last watch. I'm beat, man. I
Take last watch. You
I,
need
I was
last.
banging the Thieves Guild master for 2 days straight.
That's good to know.
Hey, man, he is ready
I'm
to
tired.
rock.
I'm so empty.
I'm
So
walking like bow-legged, you know.
I'm chafed on the inside, and I don't know how that works.
Oh, my God.
I'm very disturbed, both
On
in
that
character
note-
and
On that note, okay, so roll me a perception check.
Everyone?
I'm sorry.
Actually, Dargo just first, since you're
very
taking first
hard
watch.
to perceive things.
I'm taking
when
first
you're
watch.
asleep.
That's
you'd
what
be
I heard.
surprised.
I thought I was going. Oh, I am taking first watch. Damn it! I thought I was rolling to sleep.
Sucker.
I think we confused ourselves.
$14.
14. Okay. You hear some rustling in the bushes.
Crap.
Always the rustling.
You hear something. It sounds big.
Sounds big.
You're not
Okay, in the
harpies.
back of my head, I'm going. It's not Stumpy. We killed him real bad. Anything else I've pissed off lately, other than the world? All right, I'm gonna go take a look.
You go take a look, and you actually see a pair of human eyes looking at you. You don't know whether he's seen you yet.
Okay, I'm going to. What am I gonna do here? You don't have stealth.
You transform into a whole swath of things that might have some sort of...
I do. I guess, like, what could I turn into? A spider monkey. No, because we don't have numbers for that.
monkeys.
I want to be monkeys.
Monkeys aren't stealthy.
Monkeys are still. Oh, yeah, they're not really.
I'm just
stealthy.
talking in my sleep here.
All right, I'm going to turn into a squirrel,
Okay, you transform into a squirrel.
and I just skitter up the tree and look around.
All right, you skid up the tree. You see 4 other guys there, too. They're all dressed in brown robes.
Okay.
And you see them moving towards your camp ever so carefully. You see one begin to cast a spell.
Oh boy,
And who has the lowest hit points?
I have 27.
I have 37.
30.
So 27?
How did you get 30?
Did you, when you leveled up, did you roll a hit? I mean, new hit die? Did you gain hit points when you level up?
Yeah.
I did.
Consider
Oh,
it.
I did it on the online thing. I don't think it rolled me up higher.
It probably just gave you fixed hit points.
I think it's what it did.
Which would be 5 plus Constitution.
Yeah, that's what it did. Because I had 19.
You know what?
before.
It's fine.
Okay, so I have low hit points. I'm max damage and little defense. Just
Glass cannon squirrel.
basically, I am a squirrel. In fact, my HP might have gone down.
Well, it's bonus HP.
Oh, that's right. Okay,
probably like
so
2.
it's me. I'm apparently the weakest.
I'm just double checking how this affects. I'm just creatures within. Okay, you see a faint pink spray come out of the one guy's hand, and it affects your camp. You notice Steve, the mustachioed horse, fall over,
Oh, not Steve the albino horse.
It's now Stove.
Priebus was sitting there by the fire, just kind of jabbering to himself. You see him instantly fall asleep.
Okay.
And the other two people do not. They're fast asleep.
They're already asleep.
You see the group approach. They're like, all right, that did it. Let's go. And you see them making their way towards Priebus. And they're like, well, who are these fuckers? They look at each other like, I don't know, just caving their fucking heads.
All right, I gotta try. Do I attack as the... I attack as the squirrel.
Crap.
By the way, I'm a flying squirrel. So I jump. I'm Rocky and Bullwinkle. Yeah. So,
all right.
So
Who's in squirrel?
So I jump at them as a squirrel. They don't know anything else. I'm just
Yep.
a squirrel. And I'm just like...
Okay, so you jump on the lead
trying to
guy.
nod them. Yeah.
Roll me D20 to hit.
16.
You hit. You land on the one guy's face. He's like, Jesus fucking, what the fuck is this? Roll D4 for damage because you're clawing at his eyes.
3.
Oh! He started screaming, clawing at his eyes.
Is it funny that I did more damage as a squirrel than when I tried to hit people with my shillelagh? I was doing like 1 damage, and I'm just like...
Everybody else is still asleep. They're going to try and hit you.
I'm so small, though.
They try and hit you,
Yeah.
but the one guy manages to get a whack on you with like his quarterstaff. It knocks you off the guy's face, but it also hits the other wizard in the face.
Did he critical fail it?
It wasn't a good roll, considering what he had to hit. So the other guy takes a crank in the face. He's got a bloody nose everywhere.
So
you guys are still
we're
fast asleep.
I'm 3 stooging them.
Yeah. They're like, get him! The other guy goes to hit and misses wide, falls into the fire, screaming.
Have we woken up yet?
Nope. The other guy,
Okay.
the other guy pulls his other friend out of the fire. You guys are still asleep. Top of the combat round.
I'm going for the nuts. I'm the closest guy.
All right, roll to attack.
That's a critical failure.
You go to bite him. The guy kicks you into the fire. Take 1d6 damage.
How much damage am I taking?
1d6.
Oh, Lord.
How much health does a squirrel have?
I think it'll revert him out at this point.
Where's my D6?
I actually have to look this up
For squirrel?
for squirrel.
It's probably under like woodland critter or some stupid shit. Because I have no idea, but I wanted to turn into a
I
squirrel.
don't think it has an actual 5e.
Fucking
1.
chip.
It does 1 damage.
Alright.
Like I said, it's so small, I just roll out of the fire.
Pretty much, yeah. You pretty much just roll
I
out
skid
of the
across
fire.
it like a pebble
If you're a
across
flying
water.
squirrel, you can just fly over the fire.
It just singes me
Yeah.
a little bit.
I'll just say it's enough damage to knock you back into human form.
It turned me back.
That's 1 HP.
Yeah, it's 1 HP.
Or you can roll for it with a quarter of a d8.
And so I see me transform it back into the gnome.
Yep, so you take 6 damage. The one hit point knocks you back into human form. You take 5 damage, that rolls over.
Okay. Damn it.
The other geyser goes, what the hell is this? The other guy with his broken nose is like, get him! He misses with a 9. The other guy hits with a natural 20. Take, what do quarterstaffs deal again for damage?
1d6.
1d6, okay.
it
Clear.
God damn it. I'm always
Take
getting
4
hurt.
damage.
Okay.
No, I'll have to use my phone as my dice roller for right now. Just because I don't have a whole lot of room. Alright, so
Oh, my God.
So he hits you. And the other guy is going to try and attack. 13, that's a miss.
Miss, yeah.
All right, these guys are still asleep.
Where are they all standing?
They're all standing in a circle around you.
Okay. Thunderclap.
Oh, that'll wake everybody up.
Yeah, it will. It's also going to hit.
It's gonna hurt, but
hit everybody. Well, might not hit them
that's true.
because they're directly around me.
Yeah, they're directly around you. They're probably about 20 feet away.
From them, yeah, it's not going to hit them.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll, or you got to roll a defense on that.
Okay.
For each
Roll
of
it.
them, I guess.
So 4 guys. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the spell? Oh, it's DC 12 from you.
Yeah.
So, one guy makes it with a natural 20.
Okay.
He shakes it off. One guy fails it. Another guy fails it. Two of them shrug it off with a natural 20.
Okay.
2 of them just cover their ears just in time.
All right.
The other 2 are on the ground. And how much damage did you deal?
It's 1d6. 1 to one of the guys.
So his nose is bleeding.
I lost it.
Foot.
3 to the other guy.
The other guy looks pretty beat up.
And it also pushes people in all directions. away from
Okay, so you create this huge splash of sound,
Yeah.
knocks everybody off their feet. I think it's closer to Tristan that
because
D4.
because it didn't succeed on everybody.
Yeah.
But they don't get hurt. It just physically pushes them farther away.
Yeah, so you've
like
knocked
the wind.
So yeah, you've knocked them probably about 10 feet back.
I'll find the dice later. No
Yeah.
big deal.
All right, so there go. The 2 that are affected will go. The other 2 that are hurt will not,
All right.
because they're knocked prone.
And as my extra action? No, I can't shillelagh up anymore.
Nope.
Shit. I lost my dick bone.
And 18.
Yeah.
18's enough to hit. All right, hits you for
I'm assuming this woke these guys up.
1
right?
damage. Nope.
Wait, the thunderclap didn't wake us up?
Nope. You got to be close. It's got to touch you.
Okay, 1 damage.
Actually,
my
let me
damage.
double check that spell. I want to see what it says.
Okay, so 1
Let
damage.
me see.
Not
Sleep.
metagaming, I'm social
Starting with
media.
the creature, the sleeper takes damage or until with the duration 1 minute. The spell fall. Starting with the creature that has the lowest hit points, each affected creature by the spell fails unconscious until the spell ends. The sleeper takes damage or someone uses an action to slap the shaker awake. I'll say the thunderclap did wake you guys up.
Like it physically shook the tent.
Yeah,
and
basically
everything,
this huge wave of energy just boom shakes everything, and it's like a firework went off in your ear.
I'm back,
You see-
baby.
What was that?
You see 4 people surrounding the fire dressed in brown cloaks, all carrying quarterstaffs.
right? I'm like half health.
I draw my bow.
I
All right.
yell back, "Hey, I became a squirrel and really hurt one guy."
You can tell us this story after.
Okay.
All right, so everybody roll initiative. They collectively got a 7.
11.
11.
7-11. It's a 7 for me.
Okay, so
do we have to roll again, you and I?
yeah, roll off.
8 for me.
6.
Okay, so who's going first? I guess Trist.
7,
8, 7,
okay,
6.
8, okay, 8, 7, 6.
Okay, go.
I'm going to cast Flaming Sphere.
All right.
Okay, looking up a quick definition here for the folks listening at home.
For those of you following along in the player's handbook,
Flaming Sphere is a 5-foot diameter sphere of fire that appears in an unoccupied space of my choice within range and lasts for the duration of 1 minute. Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of the sphere must take a dexterity saving throw. That creature takes 2d6 fire damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. As a bonus action, I can move the sphere up to 30 feet. If I ram the sphere into a creature, that creature must take the saving throw against the sphere's damage, and the sphere stops moving this turn. When I move the sphere, I can direct it over barriers up to 5 feet tall, jump it across pits up to 10 feet wide. The sphere ignites flammable objects not being worn or carried and sheds a bright light in a 20-foot radius and a dim light an additional 20 feet.
okay, so where are you going to cast this?
Right next to the closest
brown cloaked figure to me.
Okay, so you cast it right next to him. He notices this huge flaming sphere. Can you direct it in the same turn?
As a bonus action, I can move it and ram it into him.
Okay. Are you going to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Man,
so I have
man,
to do a
right.
dexterity?
Yes, you have to do a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
If
That
he
should be
end-
12, right? To avoid yours? DC 12?
Well, my dexterity personally is 11.
Well, no. What is your
But my-
what's your spell casting?
Spellcasting save DC is now 13.
13. Okay, so I got to roll a 13. I roll a 9. I'm hit.
Okay, so you take 2d6 fire damage.
Nice.
My other d6.
Rolling dice
That's
is
a
how
6, and that's a 6.
I
That's
believe
12.
you. Rolling,
I found
casting,
the other one. There it is.
casting your flaming sphere. You ignite the other wizard in a conflagration. He is roasted alive. He's running around screaming. He lands in the
Is
fire.
that the one I bit?
Yeah, he's dead.
Lady
had it coming.
McFlame face.
The other guy with the nosebleed from the thunderclap is like, we gotta get the other wizard. Get him. So I rolled a 7. So who's next?
That'd be me.
All right, you go, Cora.
The flaming spear. Can I shoot an arrow through it, adding fire damage to my arrow?
I'm gonna say yes. That sounds cool.
That's
It is a permanent fixture.
Fucking
That's,
wicked.
that's good use of my fire.
All right.
So add an extra 1d6 to your fire
All
damage.
right. I was going to say, is there anyone on the other side of the sphere that I can fire?
Yes.
Awesome.
There's one
I'm
guy.
going to target that man.
That'd be hilarious. I made a flaming arrow. Oh, there's nobody there. Oh, I set the tent on fire.
Cool.
But here's the horse. Or he hit Steve the horse.
The enemies are dazzled by my brilliant pyrotechnic display and applaud me and continue attacking.
And then we all eat the horse.
Bravo. Bravo. Yeah. Ooh,
What'd
all
you
right. Give me 1 second here. Sorry. What am I rolling? D20?
Yep, d20.
That is
It's
not a
D20.
d20.
That's not
It's your
D20.
percentile.
Where's my
It's-
20?
I roll a 90.
Nope.
Holy crap, the crit on that.
20?
There it is.
No.
Oh.
He was rolling the percentile dice. I'm like, I
Roll me
roll a
D20
natural 90.
Roll me a d20. 34.
There's my 20. My 20 wandered off. All right. That's add my dexterity to that, right?
Yes.
9.
That is just enough to miss. Blast! So the arrow goes sailing past the guy's shoulder. He freaks out as he feels the fletching on the arrow brush his face.
Crap.
He's like,
Good try though.
all right, so one of them's going to try and attack. The other one looks like he's starting to run. He's going to try and disengage. 16, and he's going to go after you, Cora. Is that enough to hit you?
What do I do?
Your armor class.
14.
That's enough to hit. So he hits you for d6 damage, dealing 2 damage.
Ow.
So he cranks you in the side with his quarterstaff. The other guy's going to try and attack Farron.
Anyone who ends his turn within 5 feet of the giant ball of fire has to make that dexterity check.
Okay, in that case, they have to make their dexterity saves.
Why so wicked?
So the first guy, with a natural 1, completely fails, and has actually wandered into the sphere.
Ooh, shiny.
The other
actually a
guy
moth.
makes his dexterity save at 16.
So the failure takes 2d6 damage.
All right, let's see how much he takes. Do you want me to roll or you to roll?
I got it. I just rolled a 9.
That's what I rolled too. He
Hey,
is
there
dead.
You go. We agree.
Dead.
He is basically caught on fire, roasted alive. The other guy is starting to run for his life. He's like, ah! So 3 of the guys are dead. And,
And we have a runner.
yep, we got a runner.
Oh, it's my turn now.
All right, what are you going to
I'm
do?
going to break out something new. Ice knife.
Oh god.
How many are left?
One.
Just one. And he's
Okay,
running.
fine. I'm going to use ice knife on him
Still cool.
at level 2.
All right.
So that it adds a d6 to it. So you got to roll a save on that.
Do you have
Okay.
your description there, or
I
for public's sake?
Yeah, for public's sake,
Public's
what
sake,
does
I
that
got
have
it.
to do?
1 second here. I had it saved up here. My magic tablet of Android rebooted itself on its own. It scared me as to why that happened. It shouldn't have happened. I have it 1 second here. Quick saved. Druid spell list.
Tablet of information
I'll send
holding.
it to you too. By the way, you should have that copy.
Thank you.
Rules lawyering. It's okay.
There you go. Oh, I opened right to the right page. So you create an a shard of ice, and fling it at one creature. Make a ranged spell attack against the target. On a hit, the target takes 1d10 piercing damage. Hit or miss, the shard then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of that point where the ice exploded must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 2d6 cold damage.
Okay,
and if you roll it at higher than level 1, you add an extra d6, so it'll be 3d6.
Okay, roll me your roll me your 20-sided die and add your proficiency spell casting and proficiency bonus to it, so +4.
So
That's against his armor class, I'm presuming, so. This is a ranged attack.
So that was 18.
It's a hit.
Okay. So I roll a d10. Gotta figure out where my d10 is here. That's 12. Are you a 10?
Go for the percentile.
Go for the percentile?
Yeah, because that's definitely a 10.
That's a 10?
Yeah.
Oh, because it's got a 0, on it.
Yeah.
So I go boom. So
Hi, Logan. No.
It's a 10.
Oh, okay.
It's a 10,
So
yeah.
you fling the ice shard. It pierces right through his back,
And then
right
I
through
got-
his heart.
and a 3d6.
Roll damage just because you're sadistic.
I'm over the top. I was just like,
Then it's gotta explode.
fuck you! And throw it.
This guy hoping we get some information out of the guy.
Yes, Logan. Scream, kitty.
Another
not
10
good at
damage.
that.
No, apparently not.
You stab him through the back with the ice shard. He looks down in horror as he's like, "But the god is," and the thing explodes. He explodes in a shower of blood and gore.
And I turn around because cool guys don't look at explosions.
We're gonna die. Anyway, sorry, I just knocked a lamp. Anyway, so all the attackers have been dispatched. Priebus is like, he looks more perturbed than normal. He's like, they're coming. They're coming for me now. They won't be the first, and they won't be the last. But they know I'm on the road.
Who's coming for you, Priebus?
Do you know who they were?
The acolytes of the Dark One. Look at the cloaks. Look, 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 look. And he starts pointing at them and how all of them were all wearing the same distinctive brown cloaks, to which all of you recognize from your previous encounters.
I would have assumed their cloaks were burned to cinders.
What's left of them?
Well, there was one guy.
Oh, thank God.
The ice guys.
Yeah, I thought he exploded.
Well, there's shreds of cloak.
Shreds of cloak, close enough. That may have been an oversight on my behalf. But you do, right, he does recognize them. He's like, they're going to kill me.
What do they want with you? Why would they want to kill you?
They don't want me to help anyone else find the tablets.
How do they know you have these tablets, or knowledge of them, rather?
I don't know. And he seems really scared for a minute or two. He's like, I don't know. He's like, I didn't ask for any of this. I just
of
wanted
us
to be
did.
a wizard apprentice. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. That's all I just wanted things to be simple. It was go on an adventure, be an adventurer, learn a few spells, get a wench, go home, get married, call it a day.
We'll get together, have a few laughs.
Usually we don't marry the wenches, by the way.
He looks at you, goes, I
least
don't
they're
care.
right.
Like, do you think I get much? He's like, I'm 24 years old. I've never even held a girl's hand.
It's okay, Priebus. Stick with me and you will.
Does he look like the red-headed kid from Magic School Bus?
No, he looks like Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad.
Oh, I was hoping he would look like the Magic School Bus kid.
But he looks, like I say, he looks just utterly discouraged and freaked out. He's like, and then the vision started, and then I started looking, and then I went out with the people from Mert, and then I just got it over my fucking head.
We're going to help you, Privis, I promise.
He's like, we got to get on the road. We got to get on the road, and we got to go. It's probably about 4 or 5 in the morning. Dawn is coming.
Well, I'm going to try to sleep.
I'm gonna cast Goodberry
All right.
Okay, so I
and
don't need to sleep then.
generate 10 berries that each restore 1 HP. Take as many as you each require.
I require all of them, I think.
He's down by 2, so I could cast it more than once, and then while you're sleeping,
Well,
I can
you-
rest and meditate for a moment.
Let's say you could take a short rest and restore
your hit dice.
when your hit dice, yeah.
Still, I cast Goodberry, and I'm going to use the short rest to recuperate using Natural Recovery, which recovers 2 of my spell slots on a short rest once per day.
Eat. I'll do the short rest thing as well.
All right, so you guys rest. I think a short rest is what? An hour? Yeah, it's an hour. So you guys rest up.
Berries.
It's starting to turn into dawn.
Sorry, quick question. How long were we asleep before those cloaked figures came?
Probably about 5-6 hours.
Okay.
So a decent amount of rest.
Yeah.
I'm good.
We got a long rest in there.
Yeah. So as you take your short rests and Priebus tries to get some sleep with you, the morning comes as you start to look around. The further north you go, you notice just it's going to be a nice day. The leaves are starting to turn as you start heading towards Waterdeep, and just the littlest bit of frost is ever so present this morning.
It's a bit chilly today.
Indeed. I was going to say, you don't usually go north. Yeah. Trying to think where we are. Yeah. It's chilly. Did you guys see me tear that guy's throat out? I totally did that.
As a squirrel.
I'm just exaggerating it, like playing it up like crazy. So now you're sort of figuring out how the folk tales of me spread. It's me starting them. They're based in truth for the most part.
Well, my old
True-ish.
friends, if that's what you say happened, they'll hear it from me too.
I was super heroic.
You
I love
saved
it.
us all.
I tried with my awesome, brilliant firework arrow that missed.
It was a good distraction.
I told you it was awesome. It was awesome. If he had been like only a foot or two to the left, he would have been fine.
All right, so the rest of the morning passes by without incident. You guys have breakfast and presumably head out on the road. Where you're headed to next is north towards Waterdeep as we end hour 2 here on the Cambridge Chronicles with me, your Dungeon Master, Mike the Birdman Dodd. I've been joined with...
Guy who has a mouthful of chips.
which I didn't notice until the last second.
Lee Emperor Wayne Johnston.
Mr. Christopher.
Alex Admiral Wayne Johnston.
I've been Supreme Archon Dungeon Master. We'll catch you guys again right here on the debrief, right here at TerribleWarriors.com and Patreon.com.
The Cambridge Chronicles is a Terrible Warrior ongoing adventure. The Chronicles are entirely funded by supporters from Patreon at patreon.com/terriblewarriors. If you like what you've heard and you want to hear more, the Terrible Warriors continue to release new episodes in their rotating catalog of one-shot campaigns every Tuesday and Thursday. You can find out more at terriblewarriors.com. Follow us on Twitter at Dice Warriors. Technical production by Alex Ricci. Music written and recorded by Ori Faulkner. Artwork by Hess Bell. Your Terrible Warriors of the Cambridge Chronicles are Alex Ricci, Lee Johnston, Tristan Winkworth, and Dungeon Master Mike Dodd. For now, the books are closed, the dice are packed away, and the chips are stuck to the floor. Join us next time, brave adventurer, for the next chapter in the Cambridge Chronicles.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Thanks for listening to this episode of This Week in Geek. Hungry for more? Check out our website at thisweekingeek.net. You can subscribe to the podcast, browse our Twitter and Instagram, and leave your thoughts on today's topics. If you'd like to give us some feedback, send us an email at feedback@thisweekingeek.net. Tune in next time, and remember,
Lower your shields and surrender your listenership.
We would be honored if you would join us.
Thank you for your cooperation. Good night.